Welcome back, everyone. I hope you are all doing well. Today, I will be featuring some of the best comments from the past few days. Thank you all for your continued support. Before we get started, please take a moment to like the video and leave a comment sharing your thoughts. I truly value your feedback. If you are new here, make sure to subscribe so you do not miss any upcoming content. Thank you for watching, and now let us get started. I had been a park ranger for over a decade now, ever since I left the reservation as a young man determined to make something of myself. Being out here in the untamed wilderness of the Pacific Northwest suited me. I loved the solitude, the self-reliance it required, and I took pride in helping protect these sacred lands and guiding those who wandered into her mysterious depths. My name is Sequoia, like the majestic trees that have stood sentinel over these forests since long before my ancestors first set foot on this continent. My grandmother gave me the name, saying I would grow to be as tall and strong as the mighty sequoias. Well, I had the height part down at least, though I was rangy where the trees were thick and solid. I was several miles into the backcountry when the radio at my hip crackled to life. "Sequoia, come in." It was Jenna, the lead ranger back at HQ. I unclipped the radio and held it to my mouth. "Go ahead, Jenna, what's up?" "We just got a call about an overdue hiker near Deception Pass. College kid, went out solo 2 days ago and hasn't checked back in. Parents are worried sick. Can you head over and take a look?" I sighed. "Sure thing. Any idea what trail he was planning to take?" "We get a handful of these every season, inexperienced hikers biting off more than they can chew. His backcountry permit has him going up the Tall Trees Trail and then off trail from there, but no clear destination listed. I'll send a copy to your GPS." "Got it, thanks, I'm on my way." I clipped the radio back on my belt and adjusted my pack. Looks like it was going to be a long day. By the time I reached the Tall Trees trailhead, the drizzle had turned to a steady rain. I zipped up my dark green ranger jacket and pulled my hat down tighter. The parking lot was empty, not surprising given the weather. I set off up the muddy trail at a brisk pace. The rushing sound of the swollen creek accompanied my footsteps. About 2 miles in, I found it, a narrow, overgrown path, splitting off from the main trail, barely visible unless you knew to look for it. This must be where the missing hiker, Jake Hansen, according to the info Jenna sent, had diverged from his planned route. I plunged into the underbrush, following the faint trail as it wound through sword ferns and huckleberry bushes. The trees grew denser, blocking out much of the gray light and casting everything in deep shadow. An uneasy feeling crept over me, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling. I knew these woods about as well as anyone, but something felt off. The normal sounds of the forest seemed muted, hushed. An expectant silence hung in the damp air. I hiked onward, scanning for any clue of the lost hiker, a snapped branch, a muddy boot print, a discarded candy bar wrapper. But as the minutes stretched into an hour, I found no trace. My sense of disquiet grew. The shadows seemed to flicker at the edges of my vision, taunting me. I shook my head and pressed on, and then I saw it. A scrap of bright blue fabric caught on a blackberry bush, fluttering in the breeze. I crouched down for a closer look. It was a torn piece of a lightweight rain jacket, the kind an unprepared day hiker might wear. Had to be Jake's. My heart quickened. I searched the area, eyes roving over the damp earth. There, a faint impression of a hiking boot in the mud. I followed the tracks as they veered off the faint trail, deeper into the trackless wilderness. The boot prints grew harder to follow as I pushed through the tangled understory, sword ferns and Oregon grape grabbing at my legs. The canopy blocked out the weak sunlight, casting everything in an eerie green dimness. My breathing sounded overly loud in my ears. A twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, my hand dropping to the bear spray on my belt. But there was nothing there, just mossy tree trunks and swaying fern fronds. I took a deep breath, tried to slow my racing pulse. Get a hold of yourself, Sequoia. I'd always prided myself on being at home in the woods, attuned to her rhythms and secrets. But something about these woods today felt unsettling, unfamiliar, like I was an intruder in my own backyard. The muddy tracks continued to wind through the underbrush, crossing the same stream multiple times. Was Jake lost, disoriented, or frantically fleeing from something? The thought sent a chill down my spine despite my Gore-Tex jacket. I quickened my pace as I clambered up a steep embankment. A red flash caught my eye. I pushed aside a huckleberry bush for a better look, and my stomach clenched. Smeared across a granite boulder was a dark red stain. Blood. I swallowed hard. There wasn't much, but still. In all my years of rangering, I'd never seen a trace of blood in these woods that didn't come from me or another ranger. Animals tend to hunker down and hide when injured, not leave a neon sign. I pulled out my GPS unit and marked a waypoint at the bloodstain. Better record this in case, well, just in case. I glanced at the coordinates. I had hiked miles from the trail at this point, far off the beaten path, not a place you'd expect a casual day hiker to end up. Jake, what the hell were you doing out here? I was so absorbed in studying the bloodstain that at first I didn't register the sound. A low, guttural vocalization, halfway between a growl and a moan. By the time my brain processed it, the noise had faded back into silence. It seemed to have come from a dense stand of Douglas fir trees ahead. "Hello, Jake?" I called out. "This is Ranger Sequoia with the Park Service. Are you hurt?" My voice sounded small, swallowed up by the vastness of the forest. No response. I unholstered my bear spray and held it at the ready as I crept forward, scanning the gloom between the trees. I knew the local black bears were more likely to run from a human than confront one, but an injured bear, or a sow with cubs, could be unpredictable. And then there were the more reclusive creatures that roamed these woods, the ones that didn't end up on the postcards they sold in the park gift shop. Cougars, bobcats, wolves. I was a dozen yards from the trees when the stench hit me. A noxious mix of rotting flesh, musky fur, and something else, an acrid tang I couldn't place. It was like a physical blow. I gagged, covering my mouth and nose with my bandana. I'd come across dead animals before, of course, but this was different. Worse. Fighting back the urge to vomit, I approached the tree line, forced myself to look into the shadows between the trunks. At first I saw only darkness. Then my eyes adjusted, picked out the details: broken branches, torn earth, clumps of matted brown fur. And there, half hidden under the fronds of a decaying log, a hiking boot, attached to a human foot. Oh God. No, no, no. I rushed forward, crashed to my knees next to the grisly scene, urgently brushed away the leaves and needles. Please don't be dead, please don't be. It was Jake. What was left of him. His body had been savagely mutilated, clothes shredded, flesh torn, limbs bent at unnatural angles. His youthful face was frozen in a rictus of terror, mouth stretched wide in an eternal silent scream. Clouded eyes stared blankly at the canopy above. I reeled back from the gruesome sight, clamping a hand over my mouth. Hot bile seared my throat. In an instant, all my ranger training, all my outdoor experience drained away, leaving me just another frightened human alone in the woods with an unspeakable horror. But I wasn't alone. That sickening other smell hit me again, complex and alien, and underneath the grunt of my own labored breathing I heard it. That eerie, guttural moan. Closer this time, hungry. My head snapped up, eyes wide. There, in the gloom between the trees, was that a flicker of movement? A shadow within shadow. I blinked rapidly, trying to focus. A dark shape detached itself from the tree line, took a lumbering step forward. Even with panic screaming in my head, some part of my brain registered the impossible size of the thing, the bulk of it. Larger than any bear, taller than the tallest man. No, it couldn't be. That was just a campfire story, a legend. The creature took another step, and the pre-evening light filtering through the canopy fell across its face. Black, glittering eyes bored into mine, devoid of mercy or reason. A ferocious alien intelligence. That maw opened, revealing jagged teeth flecked with red, and I knew that the same bloody end that had befallen Jake now awaited me. I was looking into the eyes of a myth made terribly flesh. Bigfoot was real, and it was here, in the shadow-haunted depths of my forest. Heaven help me. A wordless bellow erupted from that nightmarish face, a sound of pure primal bloodlust, and the creature lunged forward with terrifying speed. I scrambled backward, still on my knees, ripping my bear spray from its holster. There was no time to aim. I fired wildly in the direction of the charging beast, a torrent of capsaicin solution spraying out in front of me, the acrid stench of the spray mixed with the meaty reek rolling off the predator. It came on heedless, smashing through huckleberry bushes, a dark avalanche of matted fur and corded muscle. The spray did nothing. Why would it? This was no mere animal. It was a force of nature, unstoppable. I lurched to my feet, turned to flee, but a gnarled tree root snared my boot. I crashed face first into the damp earth, felt a blast of pain as my nose crumpled against a rock. Hot blood gushed down my chin. The creature's roar sounded again, so loud it made my skull vibrate. I rolled onto my back, knowing it was already too late. I was going to die, just like Jake, ripped apart by an impossible beast that shouldn't exist. The creature towered over me, close enough now that I could feel the stinking heat of its breath, count the burrs tangled in its shaggy fur, see the madness swirling in those depthless black eyes. It raised one furred hand tipped with jagged yellow claws, lips peeling back in a snarl. "Wait!" I screamed, throwing my hands up in a futile gesture of supplication. To my astonishment, the beast hesitated, claws still poised to eviscerate. "Please," I panted. "Please don't." I knew it was insane to plead for my life to an animal, to a monster, but I was out of options. Those glittering eyes bored into mine, and for a surreal moment I had the uncanny sense that the creature was considering, weighing my worth. The seconds stretched out, my ragged breathing the only sound. Even the ubiquitous forest birds had gone deathly silent, as if the whole world were holding its breath. Finally, achingly slowly, the huge hand lowered, the snarl fading. The creature rocked back on its haunches and let out a low, warbling grunt, almost a sigh. And though no human throat made the noise, I could have sworn I heard a tinge of resignation in the sound, as if the creature was thinking, "Not this one, not yet." The moment passed, and the beast turned, lumbering back into the gloom of the forest as suddenly as it had appeared. I lay there in the dirt, legs splayed, my whole body trembling uncontrollably. Adrenaline sang in my veins. I'd never been so terrified, yet so profoundly relieved. It had spared me. Why? Gingerly, I rolled to my hands and knees, groaning at the hot pulse of pain in my battered nose. I swiped at the blood crusting my lip with the back of a shaking hand and staggered to my feet. My knees threatened to buckle, but I locked them out of sheer stubbornness. I wasn't going to fall again in front of it. I limped over to where Jake's mutilated body lay sprawled in the underbrush. Without the immediate threat of the creature, I could only now truly process the horror of his death. Tears blurred my vision, but I didn't let them fall. There would be time for grieving later. Right now, I had to figure out what the hell to do. I couldn't just leave him here, abandoned like so much carrion. He deserved better than that. But the thought of touching his mangled corpse, stuffing it into a body bag, my stomach heaved and I swallowed a rush of bile. Radio. I needed to radio this in, let search and rescue handle the recovery. My trembling fingers fumbled the walkie-talkie off my belt. I mashed the talk button. "Dispatch, this is Sequoia, over." I was amazed at how calm my voice sounded, belying the jackhammer pounding of my heart. A hiss of static was my only answer. Of course, the narrow valleys and towering evergreens blocked the signal out here. I'd have to hike until I reached a clearer transmission point, but that would mean leaving Jake alone out here, with it still prowling out there in the trees somewhere, doing God knows what. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to think, to plan. Finally, I crouched next to Jake's body, careful not to look too closely at what had been done to him. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I'm so sorry, but I have to go for help. I promise I'll come back for you. I won't let that thing violate you further. You'll get home to your family, I swear it." Haltingly, I backed away from his corpse. Even though I knew he was beyond caring, it still felt wrong turning my back on his pitiful remains. Like a betrayal, like cowardice. But I clenched my jaw and limped off in the direction of the tall trees trail, the most expedient route back to the ranger station, back to civilization. And if I took some grim satisfaction in placing more distance between myself and the creature with each painful step, well, could you blame me? The hike back was a blur of labored breathing and shifting shadows that made me flinch. My nose had clotted, but every exhalation reopened the wound, and I had to keep mopping at the slow seep of blood with my sleeve. I'd been hurt worse before, but that wasn't what made each stride an effort of will. It was the knowledge, crystallized with terrifying clarity, of what else stalked these forests. Of just what I was sharing this lonely stretch of trail with. After what felt like hours, I reached a small outcropping of rock that I knew from experience boosted walkie-talkie reception. I slumped against a gnarled madrone tree, so weary I no longer cared that its peeling red bark would stain my uniform, and unclipped the radio again. "Dispatch, dispatch, this is Sequoia, over," I said, hating the tremor in my voice. This time, Jenna's voice crackled back, laced with static but wonderfully, heart-wrenchingly human. "Sequoia, where have you been? You were due to check in over an hour ago. What's your status? Did you find the missing hiker?" I swallowed, suddenly realizing I had no inkling how to even begin to explain what had transpired out there. The creature that shouldn't exist, Jake's unfathomable demise. Who would believe me? I could scarcely believe it myself, and I've never been prone to flights of fantasy. I found a body. I finally managed. It's bad, Jenna, really bad. I need search and rescue out here ASAP. God, Jenna breathed, a burst of static. Then, okay, stay calm. Can you secure the scene? What's your exact location? I rattled off my coordinates as I dug in my pack for the emergency blanket I always carried. As much as it sickened me, I would use it to cover Jake's pitiful remains until help arrived. It was the barest minimum of decency I could offer him now. Okay, got it, Jenna said after I recited the string of numbers that would lead search and rescue to this nightmare. Now, Sequoia, I need you to listen to me carefully. I'm going to dispatch SAR to your location, but I need you to stay put, okay? Secure the scene as best you can, but don't put yourself at any further risk. The cavalry is coming. I almost laughed at that, a bitter bark. The cavalry. As if an entire company of armed men would stand a chance against the monster in the trees. But what else could I say? That there was an ancient, mythic evil stalking this forest that would rip them limb from limb the moment they set foot off the trail? That their guns and gear would be less than useless against fang and claw and primal fury made flesh? No. Let SAR come. Let them see what I've seen, and then maybe I wouldn't feel so alone in this new horrifying reality that had swallowed me whole. I copy, I said woodenly into the radio. Securing scene. Awaiting backup. Good, Jenna said, obvious relief bleeding through the static. Now, is there anything else I should know? Anything unusual about the scene? I hesitated, staring out into the shadowed tangle of underbrush and tree trunks, wondering if it was out there even now, watching, waiting. But what would I even say? How could I possibly convey the full scope of the horror without sounding like I'd utterly lost my mind? Which maybe I had. Maybe that was the only sane response to seeing the world crack open and reveal the hungry darkness grinning on the other side. No, I lied, hating myself for it even as the words left my numb lips. No, nothing unusual, just a dead body, a dead kid. Static hissed across the channel and I thought for a second Jenna would press me, call me on my withheld truths. But all she said was, Roger that. Take care of yourself, Sequoia. Help is on the way. The radio went silent, and I was alone again with the trees and the blood and the spoor of the beast. I shuddered, the emergency blanket clenched in one white-knuckled fist, and forced my leaden feet to stumble back in the direction of Jake. Of what little was left of him to keep vigil over. But with every step, it grew in my mind, taking up more space, blotting out thought and reason with those pitiless black eyes until all that remained was a single thudding imperative. Run. Hide, survive, because deep in the black marrow of my bones, I knew this was only the beginning. I had looked into the abyss, and now the abyss looked back, patient and hungry, waiting for night to fall. The hours crawled by with agonizing slowness as I crouched next to Jake's shrouded form, every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig sending my heart into my throat. The creeping shadows of evening gathered between the trees, pooling in every hollow, poised to swallow me at the slightest misstep, and underneath the rising chorus of birdsong and insect chatter heralding the onrushing night, I could feel it watching with that same implacable patience, like it had all the time in the world to claim me, and Jake had been merely the appetizer. I checked my watch compulsively, movements jerky with agitation. What the hell was taking SAR so long? They should have been here by now. Unless they couldn't find me. Or something had found them first. The grisly possibilities chased themselves around my brain until I stood abruptly, no longer able to bear my own spiraling thoughts. To hell with protocol and procedure. To hell with Jenna's well-meaning but useless edict to stay put. I had to move or I'd go mad. I'm sorry, I told Jake's pitiful bundle, voice cracking. But I have to try to reach the trailhead, flag down SAR when they come. I won't be far, okay? I won't leave you. I didn't let myself dwell on whether I was trying to reassure a dead boy or my own splintering psyche. Instead, I gripped my billy club tight enough that my knuckles stood out white against my brown skin and set off at a limping trot toward the thin ribbon of trail that meant safety. Sanity. Bracketing ferns slapped at my legs as I crashed through the undergrowth with far less stealth than my usual woodcraft allowed. To my jumping nerves, each susurration of vegetation was the predator's claws reaching out to drag me down into foul oblivion, but I didn't slow, couldn't. If I stayed still for even a moment, I feared I might simply shatter, reduced to so many bloody whimpering shards in the loam, and then between one crashing step and the next, The creatures fell on me. One moment I was fighting my way through the thicket, heart thudding wildly against my ribs, an invocation to my ancestors, a desperate prayer on my cracked lips. The next, a huge hairy mass slammed into me from the side, sending me sprawling. The billy club flew from my grip, swallowed instantly by the clawing underbrush. The breath whooshed from my lungs in a choking rush, and for a terrifying moment I couldn't seem to draw in more past the stabbing pain in my ribs. My skull bounced off a clump of roots and a galaxy of sparks swirled in my vision. I blinked hard, fighting to clear them, to bring the hulking shape pinning me to the ground into focus. But it wasn't the creature. Not the same one anyway. The thing on top of me was slimmer, almost gangly, its misshapen body covered in matted brown fur sticky with sap and old blood. It reeked like a slaughterhouse floor, the meaty stench so thick I could taste it coating my tongue. But even through the pain and panic and roiling nausea, I could see that its frame was that of a man stretched and twisted far beyond the boundaries of nature. A grotesque parody of human form sculpted by some mad god. Spittle-filled jowls snapped mere inches from my face, revealing a mangled slash of jagged fangs and nubs of shattered teeth. Its eyes were wild, rolling, but undeniably human, or they had been once before the transformation took hold. Now they held no reason, no recognition, only a bottomless hunger. It lunged for my throat, a hellish yowl ripping from its deformed mouth. I flung up my hands in an instinctive warding gesture and felt something snap in my left forearm as the creature's jaws clamped down. Bone-deep agony blazed up my arm and I screamed, wrenched my hand free of that grisly trap of teeth with a wet pop and a gush of hot blood. The creature howled in savage triumph, worrying at my shredded flesh like a dog with a bone. I could feel the strength leaching out of me with each fresh spurting pulse from my tattered veins. So this was how it would end. Torn apart by a mockery of man, my body abandoned in this shadow-haunted pocket of primeval green. Just one more blood offering to whatever impossible god had spawned these horrors. But some stubborn ember still smoldered in my core, some defiant scrap of self that refused to shuffle meekly into the abyss. Not like this, not alone and unmourned. Fuel for a nightmare. With my good hand scrabbling in the leaf litter, I groped for anything solid. A rock, a root, a goddamn stick. My fingers closed on something hard, heavy. I didn't pause to look at it, just swung with every last scrap of my fading strength. The fist-sized river stone connected with the creature's temple with a sickening crack. It reeled back, that outsized maw falling slack in shock. I hit it again, bone crunched under stone and the creature toppled off me, mewling weakly. I lurched upright, swaying, the dripping stone still clenched in my nerveless fist. My vision swam gray at the edges, but I refused to let the encroaching dark claim me. If I fell now, I'd never get back up. The creature lay twitching on the forest floor, its misshapen skull a caved-in ruin. I wanted to laugh, to cry, to scream my defiance at the pitiless trees, but all that came out was a broken wheeze, because crashing toward me through the underbrush, heedless of obstacles, came another creature, and another, their guttural howls rising in a mad chorus that made my skin crawl. They had scented my blood, my weakness, and they were coming to feast on both. I ran. What else could I do? Crashing through the underbrush with the last reserves of my flagging strength, ducking under moss-furred branches and leaping rotting logs with an agility born of pure desperate adrenaline. The creatures bayed behind me, hot on my trail, so close I swore I could feel their carrion breath on the back of my neck. But I was losing blood, and fast. It pattered onto the loam from my savaged arm in fat, glistening drops, every heartbeat driving me closer to a final fall. The forest tilted around me and I staggered, slamming my shoulder against the rough bark of a towering spruce. This was it. I was finished, bled white and spent. The creatures would be on me in moments, and this grim chase would end in a welter of torn flesh and splintered bone. I squeezed my eyes shut, sending up a silent prayer to my ancestors for strength, for courage in this last extremity. The crashing grew louder, the howls more fever-pitched. I sucked in a shuddering breath and braced for the first rending bite, but it never came. Instead, the forest erupted with the staccato blast of gunfire, deafeningly close. My eyes flew open. Men in khaki uniforms charged past me, pushing through the grasping underbrush in an ordered line, rifles up and barking, "Search and rescue." They had come at last. A wordless sob of relief tore out of me. They couldn't hear it over the din of their own weapons and the agonized shrieks of the monsters as slugs found flesh. But I didn't care. I wasn't alone. I wasn't forgotten. However this ended, I wouldn't be just another ghostly statistic, another shattered skeleton moldering under the ancient trees. A dark shape hurtled from the shadows behind the firing line, and one of the SR men went down with a truncated scream, blood gouting. The creature that had felled him, a twisted thing with blackened stumps of antler erupting from its skull, crouched atop his chest and buried its snout in his belly with savage glee. The men fell back trying to regroup, but the monsters were everywhere now, swarming from the shadows, seemingly impervious to pain or fear as they threw themselves on the barrels of the guns. More screams as men fell, rent by wicked teeth and jagged claws. Limbs ripped away in gory streamers, bellies unzipped to spill loops of purplish gut onto the moss. It was chaos, madness, a scene from the deepest pit of hell. I pushed off from my tree, staggering toward the battle, no longer sure if I meant to aid the SAR men, or simply let the same red ruin claim me too. But before I could reach them, another shape burst from the shadows, bigger than the leaping man-things. A shaggy black mountain of muscle and fury swatting one of the SAR men aside like a broken toy. It was the creature, the one that had gutted Jake, had looked into my eyes and seen some flicker of kinship, of recognition before. And now here it was again, wading into the fray with unstoppable, primal savagery. Only it wasn't attacking the SIR team. It was attacking the other monsters. With a bellow that shook the very trees, the great beast seized one of the leaping horrors and bashed its head against a boulder until it went limp, leaking clotted brain matter. Another leapt on the creature's back, sinking its fangs into one massive shoulder, only to be reached up and crushed, ribs popping like twigs in that unforgiving grip. I could only watch in stunned disbelief as the tide of battle turned, the creature scattering the pack of shrieking man-things before it like wind-tossed leaves. In moments, the smaller beasts were fleeing, yelping, into the darkening trees, leaving me alone with the impossible bulk of my unlikely savior. The creature turned to face me, its fathomless black eyes glittering in the fading light. Fresh blood ran in rivulets through its matted fur, but I couldn't tell how much came from its own wounds. It snorted, a guttural sound somewhere between challenge and recognition, and took one lumbering step toward me. I held my ground, though my whole body screamed to flee, transfixed by that penetrating gaze. It was the same look it had given me before, when it had stayed its killing stroke. I could have sworn something like profound, terrible intelligence flickered in those ebon depths. The creature huffed out a breath that stirred the fine hairs on my arms and bent, reaching for me with one black-nailed paw the size of a dinner plate. I flinched but held, waiting on an impossible razor's edge between resignation and revelation. But before that heavy hand could close on my savaged arm, a rifle barked, so close it left my ears ringing. The creature roared as a bloody furrow appeared across its barrel chest, whirling to face the new threat with teeth bared. The last SAR man, still standing, swayed on his feet, one arm hanging limp and useless at his side, his rifle wavering in his offhand. But his eyes were hard and steady as he stared down the monster that had saved him. "Get away from her," he gritted out from between clenched teeth. Blood ran into his eyes from a gash on his forehead, but he didn't blink, just tightened his finger on the trigger. "No," I shouted, but too late. The rifle boomed again and a wet red hole appeared in the creature's abdomen, releasing a gush of dark arterial flow. The beast screamed, more enraged than hurt, and charged the SAR man on its short-bowed legs with terrifying speed. The man got off one more shot, going wide, before the creature was on him, ripping the gun from his hands like a child's toy, and seizing him around the throat, lifting him off his feet as if he weighed nothing at all. I lurched forward, not even knowing what I intended. To help the man, to somehow stop the creature, to do anything but stand there and watch another human being shredded before my eyes. But the creature paused, the man kicking and choking in its grip. Slowly, so slowly, it turned its massive head to look at me, and I could have sworn I saw a flicker of something perilously close to sadness in its eyes. Then it squeezed, and the SR man's neck popped like a dry twig. It hurled the twitching corpse away into the trees with terrible force and swung back to face me, blood-smeared jowls quivering. I met that fathomless gaze, helpless to look away. Tears streamed down my face, but I barely felt them through the leaden numbness settling into my limbs. "Why?" I croaked, barely audible. It was a child's question, plaintive, uncomprehending in the face of such carnage. The creature huffed, a low rumble I felt in my bones. And to my shock, I understood. Not in words, but meaning imparted in a primal flash of electric connection like a lighting strike linking two ancient alien poles. This was not malice, not evil as I conceived it. This was nature, red in tooth and claw. The creature killed as a cougar killed the deer, as the eagle killed the hare, from need and instinct. And, I saw in that searing moment, to protect its own, the little monsters, twisted and cruel though they'd become, were the creatures get, its children, after a fashion, transformed by some eldritch power, but still its blood, its kind. And the creature would fight to the death to preserve them, as any beast defends its young, even from each other, if it came to that, even from me. I staggered back, reeling, as the creature swung away, dismissed. It loped into the gathering dark beneath the trees and was swallowed up, leaving me alone amid the corpses and the rising whine of insects. Shaking, bleeding, I slid down the bolly of a towering fir and buried my face in my knees. The night closed in around me as I huddled against the rough bark of the fir tree, too spent even to shiver. The metallic scent of blood, both mine and the creature's, hung thick in the air, an unholy incense. In the distance, the baying of the twisted pack faded, leaving only the sibilant whisper of wind through leaves and the muted, mournful calls of nightbirds. It was over. The immediate threat had passed, moved on to seek other prey. But the truth of what dwelt in these ancient woods could never be forgotten, never be unseen. I was changed in some fundamental way by the horrors I had witnessed, by the knowledge that mankind was not the undisputed master of these forests. Perhaps we never had been. Perhaps, as the native peoples had long known, we were merely guests in this place, tolerated only as long as we trod lightly and made the proper obeisances to forces beyond our ken. Forces embodied by the great shaggy beast god that had saved me even as it tore men apart with its impossible strength. I didn't pretend to understand what I had seen in that last moment of connection, when the creature's fathomless eyes had met mine and some spark of meaning had passed between us. A glimpse of an primordial order, savage and unforgiving, of the timeless cycle of fang and blood and rebirth, uncaring of the follies of men. It was a truth too vast, too inhuman to compass. Not in my current wrecked state, barely clinging to consciousness as I slowly bled out my life force onto the uncaring forest floor. Dimly, as if from a great distance, I heard voices calling my name. Human voices, high and panicked. The crackle of radios and the thump of booted feet pounding down the trail. More rangers, more rescuers, drawn by my last garbled transmission and the sudden silence that had followed. I tried to call out, to cry for aid, but my throat was raw and swollen. All that emerged was a weak croak, but it was enough. The bobbing beams of flashlights swung in my direction, fixing on my pale, blood-streaked face. Exclamations of shock and dismay, the clatter of a litter being unslung. Gentle hands were on me then, urgently triaging my wounds, pushing needles into veins to replace lost fluids. I was aware of being lifted, the swaying sensation of being carried between two tall figures. The canopy slid by overhead and I had the sudden inane urge to laugh. I was just one more damaged thing being dragged out of this forest, no different than a wounded deer or a mauled hiker. No, that wasn't true. I was different, now. Transformed by dark wisdom, baptized in blood and pain and the awareness of mankind's terrifying fragility. The forest had worked its alchemy on me, remaking me into something wilder, more elemental. A creature myself, in some ways. I had entered these woods one man, naive and cocksure. I would leave them another, if I left them at all. Darkness pressed in, narrowing my vision to a dim tunnel as shock finally pulled me down into its smothering embrace. The last thing I saw before unconsciousness claimed me was a pair of glittering ebony eyes, watching unblinking from the shadows between the trees, waiting, eternally patient, for the next poor mortal soul to stumble into its domain, never knowing the true nature of the hungry forest until it was far, far too late. The wail of the screech owl pierced the stillness of the moonlit forest. Perched high atop a gnarled oak branch, I scanned the shadowy woods with a practiced eye. The night vision goggles cast an eerie green sheen across the landscape. All seemed quiet on my watch, as usual. I am Dakota, named for my friend to everyone nature by my Lakota mother. For the past 5 years, I've served as a park ranger in the remote wilderness of the Olympic National Forest. It's a lonely existence, patrolling these ancient woods day after day, season after season, but I find solace and purpose in protecting this untamed land. My one-room cabin sits in a small clearing enveloped by towering Douglas firs and hemlocks. Rustic and weathered, it provides humble shelter from the elements. By the light of kerosene lamps, I spend my evenings studying field guides, journaling, and listening to the chatter of wildlife outside my door. The serenity of the forest belies the dangers that lurk within. Over the years, I've faced unpredictable wildlife, treacherous terrain, and the ever-present risk of injury far from help. But the satisfaction of preserving this pristine environment and keeping hikers safe makes it all worthwhile. Still, the path that led me here was not an easy one. Struggling to make ends meet in the city, I yearned for a simpler way of life more connected to nature. When the park ranger position opened up, offering housing and a living stipend, I knew I had to take it, even if it meant leaving friends and family behind. But on nights like this, when the forest is draped in an unsettling hush, I can't help but feel a prickle of unease. The elders of my tribe spoke of dark legends tied to this land, of ancient creatures that roam the wilds. As a man of science and logic, I always brushed aside such tales as mere superstition, until now that is. Lately, campers have reported strange sightings and sounds in the woods, footprints that shouldn't be there, an uncanny feeling of being watched. Each account tests my resolve further. There's an ill wind brewing, I fear, carrying us into the heart of something beyond human reckoning. With a shake of my head, I recheck my radio and gear. The night presses in, ripe with secrets. I cannot afford to let my guard down, for when the wilds beckon, one can never be sure just what will answer from the depths of the forest primeval. Whatever the coming days may bring, I know this much: a ranger's work is never done. The morning mist clung heavily to the forest floor as I set out on patrol. The moisture-laden air muffled my footsteps, transforming the usual crunch of old growth underfoot into a dull thud. An unseasonal chill seeped through my standard-issue jacket, and I found myself checking over my shoulder more than usual. The woods had an unfamiliar feel about them, a certain stillness laced with mounting tension. After several hours picking my way through the backcountry trails, I stumbled across something that made my blood run cold. There, pressed deep into the loamy earth beside a creek bed, was an enormous humanoid footprint. But no man could have left a track so large. The print spanned at least 18 inches from heel to toe, with individual toe marks clearly visible. I crouched down to examine it more closely, my skin prickling with unease. Placing my own boot inside the imprint, I marveled at the sheer size of the thing. It had to have been made by something standing well over 8 feet tall and weighing hundreds of pounds. I swallowed thickly, old tribal legends rising unbidden to my mind. Could there be some truth to the tales after all? Some undocumented creature roaming the Olympic wilderness? I quickly pushed such irrational thoughts aside. With a shake of my head, I pulled out my field notebook and jotted down detailed notes about my find. GPS coordinates, measurements, and a rough sketch. I knew I should cast a plaster mold of the print, but something made me hesitate. If word got out about this, it would bring a media circus down on the park. Cryptozoologists, Bigfoot enthusiasts, and crackpots would descend in droves. No. Until I understood what I was dealing with, I'd keep this discovery quiet. I couldn't fully explain it, but some deep instinct urged caution and discretion in this matter. As I made my way back to the ranger station, I knew I'd be poring over my tracking guides by lamplight late into the night. I needed answers, and I sensed time was of the essence. Each passing day seemed to bring more reports of unexplained phenomena in the park. Later, as I hunched over my desk strewn with wildlife books, a sharp crack sounded from the woods behind my cabin. I froze, flashlight in hand, as a chorus of agitated animals erupted in the distance. Coyotes yipping, owls hooting, and something else. A long, eerie howl that rose above the rest, sending a cascade of shivers down my spine. It sounded too big to be a wolf and had an almost human-like quality to it. Gun in hand, I stared out into the darkness for a long time. I barely slept at all that night, and when I did, my dreams were filled with dark primal forests and fleeting glimpses of an ancient creature moving through the shadows. It watched me with shining eyes that knew no fear of man. I woke in a cold sweat, certain that the howl had not been a dream at all, but the heralding of something old and primitive stirring in the forests of the Olympic. Something that would not rest again until the season of the hunt was over. The following weeks passed in a blur of strange occurrences and growing unease. Park visitors reported feeling watched by an unseen presence, and campers complained of large shadows circling their tents in the night. But it was the disappearances that troubled me most. In the past month, 3 separate hikers had vanished without a trace in the backcountry. Intensive multi-day searches turned up no sign of them. It was as if they had simply been plucked from the forest, leaving no clues behind. I pored over their last known GPS coordinates, my gut clenching as I realized they were all within a few miles radius of where I had found the enormous footprint. Was something luring people deep into the wilderness? The lack of evidence was the most disturbing thing of all. No broken branches, scattered gear, or blood to point to animal predation, just an eerie void where a human being had once been. I racked my brain for a rational explanation, but deep down I knew I was already in the realm of the inexplicable. Desperate for answers, I reached out to the elders of my tribe, hesitantly sharing my growing fears about the forest. To my surprise, they seemed unsurprised by my tales, almost as if they had been expecting this day to come. They spoke of ancient warnings passed down through generations, of a primordial guardian spirit bound to the land. Neither animal nor man, but some amalgamation of the two. When nature is threatened, the great beast wakes to restore the balance, they intoned solemnly. The forest is a force beyond our control or understanding. Their words laid heavy on my heart. I was a man caught between two worlds, the myths of my ancestors and the cold logic of the modern ranger. The longer I walked this tightrope of uncertainty, the more I felt my perceptions of reality fraying at the edges. What if some darker machinery moved beneath each missing person's case? And then the storm came. A squall of unnatural fury and intensity, as if the very heavens echoed with ominous portents. Gale-force winds bent the trees nearly double, their boughs groaning in protest. The rain fell in torrents from an iron-gray sky, visibility dropping to mere feet in front of me. I battled my way back to the cabin, its walls shuddering under the onslaught of the elements. Huddled over my battery-operated radio, I monitored the ranger channels for updates or distress calls, but only static and silence greeted me. In a forest suddenly cut off from the outside world, I felt truly alone for the first time. As the tempest raged into the night, so too did my sense of impending confrontation. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever lurked out there in the darkness was drawing ever closer, our fates intertwined by forces set in motion long before I first set foot in these haunted timberlands. In that relentless howling wind and rain, I discerned a summons primal and insistent. The hunt was on. As the storm passed, an unnatural stillness settled over the forest. No birdsong, no chittering of small animals in the undergrowth, only a deep expectant hush. Shouldering my pack, I ventured out into a world transformed. Broken branches and debris from the squall littered the trails, the muddy ground pitted with pools of standing water. An acrid tang hung in the air, like the aftermath of some great violence. Winding my way through the labyrinth of downed trees, I couldn't shake the uncanny sense of being herded, as if some unknown force was subtly guiding my path. The back of my neck prickled with the distinct feeling of being watched, though I could detect no overt signs of pursuit. As I trekked deeper into the backcountry, a grim certainty settled in my gut. Whatever I had been chasing these past months, I sensed it was now leading me to a final confrontation. Pausing to check my GPS, I frowned as the screen flickered and went dark. Backup compass in hand, I oriented myself the old-fashioned way, though each looming tree and twist of the trail seemed eerily unfamiliar. It was as if the storm had rearranged the very contours of the land itself, turning my mental map on its head. Rounding a bend in the path, I froze in my tracks. There, caught in a shaft of dappled sunlight, was a sight that made my blood run cold. Affixed to a tree at eye level was a scrap of blood-stained fabric, fluttering gently in the breeze. I recognized it instantly as a piece of the red jacket worn by the last missing hiker. With a growing sense of dread, I scanned the area for any other signs of a struggle or remains. But once again the scene was unnaturally sterile, devoid of any tracks but my own. Steeling my nerves, I pressed on, an inexorable pull guiding me ever deeper into the forest's dark heart. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, I knew I was running out of daylight. The temperature dropped precipitously and I could see my breath fogging before me. That's when I heard it, minus a snap of twigs, so close it made me whirl around. But instead of a hulking creature, I found myself face to face with another ranger, his uniform torn and muddied. "Jesus, am I glad to see you," he gasped. "I've been wandering in circles for hours. Something's stalking me out here, I swear to God. We've got to get back and call for backup." As he babbled on, a creeping unease washed over me. Something in his wide staring eyes and manic tone felt off. And then I noticed the radio clipped to his belt, an older model, not standard ranger issue. The skin on the back of my neck crawled as I studied the man before me, a sinking realization taking hold. I had walked these forests for years and knew every ranger in the district. This man's face was one I had never seen before. I took a slow step back, hand tightening on my holstered sidearm. But before I could make a move, an ear-splitting roar shattered the twilight. Birds erupted from the treetops in a black flurry of wings, and then I glimpsed it, a fleeting shadow, huge in her suit, moving inhumanly fast. The other rangers screamed and bolted into the underbrush. I had the briefest impression of a face that was not quite a face, of ancient eyes that held no mercy, and then the forest swallowed him whole. In that instant, I knew two things with a crystalline certainty that drove all doubt before it. One, that the man I had spoken to had never been a ranger at all, but something far older and more cunning, wearing a human mask. And two, that I was no longer the hunter, but the hunted, drawn into a final deadly game as old as these ancient woods themselves. Heart thundering in my ears, I crashed through the underbrush in a blind panic. Branches tore at my clothes, roots threatening to twist an ankle, but I plunged on heedless of direction. My mind reeled with the sheer impossibility of what I had just witnessed. The line between myth and reality had not just blurred but shattered entirely, and in that crack, something primordial and terrifying had emerged. At last my burning lungs forced me to pause and take stock of my surroundings. Night pressed in from all sides, the forest a churning sea of shadows. In my flight, I had lost all sense of direction, my mental map of the area hopelessly scrambled. A rising note of hysteria built in my throat as I realized the extent of my predicament, lost and alone in a forest that suddenly felt openly hostile, as if the very trees were aligned against me. And in that moment of despair, I heard it again. The howl, long and mournful, but this time disconcertingly nearby, perhaps only a ridge away. Sweat turned to ice on my skin as I realized the hunt was still very much on. With numb fingers, I unholstered my sidearm, knowing with grim certainty that the gun was little more than a child's toy against the inexplicable entity that now stalked me. Forcing down my fear, I oriented myself by the stars and struck out in the rough direction of my cabin, praying that I could reach that small bastion of civilization before the creature picked up my trail again. But even as I hiked, a small part of me whispered that it was already far too late for that. That the only path left was the one that led directly into the jaws of my pursuer. As if to underscore that fatalistic thought, the air began to thrum with an omnipresent sound that lifted the hairs on my nape. A rhythmic thudding like a war drum beaten at a distance. With a start, I realized I was hearing the creature's footfalls, a loping gait that ate up ground at an impossible clip. And it was drawing closer with each passing second. A wiser man would have been reduced to blubbering pleas for mercy at that point. But some stubborn spark in me refused to go down without a fight. If I was to meet my end this night, I would do so on my feet, staring down my fate squarely as befitted a son of the Lakota Nation. I thought of my ancestors who had walked this land long before me, of their whispered warnings about the spirits that guarded the untamed places. Had they too once stood against this nightmare made flesh? A strange calm washed over me then, a clarity of purpose that cut through the haze of terror. I knew what I had to do. Squaring my shoulders, I turned to face the direction of the steadily advancing footfalls. The drum beat grew louder, echoing through my very bones. A hulking shadow detached itself from the tree line, moving with a fluid grace that was both beautiful and utterly alien. I raised my gun and drew a bead on the creature, even as my instincts screamed against the futility of the action. The figure drew closer, moonlight seeming to bend strangely around its shaggy contours. 20 feet, 10. And then I beheld it fully for the first time, yellow eyes gleaming with a feral intelligence far beyond anything I had ever known. In that infinite moment, as I stared into the abyss of mankind's most ancient fears, I saw recognition. The creature paused mere steps away, head cocking to the side as it regarded me with an inscrutable expression. And in that frozen tableau, a single word hung unspoken between us, heavy with the weight of aeons past and fathomless mysteries. Cousin. The gun trembled in my grasp as a soul-deep weariness descended over me. I realized was tired of being afraid, tired of not knowing. I needed to understand even if that understanding destroyed me. Slowly, with great deliberation, I lowered my weapon. "What are you?" I whispered. "Why have you brought me here?" The primal guardian did not answer in words but took another step closer, expression almost sorrowful. I closed my eyes and waited for the felling blow. But it never came. Instead, I felt the world shift in some indefinable way. The air pressure changed as if a great weight had suddenly been lifted from the atmosphere. The forest around me blurred and ran like watercolors, then snapped back into focus with a disorienting clarity. I blinked in confusion, trying to get my bearings. To my shock, I found myself standing in a moonlit glade, an ancient stone circle at its center. Towering monoliths rose up at cardinal points, their weather-worn surfaces inscribed with swirling petroglyphs that seemed to writhe in the wan light. And there, perched atop the largest menhir, was the creature, but it was not as it had appeared before. Gone was the menacing bulk, replaced by an almost emaciated figure, hunched and withered. In the stark moonlight, I could see that its hide was riddled with old wounds, evidence of countless battles fought. As I watched in mute amazement, the creature began to speak, its voice a low rumbling rasp that echoed from the very stones themselves. I have watched your kind since the first dawn, walked beside you unseen through the ages. Once you knew me as guardian and guide, a reminder of your place in the greater web of life. It shifted, ancient eyes holding mine with a palpable intensity. But you have forgotten the old ways, the sacred pacts, forgotten that the wild places are not yours to claim and control. And so, from time to time, I must awaken to restore the balance, to remind humanity that there are older, deeper powers at work in the world. Powers that will brook no disrespect. A sudden understanding washed over me, pieces falling into place with staggering speed. The missing hikers, the strange lures, the mind-bending pursuit through a forest turned labyrinthine and uncanny. All of it a test, a crucible to burn away civilized delusions and lay bare the primal truth beneath. In that moment I understood that this was no mere legend come to life, but the living avatar of humanity's awe and terror before the untamed wild. A manifestation of our first and deepest fears upon trading nomadic life for the thin veneer of civilization. That primordial dread had never truly left us. It had simply receded into the shadows of our collective unconscious, waiting. As if sensing my racing thoughts, the creature drew itself up to its full height, voice thrumming with an ancient power. I am the Watcher in the woods, the one who stalks between the worlds. And you, Dakota of the Lakota, have been chosen to carry this message back to your people. Remember your place, honor the old pacts, or reap the whirlwind of nature's wrath unchecked. It fixed me with a final smoldering look, gaze heavy with the weight of eons. Now, awaken and bear witness. With those words, darkness rose up to claim me. When I next opened my eyes, I was huddled on the floor of my cabin, dawn's light filtering through the windows. For a single disoriented moment, I wondered if it had all been some terrible fever dream, some lurid figment of isolation and stress. But even as the thought crossed my mind, I knew the truth of it in my bones. The long-healed scar from an errant bear of my rookie year throbbed in sympathetic memory. The Watcher's warning echoed in my ears, as loud as the day it was spoken. I knew I had not dreamt my time in the impossible glade. Staggering to my feet, I crossed to the desk and fumbled for my journal. The words poured out of me in a torrent, near illegible in my haste to capture every detail before it faded. When the fever of composition finally broke, I sat back, emotionally and physically drained. With shaking hands, I reached for the radio, ready to call in the most unbelievable field report of my life. But something stayed my hand, some deep-seated intuition. I knew that this was a story the world was not yet ready to hear, a truth too primal and terrifying for mass consumption. Pandora's box, waiting to unleash a collective existential crisis. No, better to let this remain a ranger's tale, whispered around campfires by those who walk the wild places and keep the old ways. A reminder that we are not the masters of this world but only guests in it, bound by duties and laws we forgot at our own peril. Rising from my desk, I crossed to the window and gazed out at the misty forest, my domain and ward. The trees stood sentinel in the early light, ancient and inscrutable. A sudden breeze set their branches to whispering, and for the briefest instant, I imagined I saw a familiar hulking shape moving between the trunks. Watching, waiting, with a nod of silent understanding, I turned away to begin my morning patrol. There were trails to walk and order to uphold. For I am Dakota, ranger and messenger of the Watcher in the woods. Mankind would do well to heed its warning, lest the hunt begin again. My name is Ahanu, which means he fights in Cherokee. I suppose my parents were prescient in choosing it, as fighting to survive has defined much of my life. I took the job as a park ranger in the remote wilderness of the Pacific Northwest for many reasons. I had always felt called to nature, more at peace among the towering evergreens and cascading rivers than I ever did surrounded by concrete and crowds. Financial hardship had been a constant shadow over my life, and the steady if modest paycheck of a ranger held great appeal. But if I'm honest, more than anything, I was running away. A disastrous breakup and layoff in quick succession had left me reeling, desperate to escape the ruins of my life and start fresh someplace new. When I saw the posting for a backcountry ranger position, something deep inside me stirred. I knew instantly it was what I needed to do. I'll never forget the day I first laid eyes on my assigned region, accessible only by a treacherous Forest Service road. As my Jeep rumbled over the final rise, a breathtaking expanse of untamed wilderness unfurled before me. Ancient conifers cloaked the serrated mountain peaks in a thick emerald mantle. Mist swirled through the valleys like an enchanted breath. It was equal parts terrifying and mesmerizing in its primeval beauty. At the end of a winding dirt track, I found the weathered cabin that would serve as my home for the foreseeable future. It was rustic but well built, with a sturdy metal roof and a small covered porch. Inside was a single room with a wood stove, a desk, and a cot. Bare essentials, nothing more. But after the chaos I'd left behind, the simplicity was soothing. That first night, as I drifted off to the lullaby of chirping crickets, I was filled with something I hadn't felt in a long time: hope. Maybe here, in the heart of the wild, I could finally find the peace I'd been chasing. Little did I know the true nature of what awaited me in those woods. That every dark folktale whispered around campfires contained a kernel of horrible truth, and that my desperate quest for a new beginning would lead me into an abyss of primal terror from which there may be no return. My duties as a ranger were straightforward on paper: patrol the backcountry trails, assisting hikers and campers as needed, conduct maintenance on bridges, signage, and fire pits, monitor wildlife populations and forest health. In reality, the sheer scope of the wilderness made it impossible to be everywhere at once. I focused my efforts near the more trafficked trailheads, but some areas could go weeks without seeing another human soul. As I grew accustomed to the rhythm of ranger life, I came to relish the solitude. Rising with the sun each morning, I'd brew a strong pot of coffee and sit on my porch, soaking in the symphony of birdsong and the sweet perfume of pine. I took my Jeep as far as I could on the service roads, then set out on foot to hike the web of narrow trails that snaked through the underbrush. Though I encountered my share of turned ankles, dehydrated daytrippers, and greenhorns wielding brand new backpacking gear, few incidents from those early days stand out in my memory. It was on the whole an idyllic time, one that almost let me forget the pain that had driven me to the wild in the first place. Almost. Then came that sweltering day in late July when I first met Judd Hembry. I was walking back to my Jeep after a long patrol, covered in sweat and eager to get back to my cabin for a cold shower. Turning a corner, I was startled to see an ancient, rusted pickup truck parked in the middle of the narrow dirt road. Perched on the open tailgate was one of the strangest men I'd ever laid eyes on. He looked to be in his 70s, with a long beard the color of steel wool and skin like tanned leather crevassed with deep wrinkles. He wore stained canvas pants held up by suspenders and a sweat-yellowed shirt with the sleeves cut off, revealing sinewy, tattooed arms. An ancient felt hat was pulled down almost to his pale blue eyes, which fixed me with a penetrating stare as I approached. "Howdy, Ranger," he rasped in a tobacco-roughed drawl. "Reckon you're that new fella they shipped in from the city." "That's right," I replied cautiously. "A Hanu Redhawk. And you are?" "Judd Hembry. Been hunting and trapping these hills since before your daddy's daddy," was a twinkle in his eye. He spat a stream of brown tobacco juice and fixed me with a hard look. "You been out there much yet? Seen anything peculiar?" I thought about it for a moment. "Can't say I have. Lots of wildlife, but nothing out of the ordinary." "Why?" Judd glanced furtively at the tree line, then leaned towards me and lowered his voice. "There's things up in these mountains, Ranger. Old things. Older than the trees and streams and the very stones. And they don't take kindly to interlopers." A chill raced down my spine despite the oppressive heat. "What kind of things? What are you talking about?" The old man shook his head. "Pray you never find out, but keep your eyes peeled, especially come sundown. If you spot tracks you can't identify, or hear sounds in the night that curdle your blood, best come find old Jude right quick. Might be the only thing keeps your guts where God put 'em." With those ominous words, he slid off the tailgate and walked slowly around to the driver's side door. The ancient truck roared to life, belching black smoke, and rattled off down the road, leaving me staring after it in consternation. At the time, I chalked the strange encounter up to an isolated old-timer's eccentricities. But in the days to come, as strange occurrences began to plague the wilderness, Jude's cryptic warning would echo through my mind with chilling clarity. It started with small things at first, easily rationalized but troubling nonetheless. I began finding areas of forest where the underbrush had been trampled down in big circular patterns, like an immense invisible foot had stomped everything flat. At first there were no accompanying tracks, but one evening near dusk, I discovered an enormous humanoid print sunken deep in a muddy creek bed. It had to be at least 18 inches long from heel to splayed toe. I placed my own boot inside the outline, feeling a tingle of trepidation when it was swallowed up with room to spare. Could it be a prank? Some bored local with a crude wooden foot mold? I wanted to believe that, but I couldn't shake the uncanny sense of being watched as I made a plaster cast of the print with shaking hands. Then the campers started reporting nighttime disturbances, horrific bellowing cries that echoed through the mountains, too sonorous to be any native wildlife. Food snatched from their bear canisters and tree hangs, but the safety latches left undamaged. Several claimed to have glimpsed a huge hair-covered form moving at impossible speeds through the trees. Their descriptions varied, but the theme remained constant: something big, something fast, something intelligent. I did my best to reassure them, promising increased patrols and installing extra signage about the importance of proper food storage in the backcountry. But the incidents kept mounting, and beneath my calm, authoritative exterior, a knot of disquiet was growing. Late night towards the end of August, unable to sleep, I drove my Jeep out to the trailhead where most of the reports originated. Stepping out into the muggy darkness, I swept my flashlight beam over the tree trunks at the forest's edge. The light caught a pair of eyes glowing flame yellow in the shadows. My heart leapt into my throat, but as I took a stumbling step backwards, the eyes lowered and resolved into the bemused face of a mule deer. It flicked its tail and bounded off into the brush. Chiding myself, I turned back towards the Jeep and froze. There, illuminated in the flashlight's glare, was a handprint on the driver's side window. But no ordinary handprint. It wrapped almost entirely around the glass, the palm as wide as a dinner plate, the fingers as thick as sausages. A viscous fluid dripped from the tips, leaving syrupy rivulets. The smell hit me a moment later and I staggered back gagging. It was musky and rank, like rotting mushrooms mixed with urine. I looked wildly around, expecting an attack from any direction. But the night remained still, my ragged breathing the only sound. Shaking uncontrollably, I climbed into the Jeep and roared off down the road, not caring about the branches that scraped the sides. I had no idea what had left that horrifying print, but one thing I knew beyond all doubt: it was no human hand. And it had been right outside my Jeep, inches away, while I'd ignorantly surveyed the tree line. When I finally reached the turnoff to Judd Hembry's dilapidated cabin, I didn't hesitate. If anyone could shed light on the puzzle, it was the grizzled old trapper, and at this point I was desperate for answers, no matter how unhinged the source. Judd's one-room shack squatted in a dank hollow, miles from the nearest official Forest Service structure. An ancient generator chugged outside, powering a single wan bulb that illuminated a nightmarish mess within. Every surface was piled with yellowing newspapers, outdated almanacs, and cryptozoological tomes. The walls were papered with crudely sketched maps and faded photographs I was afraid to examine too closely. The noxious blend of tobacco smoke, mothballs, and unwashed clothes thickened the air. Judd himself bent over a scarred wooden table, peering at something through an old jeweler's loupe. He looked up when I entered and leveled a rheumy blue gaze at me, unsurprised. "Well now, guess you went and saw something you couldn't chalk up to overactive imaginations and bad beef jerky, eh boy?" I sank into a rickety chair, suddenly dizzy. That handprint. What could have made it? It was huge, inhuman. "Please, Judd, if you know anything." "I know plenty," he grunted. "Plenty I wish I could forget." He fished a flask from his shirt pocket and took a long pull before offering it to me. I declined with a shaky hand. "You ever hear tell of Sasquatch? Bigfoot? Skunk ape?" He fixed me with a piercing stare, daring me to scoff. "Fairy stories, most say. Drunken woodsmen seeing things. Hyped-up tourists snapping blurry pics of apes in gorilla suits. But the natives round here, they got legends that go back hundreds of years. Most won't talk about 'em, leastways not to outsiders." He shifted some papers and plunked one in front of me. It was a photocopy of an old daguerreotype depicting an indigenous family in ceremonial garb. But at the edge of the frame, half hidden by a fold, was an unmistakable outline, huge and hominid, caught in a blurred forward lurch. "They're real, realer than you or me. Been skulking these hills since time immemorial, since the land was young and untamed. Some say they're nature spirits, others the vengeful ghosts of butchered tribes. Me? I reckon they're a holdover from an older world. A savage, primal world no modern man was meant to see." He stabbed a tobacco-stained finger at me. "And now they know you're wise to 'em. That handprint was a message, boy. They marked you, marked your scent. You're a threat, poking round their ancient haunts, and they don't suffer threats kindly. An icy finger of fear trailed up my spine. What do they want? How do I stop them? Judd barked a harsh, mirthless laugh. Stop 'em? You don't stop 'em. You steer clear and pray they don't take too much of a shine to you. 'Cause once they get a notion to mess with a body directly, well, let's just say I seen what's left when they're done and it'd turn your guts to ice. He stood abruptly and began rummaging on a cluttered shelf, muttering to himself. Finally extracting a leather pouch that stank of incense and decay, he shoved it into my numb hands. Herbs and such, a mix I picked up from a medicine man before he passed over. Scatter it round your cabin, your camp, your jeep. Might mask your smell, confuse 'em some, might not. Hard to say what'll sway creatures old as the glaciers, but I reckon it's better'n nothing. I stood to leave, my head swimming with horrific visions, my heart a leaden weight. At the door, Judd's parting words drifted after me. One last thing. If you hear a high, keening whistle in the night, like a baby screaming crossed with a tea kettle, drop whatever you're holding and run. Don't look back, don't try to catch a glimpse. You see one head on, 'tain't likely your mind'll hold. They come from an older place, a darker place. A place not meant for the eyes of men. As I stumbled to my jeep in a fog of dismay, I thought I caught a glimpse of shaggy umber fur in my peripheral vision. When I whipped my head around to look, only blackness met my straining eyes. But I could feel them out there, watching, waiting. Back at my cabin, I laid salt lines and scattered Judd's pungent herbs with a generous hand. But I knew in my bones it was a paltry defense, a whistling in the dark. The things in the woods were coming for me. It was only a matter of time. The next week was a waking nightmare. Each day I went through the motions of my duties, touring the trails, assisting hikers, filing my reports at the ranger station by radio. But every moment was shot through with icy dread, every shadow a lurking threat. The signs of their presence grew ever more blatant, ever closer. Strands of coarse hair snagged on splintered trees, boulders overturned and thrown improbable distances, deer carcasses hung high in the canopy, drained of blood. My cabin door smeared with a foul-smelling brown paste. The tourists dwindled away as word spread of the disturbances. Some even asked if the Park Service was planning to close the backcountry entirely. I made soothing noises about increased bear activity and redoubled safety measures, but my guts clenched with each new question. It was only a matter of time before someone didn't make it back out of the woods, before some hikers stumbled on something that shattered their sanity and painted the pines red with their vital fluids. I thought about going to my superiors, laying out the truth in bald terms. But one look at my haggard face in the mirror convinced me of the futility. They'd have me strapped to a gurney and dosed to the gills with antipsychotics before I could finish my tale, assuming they allowed me to reach civilization at all. No, I was on my own. A lone human pitted against an unthinkably ancient evil, abandoned to the mercies of creatures that had haunted these hills since the first sliver of moon gleamed down on primeval forests. What chance did I, with my frail, modern frame and useless technology, have against such eldritch might? But I had to try. I was a ranger, sworn to defend the wilderness and all who took solace in its untamed beauty. If I had to march into primal horror, spend my life like a candle to keep that sacred trust, so be it. I couldn't live with myself otherwise. On that fateful night, I knew my time had run out. As the purple dusk bled to Stygian black, a piercing, ululating howl split the air, far too close, right at the edge of the clearing that housed my cabin. Judd's warning echoed in my ears, and I felt the bottom drop out of my stomach. But I could see no other path. To flee would only invite a swifter demise. I had to stand and fight for any hope of survival. Moving like a sleepwalker, I took my rifle from the rack and chambered around with an audible snick. The weight felt good in my hands, solid, real. An anchor against the black tide of unreason unfurling beyond that rough-hewn door. Each step towards it was an agony, my feet dragging like lead weights, my heart thudding a staccato beat against my ribs. But I forced myself onward, one trembling hand extended to grasp the rough iron handle. The door swung open with a tortured creak, and I stepped out onto the small porch, the rifle clutched tight to my chest. The night pressed in, alive with 1,000 rustling noises that stilled abruptly as my boots hit the weathered boards. An owl hooted mournfully in the distance, the sound far too loud in the preternatural silence. My eyes strained to pierce the gloom, the thin moonlight painting everything in shades of silver and deepest shadow. At first I could discern nothing amiss, just the familiar hulking shapes of the pines, the soft sigh of the wind through their needles. But then a movement at the edge of the clearing snapped my focus. A patch of darkness detaching from the deeper black of the tree line. It resolved into a shape that sent a bolt of gibbering panic through my entire body, huge and hairy, vaguely manlike but horribly warped. It lumbered forward on bent legs thick as tree trunks. Overlong arms hung nearly to the ground, ending in gnarled hands tipped with jagged blackened claws. But worst of all was the face, a nightmare fusion of human and animal features dominated by a jutting brow and a lipless mouth full of yellowed fangs. The creature shuffled to the center of the clearing and stopped, swinging its massive head from side to side, scenting the air. Then, with a start that nearly dropped me to my knees, its eyes snapped to mine, red, glowing pits of malevolence that seared my soul and dragged a wordless cry from my throat. Time distorted, seconds stretching to eternity as we stared at each other across the glade. The thing radiated an aura of savage glee, a dark joy at my obvious terror. It knew I was no match for it, knew it could rend me limb from limb without even breaking a sweat. This was a game to it, a cruel sport, and I was the mouse transfixed by the cobra, helpless before utterly alien power. With an effort that took every last scrap of my will, I wrenched my eyes away and fumbled the rifle to my shoulder. Instinct and training took over, and I sighted down the barrel, centering the creature's heaving chest in the crosshairs. My finger caressed the trigger, began that final irrevocable squeeze, and an impact like a battering ram slammed into my back, hurling me clear across the clearing to crash into the unyielding trunk of a giant spruce. Bones snapped like dry kindling and red agony blossomed, driving the air from my lungs in an explosive gasp. Through rapidly tunneling vision, I glimpsed a second monstrous form looming over me, triumph etched in every bestial line of its furred visage. As I slid down the rough bark to crumple bonelessly at the base of the tree, the two creatures closed in, their movements unnervingly fluid for such massive beings. My rifle lay shattered, useless in the trampled grass. Crimson flecked my lips, the coppery tang coating my tongue. No escape, no hope. But as the yawning abyss of oblivion rose up to claim me, a desperate calm settled over my heart. This was the end, yes, but maybe, just maybe, my death would buy time. Time for other hapless souls to avoid this nightmarish fate. If my spilled blood served to warn the world, to keep the unwary from stumbling unaware into the hungry maw of these ancient eldritch beings, maybe it would all be worth it, in the end. A candle, sputtering defiantly against the infinite night, as tearing claws and gnashing teeth fell upon my failing flesh. I fixed that noble thought foremost in my mind. And as the light drained from my eyes, I fancied I could see it, my memory, speeding out into the aether, a final warning flare against the hungering dark. The darkness took me then, an endless, starless void. And I knew nothing more. Sunlight speared through swaying pine boughs, painting dappled patterns across Jude Hembry's weathered face. He stood over the shattered ruins splayed in the center of the clearing, all that remained of a Hanu Redhawk. No one else would be coming. The young ranger had been a loner, no local family to raise the alarm at his disappearance. It would be days, maybe weeks, before his superiors started asking pointed questions, more than enough time to stage a convincing accident and bury the gnawed bones. Judd sighed, a sound heavy with sorrow and grim resignation. He'd taken a real shine to the kid, even knowing he likely wouldn't last long once they started sniffing around. But it had to be done. The ancient pact had to be kept, the old ways honored. Squatting down, unmindful of the sticky redness soaking into his dungarees, Judd gently closed those staring vacant eyes. "Weren't your fault, boy," he murmured. "Was just your turn is all. The forest always takes its due." His own turn would come one day, he knew. And on that day he'd walk into the hungry darkness with his head held high, a willing sacrifice to keep the primal beast sated, to buy a few more decades of tenuous peace for the world beyond the wild places, as it had always been, as it must always be. The guardians at the gate, paying the blood price so civilization could flourish, unknowing. Ahanu had upheld that trust to the end, giving his life to keep the hungry shadows at bay. He'd died on his feet, staring horror in the face. There was honor in that. "Sleep well, Ranger," Judd whispered. "The forest keeps you now." Straightening his creaking joints, the old man turned and shuffled back into the sheltering trees, leaving the clearing to the buzzing flies and the enfolding green. The dark boughs swallowed him, and he was gone. The old cabin door creaked as I pushed it open, the weathered wood rough under my calloused hands. Another long day patrolling the trails of Shoshone National Forest was finally over. All I wanted was to kick off my boots, stoke the wood stove, and pour myself a tumbler of cheap whiskey. I had taken this job as a backcountry ranger to get away from it all after 2 tours in Afghanistan. The horrors I'd witnessed overseas still haunted my dreams. I figured the remote wilderness of Wyoming, just me and the vast expanse of trees and mountains, would help quiet the ghosts of my past. And for a while it did. But lately, something strange had crept into my peaceful refuge. It started a few weeks ago. An eerie feeling of being watched, the snap of twigs in the undergrowth when no animals were around, a foul smell on the wind that made my nose wrinkle and the hair on my neck stand up. I'd shrugged it off at first, blaming it on fatigue and an overactive imagination. Then the reports started trickling in from hikers. Missing supplies from campsites, large barefoot tracks sunk deep in the mud, inhuman shrieks that echoed through the valley at night. Hikers were getting spooked, canceling their backcountry permits and hightailing it out of the woods. It was my job to investigate, to maintain safety and order in the 2.5 million acres of wilderness under my watch. But each report, each what-if proposed by the wary hikers, chipped away at my own sense of security and isolation out here alone in my cabin in the middle of goddamn nowhere. The floorboards groaned under my weight as I crossed the small room, tossing another log onto the struggling fire. Orange embers flared to life, dancing shadows flickering across the log walls. I collapsed into the threadbare armchair and finally poured myself that whiskey, the peaty scent curling into my nostrils. But even the comforting burn of alcohol sliding down my throat couldn't shake the unease skittering under my skin. Something was out there in those woods, I was sure of it now. And with winter fast approaching, my only easy way out of here would soon be buried under 6 feet of snow. I glanced at the hunting rifle mounted on the wall, then out the clouded window pane at the sea of pines stretching endlessly in every direction, already shrouded in darkness. I had a bad feeling deep in my gut that there were things lurking in that darkness, things that didn't want me here, and that I'd soon find out what those things were, whether I wanted to or not. Dawn bloomed pale and cold over the cabin, mist curling around the trunks of the towering evergreens. I laced up my boots, still damp from trudging through yesterday's rain, and slid my arms into my olive green ranger jacket. Time to go see what fresh hell awaited me today. I'd barely made it a quarter mile down the trail when I smelled it again. That putrid, rotting stench that seemed to be popping up more and more frequently these days. This time it was stronger than ever. I gagged, pulling my bandana up over my nose and breathing shallowly through my mouth as I moved forward, shoulder muscles taut with apprehension. What was that god-awful smell? I got my answer far sooner than I would have liked. Not 2 minutes farther down the path, I came across the source, and immediately wished I hadn't. A mule deer carcass, still steaming, sprawled across the trail. No, sprawled wasn't the right word. More like strewn, in bloody, mangled pieces. Clumps of brown fur and shredded viscera stretched in a wide radius around the body. What was left of it, at least. A leg here, a jutting rib cage there. The head was nowhere to be seen. My gorge rose as I forced myself to crouch down, to take a closer look. Black flies buzzed in a thick, droning cloud around the grisly scene. Forcing down my revulsion, I examined the tattered body cavity. There, clinging to the exposed vertebrae, were dark hairs far too coarse and tawny to have come from the deer itself. I carefully tweezed a few hairs free and bagged them, my hand shaking slightly. Evidence. Further inspection at the kill site revealed other disturbing details. An alarming amount of blood sprayed up the nearby aspens, far higher than any cougar could reach. Chunks of leaves and moss ripped up as if the deer's legs had kicked desperately. 3-toed tracks sunk deep into the boggy soil, far larger than any wolf print. Chills cascaded down my spine as I stood, my eyes darting around the brightening forest. I had seen nature's brutality before, but there was something unnatural about this slaughter, something much more sinister than a hungry mountain lion or a bear fattening up for hibernation. The thought that kept circling my mind like a relentless vulture was that no creature I knew of could have done this. Not in such a frenzied, haphazard way, not while remaining unseen by my cameras and hair snares. I'd been called superstitious before by my buddies back in the army. Gullible, prone to believing in things that lurked in shadows. Well, all those late nights spent reading about cryptids and campfire bogeymen were coming back to haunt me now in this misty forest, because I had a sinking suspicion that the mythical beast I'd always scoffed at, always dismissed as backwoods fantasy, was very much real. And it was hungry. I burst through the cabin door, adrenaline spiking through my veins, and lunged for the sat phone. My shaking fingers struggled to grip the chunky plastic as I punched in the only number that mattered right now. Dispatch. The gravelly voice of Hank, another backcountry ranger on loan from Yosemite, crackled through the tenuous connection. "Hank, it's Akesha. I need you to listen to me very carefully." I fought to keep my voice steady. "Something is out here, killing. I found a mule deer ripped to shreds on the southeast trail, just past Divide Peak. It's like nothing I've ever seen." Silence on the other end. Then, "You sure a bear didn't get to it? Heard they've been real hungry this year, what with the berries all dying off in that late frost we had." "It ain't a goddamn bear, Hank." I was yelling now, my fist clenched white-knuckled around the receiver. "I've seen plenty of bear kills. This was different. Tracks like I've never seen. Blood everywhere. Claw marks 12 feet up a tree." I sucked in a shallow breath and closed my eyes. "I think we might be dealing with a Sasquatch." A bark of laughter sounded tinnily through the sat phone speaker. "A Sasquatch? Akeshita, you feeling all right? That rot gut whiskey finally get to your head?" "Damn it, Hank, I'm serious." I resisted the urge to hurl the phone at the wall. "Just get some backup out here, would you, before someone gets hurt." All right. Don't get your britches in a twist. I'll call the Rangers over in Grand Teton, see if they can spare anyone for your wild goose chase. Sit tight." The line went dead. I slumped into the chair, my head pounding. I knew how crazy it all sounded. Hell, a month ago, if someone had told me Bigfoot was real, I'd have laughed them out of the woods. But I'd seen those prints, smelled that ungodly reek of death. I knew deep in the marrow of my bones that something was out there, and it sure as hell wasn't a wild goose. 2 days. 2 days of pacing the confines of my cabin like a caged animal, waiting for backup that never arrived. 2 days of flinching at every snap of a twig, every rustle of pine needles in the wind. 2 days of descending further into the depths of my own paranoia. I needed to get a grip. I was a highly trained Army Ranger, for Christ's sake. Not some wide-eyed tourist jumping at shadows, but as the sun sank for the second night with no sign of my fellow Rangers, the icy tendrils of real fear began to worm their way through my gut. If Hank had actually called for help, they should have been here by now. Which could only mean one thing: no one was coming. I was truly alone out here, just me and the encroaching winter and whatever the hell was lurking in those woods. I glanced at the old sat phone hanging silently in its cradle. I could call for help again, demand extraction. But in my mind's eye, I could already see their pitying looks, hear their snickers behind my back. Akeketa, the ranger who cried Sasquatch. I'd be a laughingstock. And besides, I'd signed up for this job, this solitude, for a reason: to confront my demons, to prove to myself that I was more than the aftermath of war. Running scared now would only be admitting defeat, not just to Hank, but to myself. So I did the only thing I could think to do. I prepped for battle. I inventoried my supplies, laid my weapons out on the rough-hewn table that dominated the cabin's single room. The hunting rifle, the bear mace, the 10-inch combat knife that had served me well in the mountains of the Hindu Kush. As I sat in the growing darkness, methodically cleaning and loading the rifle, a strange calm finally settled over me, the eye in the center of the hurricane. I was done waiting for the boogeyman to come knocking. It was time to go hunting. I crept through the shadowed trees, my breath pluming in the icy air. The sun had barely crested the eastern ridge, but I'd already been tracking for hours, following the meandering game trails and stream beds, searching for any sign of my unseen enemy. And now, it seemed my search had finally come to an end. There, in a matted tangle of hobblebush, caught on a jagged branch, a dark tuft of coarse hair swaying in the aching breeze. Just like the ones I'd found on the savage deer. Heart pounding, I squatted down, examining the soil. There, the barest imprint of that strange three-toed track. It was fresh, the edges crisp and damp. Whatever this thing was, it had passed this way not long ago. I followed the tracks, the trail winding deeper and deeper into the oldest, densest part of the forest. Massive hemlocks, trunks bigger around than my truck, loomed like ancient sentinels. The air grew thick and heavy, the silence oppressive. Even the ever-present birdsong faded away. Then I saw it. There, through a break in the underbrush, a clearing. Piles of branches and detritus mounted up in a rough semicircle, like some sort of nest. Bones, some deer, some elk, some disturbingly humanoid in shape, littered the ground. The stench of rot hung cloying and inescapable, and in the center of it all, a hulking shape, easily 8 feet tall, covered in matted brown fur. Its back was to me, but I could see the corded muscles rippling beneath its hide, the elongated arms hanging nearly to the ground, tipped with savage claws. Then it turned, and I saw its face. My blood turned to ice in my veins. The creature's face was caught in a nightmarish hybrid between man and ape, a twisted parody of the humanity I had so desperately sought in the wilderness. Deep-set eyes, almost black in their intensity, bored into mine with a startling, feral intelligence. Its jaw jutted forward, filled with jagged teeth, a predator's grin, and the smell, my God, the smell. Like a charnel house, fetid and cloying, so thick I could almost taste it on my tongue. For a moment that could have been an eternity, the creature and I stood there, locked in a primal tableau, ancient enemies sizing each other up. Then, with a speed belied by its massive size, it charged. I barely had time to react, to swing my rifle up to my shoulder, before it was on me. A huge hairy hand swatted the gun away like a child's toy, sending it spinning into the underbrush. Claws raked down my chest, shredding through my jacket like tissue paper, hot blood blooming in their wake. I stumbled back, fumbling for my knife, some distant part of my brain screaming at me that this was impossible, that this could not be happening. But the pain, the coppery warmth spreading across my skin, was all too real. I lashed out with the knife, felt it connect with solid flesh, eliciting a bellow of rage from the creature. But it was like trying to fell a redwood with a penknife. Another blow sent me sprawling to the loamy ground, gasping for air, the creature's bulk pinning me like an insect. I stared up into those hate-filled eyes, saw in them a glimmer of something disturbingly akin to triumph. Its fetid breath washed over me, and I knew with icy certainty that I was going to die here, alone in this forest, at the hands of a monster I'd once mocked. But even as I waited for the killing blow, my thoughts drifted unbidden to my family, my friends, my squad mates who had stood by me through hell and back. I saw their faces, heard their laughter, and I knew I couldn't give up. Not like this. With a wordless roar of defiance, I surged up against the creature's weight, my hand scrabbling desperately in the dirt and detritus, searching for anything I could use as a weapon. My fingers closed around something hard, ridged, a bone, I realized. Probably elk. I swung with all my remaining strength, felt the bone shatter against the creature's skull with a sickening crunch. It reeled back, a gargled scream tearing from its throat. I hit it again, and again, hot blood splattering my face, until the bone cracked in my hand and the creature finally slumped to the side, its chest heaving shallowly. I clawed my way out from underneath its bulk, vision tunneling at the edges, every breath like a knife between my ribs. Slowly, painfully, I limped to where my rifle lay in the dirt. I scooped it up, checked the chamber with shaking hands, still loaded. Small miracles. I staggered back to the fallen creature. It stirred weakly, its eyes glassy and unfocused. I pressed the rifle barrel to its misshapen forehead. "I'm sorry," I whispered, though whether to the creature or to myself, I wasn't sure. Then I pulled the trigger. The shot shattered the stillness, sending a flight of ravens screaming into the overcast sky. I sank to my knees beside the creature's corpse, the rifle slipping from my numb fingers. It was over. I had faced the nightmare and lived. But even as I watched the blood seep into the soil, I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted in these ancient woods, a primordial balance upended. And though the creature was dead, I knew its memory would haunt me until the end of my days. The knowledge that there were things lurking in the forgotten corners of the world, things that defied explanation or reason. I was alive, but I would never be the same. The wilderness had claimed a piece of my soul, just as surely as if the creature's claws had torn it from my chest. And I knew, with a grim certainty, that I would never truly leave this place. The old cabin door creaked as I pushed it open with a bloodied hand, the weathered wood rough against my fingertips. Another long, dark night stretched before me, and somewhere out in the shadowed trees, something howled. They say some beasts should never be disturbed, that there are ancient, malevolent forces lurking in the forgotten places of the earth that are best left alone. But when you're a young, naive park ranger like I was, full of courage and a sense of duty, such warnings tend to fall on deaf ears. I thought I was prepared for anything this job could throw at me. I had no idea how wrong I was. My name is Ahanu, which means he fights in the language of my ancestors, the Cherokee. I had just started my new position as a park ranger in the remote Shasta Trinity National Forest of Northern California. At 21, I was eager to prove myself in my first real job out of college, and while the pay wasn't great, I jumped at the chance to live in a rustic cabin out in the wilderness, surrounded by towering pines and rugged mountains as far as the eye could see. It felt like exactly the change of pace and scenery I needed after 4 years of lectures and dorm living. The job itself was straightforward enough on paper. Patrol the trails and campsites, assist lost or injured hikers, help maintain the park facilities, and generally serve as a steward of the forest and a friendly face to the public. But what they failed to mention in the job description was that I'd be stationed at the most isolated ranger outpost in the park, accessible only by a treacherous mountain road, and the nearest town a 2-hour drive away, or that my rustic cabin was little more than a dilapidated wooden shack with a leaky roof, spotty electricity, and no cell phone reception to speak of. Still, I embraced the solitude and the chance to truly immerse myself in nature. My daily hikes revealed the breathtaking beauty of the old-growth forest, with its towering redwoods, crystal-clear streams teeming with rainbow trout, and elusive wildlife like black bears and mountain lions. I felt at peace out there among the ancient trees, as if I was reconnecting with some primal, long-forgotten part of myself. But there were also times, especially at night, when the forest seemed to come alive with ominous creaks and shadows, filling me with a deep unease. The local legends spoke of dark, hungry things that roamed the woods after dusk, tales of hikers vanishing without a trace, of mutilated deer carcasses found high up in the branches of trees, of eerie, not quite human shrieks echoing through the river valleys. The other rangers would shrug them off as just old campfire stories whenever I brought them up. But alone in my cabin at night, the tall tales didn't seem quite so far-fetched. I had been there about 2 months when the disappearances started. At first it seemed like just another unfortunate but unremarkable case of hikers losing their way. The vast wilderness of the Trinity Alps has swallowed up many an unprepared trekker over the years. But something about these felt different right from the start. The missing persons had all been experienced outdoorsmen and women, well equipped with supplies and knowledge of the terrain. And the way they had vanished, without so much as a footprint or scrap of gear left behind, defied any natural explanation. Deep down, I knew there was something more sinister at play, even if I couldn't bring myself to admit it at the time. Call it ranger's intuition, or maybe some ancestral connection to the land and its secrets. But each time another hiker failed to return from their backcountry overnight, a chill would run down my spine and my thoughts would turn again to the whispered legends I had dismissed. I could feel the fear taking root, could sense the forest growing more restless, more watchful, as if it were trying to warn me about the nightmare to come. The first solid lead in the disappearances arrived on a Tuesday in mid-July, exactly 17 days after the last hiker, a 32-year-old software engineer from San Francisco named Jonathan Byers, had gone missing. I was out on my usual morning patrol, bushwhacking my way through a remote stretch of trail near the northeast border of the park, when a bright scrap of fabric caught my eye near the base of a massive Douglas fir. Kneeling down for a closer look, I could see it was a torn piece of a lightweight rain jacket, high-end gear of the sort favored by serious backpackers, but it was the dark stains and musky odor clinging to the ripped edges that made my blood run cold. Hands shaking slightly, I ran the fabric through my fingers, bringing it closer to inspect. The stench was unmistakable, the cloying, coppery tang of dried blood, mixed with an unfamiliar feral musk that made my nose wrinkle in disgust. Heart pounding, I swept my gaze across the forest floor, searching for any other signs of a struggle or clues to what might have happened here. But aside from a few snapped branches and scuff marks that could have been left by any passing animal, the dark, loamy earth revealed no secrets. Swallowing hard, I carefully bagged the bloody jacket scrap as evidence and marked the coordinates on my GPS before continuing on my way. Back at the ranger station that evening, I pored over topo maps of the area and cross-referenced the location with the last known whereabouts of the missing hikers. A pattern quickly emerged. All of the disappearances had occurred within a roughly 10-square-mile radius near the northeast edge of the park, the same general vicinity where I had found the torn, bloodied jacket. Furthermore, I realized with a shudder the trees in that area would have been shedding pollen right around the times the hikers vanished, coating the forest floor in a thick yellow dust that could make tracking nearly impossible. It was as if whatever was out there knew exactly when and where to strike to leave the smallest trace of its grisly work. More unsettling still was what I discovered when I rolled the bloody scrap of fabric over in my hands, inspecting every thread for potential clues. There, caught in the waterproof fibers on what would have been the inside of the jacket, I found a single coarse black hair, far too thick and wiry to belong to any of the typical fauna of the park. A hair that I would later learn matched no known animal species on record. At the time, it just felt like the final piece of the puzzle clicking into place, confirming the impossible truth I had been trying to deny, that there was a monster in the woods and it was hunting us. That night, I barely slept, my mind racing with the implications of what I had found. I knew I should take the evidence to the authorities, should sound the alarm and ask for backup to help track this thing and put an end to its killing spree. But I also knew how crazy it would sound, especially coming from a rookie ranger with a history of asking about old monster stories. I had a sinking suspicion they would sooner write me off as a superstitious nut than take my claims seriously. And more than that, I felt a fierce sense of protectiveness and responsibility for the park. A bone-deep need to see this through myself, to be the one to stop the beast and make the forest safe again. Still, I wasn't naive enough to think I could take this thing on alone. Armed with nothing but my standard-issue sidearm and a half-baked plan, I would need help, the kind that wouldn't ask too many questions or go running to the authorities. And I knew just the man for the job. An eccentric old cryptozoology buff who had been coming to the park for years to research his crackpot theories on Bigfoot and other local legends. He went by the name of Dr. Jacoby, though I had my doubts about the legitimacy of his credentials. But he was the closest thing to an expert on the myth of Sasquatch I had. And at that moment, diving headlong into the world of the paranormal seemed the only sane choice I had. The next day, I made the winding 2-hour drive into town, my mind churning with a nauseating mix of anticipation and dread the whole way. I tried to rehearse what I would say to Dr. Jacoby as I white-knuckled the steering wheel, how I would convince him to join me on my desperate hunt without sounding like a lunatic myself. But every possible opener sounded ridiculous in my head, the ravings of a madman or a reckless fool. By the time I pulled up to the battered mobile home that served as Jacoby's part-time research base and knocked on the flimsy aluminum door, my stomach was a nest of anxious knots. The man who answered had the wild, unkempt look of an aging hippie academic, his wiry gray hair sticking out at odd angles beneath a fraying fishing hat, and his thick beard streaked with tobacco stains. Pale blue eyes blinked out at me from behind round spectacles, shrewd and slightly suspicious. But when I introduced myself and stammered out a quick explanation of why I'd come, his lined face split into a delighted grin, as if I were an old friend dropping by to discuss his pet obsession. "Well now, Ranger Ahanu, you've certainly come to the right place," Jacoby chortled, waving me inside with an energetic sweep of his arm. "I've been telling folks about the big hairy hominids in these hills for 20 years, but nobody ever wants to listen. Of course, most of them haven't seen the evidence firsthand like you have." As he led me into his cluttered kitchen, already launching into an eager recounting of his many years spent combing the woods for signs of Sasquatch, I felt a flicker of hope for the first time since I discovered that damnably hair. Crackpot he may be, but the depth of Jacoby's knowledge and conviction was clear. If anyone could help me track and make sense of this thing, it was him. Over the next several hours, fueled by the professor's never-ending pots of burnt coffee, we pored over his research notes and grainy trail cam photos, scouring for any clues that might aid in our hunt. Jacoby was convinced that the creature was some relict population of Gigantopithecus, an extinct genus of ape that could have feasibly crossed the Bering Land Bridge into North America during the Pleistocene epoch. He claimed there had been sightings in the area going back decades, always isolated cases. A hiker here, a hunter there, so the authorities never connected the dots. But it was his theory about the beast's hunting habits that made my blood turn to ice water in my veins. These sightings, these disappearances, they all cluster around the same time of year, Jacoby explained, stabbing a nicotine-stained finger at one of his crumpled topographical maps. Late spring, early summer, mating season would be my guess. And if its behavioral patterns are anything like other great apes, that means the dominant males will be patrolling the borders of their territory, looking to pick off any threats or interlopers. I swallowed hard against the sudden constriction in my throat. "So you're saying this thing is, what? Protecting its breeding grounds?" "Could be," he nodded grimly, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. "All I know is, there's never been this many disappearances in a single season before. Which makes me think maybe there's a new alpha male in the area, asserting his dominance the only way he knows how, by eliminating anything he sees as competition." A new, horrifying thought occurred to me then. The way this creature was escalating, growing bolder and more violent with each passing year. What if it wasn't just defending its territory anymore? What if this was the start of something worse? A new evolutionary epoch where man was no longer the dominant predator. After all, the only species that kills for sport, that wipes out entire populations not out of need but blind aggression, is human. What if, in our arrogance, we had finally created an enemy that was learning to beat us at our own savage game? I left Jacoby's ramshackle lab that afternoon with a borrowed tranquilizer gun and a grim resolve settling in my gut. Crazy as it seemed, I knew the truth in my bones, could feel the primordial certainty of it thrumming in my veins. There was a monster in my woods, a beast that would keep killing until someone stopped it, and that someone had to be me. The next few weeks passed in a blur of sleepless nights and feverish planning, every spare moment spent poring over topographical maps and infrared trail camera feeds, hunting for any signs of my quarry. I threw myself into the search with a single-minded determination that bordered on obsession, my every waking thought consumed by visions of the creature's monstrous silhouette lurking in the underbrush. My fellow rangers quickly noticed the change in my demeanor, the grim set of my jaw and the dark circles etched beneath my eyes. They tried to voice their concerns, tentatively at first, then more insistently as the days wore on and I began neglecting my other duties in favor of ever longer, more remote patrols. But their words barely registered, bouncing off the hardened shell of my resolve like pebbles. How could I explain to them the bone-deep, primal dread that drove me? The unshakable conviction that there was something out there, something ancient and hungry and malevolent, that would keep devouring innocence until I put an end to it. They would have written me off as a madman, a danger to myself and others, and maybe they would have been right. The forest itself seemed to take on a sinister cast in those long, merciless weeks. The once soothing susurrus of pines turned ominous and watchful. Every snapped twig or rustling fern frond made me flinch for my rifle. My nerves stretched taut as piano wires. Slowly but surely, the wilderness I had once loved and sought solace in became my own personal heart of darkness. On one particularly suffocating night, as I lay sweating and unsleeping on my narrow bunk, I found my thoughts returning again to the disappearances, to the hikers whose names and faces now haunted my every waking moment. Jonathan Byers and his fiancée, Mara Jimenez, smiling arm in arm in a selfie taken at the trailhead. Aiden Thompson, a gangly 19-year-old with a shock of red hair, flashing a peace sign before shouldering his overstuffed pack. Naomi Jackson, a no-nonsense ex-Army sergeant with kind eyes, off for a weekend of solo hiking and birdwatching. All of them vanished into the looming dark of the forest, never to be seen again. All of them counting on me, whether they knew it or not, to keep these woods safe, to stop the thing that took them. The weight of that responsibility settled on my chest like a stone, crushing the breath from my lungs. I was no stranger to hard choices and sacrifice, growing up on the reservation, with a father lost to the bottle and a mother working 3 jobs to keep us afloat. I'd learned to be strong, to put the needs of the tribe before my own, and now my tribe was the forest and all the fragile, precious lives that passed through it. I couldn't let them down, couldn't let this creature, this perversion of nature, continue its grisly hunt, and so I planned and plotted and prepared, assembling my makeshift arsenal with grim focus. The traditional weapons of my ancestors, obsidian knives and yew longbows, seemed laughably inadequate against such a force, but I took a strange comfort in their solid weight, in the ancient knowledge that I carried my people's strength with me. Dr. Jacoby supplied what modern firepower he could, his manic energy only fueling my own sense of urgency. But it was the bait that twisted my stomach in knots, that made me question for the first time how far I was willing to go. If I couldn't lure this thing out of hiding with a few well-placed camera traps and recorded vocalizations, then I would need to give it what it craved most, human prey, in the form of myself, a one-man expedition deep into the beast's hunting grounds, too tempting a target to resist. It was a risk, I knew, a gamble with my own life as the stakes. But if it meant ending this nightmare, keeping the forest and its visitors safe, I was prepared to pay that price. On the morning of the last day of the month, as the sun slanted through my cabin window in a weak, lager-yellow haze, I shouldered my rifle and pack, sucked in a steadying breath, and plunged into the waiting tree line. Only the whispering pines bore witness to my departure. My plan, if you could call it that, was simple enough. Hike out to the creature's last known location, the place where I'd found that bloodied scrap of jacket, and wait. For as long as it took, however many long watches of the night, dangle myself like a worm on a hook and pray the beast took the bait before I lost my nerve or succumbed to exposure. It was a strategy born of equal parts desperation and brute stubbornness, the kind of all-or-nothing thinking that had served me well in the past when my back was against the wall. But as the shadows lengthened and the already oppressive forest grew thick with a brooding, watchful menace, a niggling voice of doubt crept unbidden into my mind. This was insanity, it was, Pered, the same nagging doubt that had haunted me since the start of this mad crusade. What chance did I, a lone mortal man, no matter how well armed or woodcrafty, have against a freakish aberration that had been honing its predatory skills since the last ice age? I was a mote, a dust speck flailing against the primordial dark. I had to be insane to think otherwise, but sanity, like so many of society's polite fictions, has little place in the deep woods. Out here there is only instinct and necessity, the brutal calculus of survival. And my every instinct screamed at me to press on, to see this through no matter the cost. If not me, then who? I was the only one who knew the truth, the only one who could stop this thing before it racked up an even bloodier tally. Madness was a small price to pay if it meant keeping those in my charge safe, and so I hiked, my boots eating up the duff-strewn miles as the forest pressed in close and green and ominous on all sides. Each step drew me further from the world of sidewalks and cell towers, deeper into a primeval shadowscape where half-glimpsed horrors lurked behind every mossy bole. Here the rules that governed the sane daylight world fell away, replaced by a more savage tooth-and-claw logic. I planned to make my stand at the base of the same towering fir where I had found Jonathan Byers' blood-soaked jacket, a fitting enough place for a final confrontation. I had no illusions of victory, knew I'd be lucky to even wound the creature before it shredded me with its scythe-like claws. But if I could slow it down, get a tracking dart in it, maybe I could lead the ranger team back to its lair to finish the job. It was the best I could hope for. As I trekked, I felt the weight of generations stretching out behind me, the spirits of my ancestors whispering their encouragement on the gusting wind. I pictured my father's careworn face, my mother's calloused, blueberry-stained fingers. They had never shirked from hard, thankless tasks, had faced down their own monsters with grim Dakota resolve. I could do no less. Deep down, I think a part of me had known it would end this way from the moment I first set foot in these woods. First felt the primordial thrill and dread of something ancient and hungry watching from the shadows. That same dark recognition had seized me the instant I saw that tuft of grimy hair caught in poor Byers' jacket. As if some long-buried race memory had shivered to the surface. As if all my years of carefully paved-over wildness, the slow accretion of civilization, had been stripped away in an instant, leaving only the raw, exposed bones of animal instinct. The light was just beginning to leach from the sky in a grimy gunmetal wash when I reached the appointed place, the air gone heavy and gravid with the promise of rain. Overhead, dark clouds massed like armies on the march, distant thunder echoing my pounding pulse. Carefully, moving with exaggerated slowness, I shed my pack, checked and rechecked my rifle, rummaged through my gear with a sniper's methodical patience, more ritual than necessity, and incantation against the chattering of my nerves. I don't know how long I waited there, hunkered amid the serpentine twist of roots, hardly daring to breathe as mosquitoes and horseflies drank their fill of my blood. Time lost all meaning, warping and stretching like taffy in the green-tinged gloom. My world narrowed to the rough bark at my back, the sour animal reek of my own fear sweat, the keening chorus of cicadas swelling and fading in waves. Each veer of light across the forest floor made my fingers twitch towards the trigger, and then, between one blink and the next, it was there. Not crashing through the brush with a matinee monster's ham-fisted menace, but simply there, as if it had coalesced out of the forest's shadowed heart. For a long, vertiginous moment I doubted my own senses, wondering if exhaustion and dread had finally unspooled my mind. Because the thing before me was at once terribly, viscerally real, and yet impossibly, deliriously wrong. As if my darkest, most unhinged nightmares had grown flesh and stepped screaming into the light. It was vaguely man-shaped, in the way a child's stick figure drawing approximates the human form. Towering and barrel-chested, its rangy, corded limbs were knotted with obscene musculature, like ancient yew roots that had soaked up centuries of black forest loam. Its hide was a palimpsest of scars and ropey pelts, thick as ironwood bark. But it was the head that froze the blood in my veins, stopped my breath cold in my seizing lungs. Because it wasn't a head at all, but a mind-bending protoplasmic mass of writhing tendrils, squirming and unfurling and tasting the air with 1,000 questing mouths. Mouths that parted to reveal needle-like fangs dripping in iridescent green ooze. In that moment, pinned beneath the thing's eyeless, alien regard, I knew with numb, gut-punch certainty that I had made a terrible, unforgivable mistake, that all my half-cocked bravado and grim determination were less than useless in the face of this primordial horror. I was an ant, a dust mite, railing against the onrushing dark with my speck-sized delusions of competence, There would be no slowing this creature, no clever tracking to its lair, only the swift and brutal rending of my flesh from my bones. The beast reared up to its full, staggering height, midnight black against the jaundiced sky, and let loose a sound that turned my bowels to water, a brain-scouring, atavistic shriek full of insatiable hunger and ancient malice. It echoed off the glowering pines, rang inside my skull like a struck gong, the primal, wordless void speech of a creature that had long ago forgotten even the concept of mercy. For a single, prayer-like instant, the thunderhead calmed before the red, roaring dark. My hand found the stock of my rifle, fingers settling into the familiar grooves. Safety off, crosshairs aligned center mass. I knew I would only get one shot before the thing was on me, all ripping fangs and grasping paws. One shot to make it count, to buy a few more screaming, blood-soaked minutes of life. But even as I squeezed the trigger, I knew it was futile. A mosquito's dying sting against a leviathan's bulk. The creature shrugged off my slug like it was a bothersome gnat, a minor inconvenience in its relentless, ages-old hunt. Its tendrils writhed and scalded the air as it lunged, claws splayed impossibly wide and hungry for my viscera. Something broke inside me then, some final, load-bearing bone of hope snapping clean. The woods blurred around me as I sprang to my feet, adrenaline and the last dregs of rational thought screaming at me to run, to flee this primal nightmare before it devoured me whole. My world narrowed to the slap of underbrush against my thighs, the swell and burn of my lungs, the mindless, animal terror blanking every thought but escape. And though every tortured sinew and tendon in my body propelled me forward, though I willed my legs to eat up the mossy miles back to the sane, well-gridded world, I knew with leaden certainty that there would be no going back, that this far beyond the reach of compass and church bell there was no safe retreat to the land of streetlights and subdivisions, no unringing the bell of dark epiphany, no closing my eyes now that I had glimpsed the savage, uncaring face behind nature's green mask. The creature was right behind me, gaining ground, its stinking breath singeing the hairs on my neck. I imagined I could already feel the wet, tearing agony of its jaws clamping down, the gush and spurt of my lifeblood feeding the ravenous forest floor. Despair rose in my throat, tangy and coppery as the first bright herald of death. And then, as if the universe itself had taken pity on my plight, the heavens opened up in a punishing, pounding deluge. Rain fell in stinging sheets, churning the duff to a sucking, boot-grabbing quagmire. But still I ran, slip-sliding and wildly careening, letting exhaustion and pain and the useless dregs of hope burn away until there was nothing left but forward motion, the blind, unthinking drive of prey to survive. Behind me I heard the creature bellow in rage, a sound to flay the skin from mortal bones, but it seemed more distant now, muffled by the storm's percussive roar. I didn't dare look back, didn't trust my treacherous eyes, just lowered my head and crashed on into the drowning dark. Time lost all meaning in that headlong, stumbling flight, minutes or hours or years blurring together in a smear of rain and ragged breath. My world narrowed to the sting of lactic acid in my thighs, the metal-bright taste of blood on my tongue, the tunnel vision drive to keep putting one foot in front of the other. I ran until my muscles seized and my lungs threatened to burst, until I no longer knew if I was fleeing or chasing, hunter or hunted. When at last my body betrayed me, legs crumpling like scissored strings, I pitched face first into the chilly muck, too spent even to break my fall. For long, airless moments I simply lay there shivering, cheek pressed to the rotten leaf mulch, waiting for the killing blow to fall, waiting for the agony of rending jaws and eviscerating claws to eclipse the searing throb of exertion, but it never came. Slowly wincing against the scourge of returning sensation, I levered myself up onto my elbows, cast a wild, whiplashed glance back the way I'd come. The woods were empty, inscrutable, wreathed in monsoon gloom. No hulking shadow crashed through the underbrush in my wake, no fetid stench of fell breath hung in the air. Even the ominous creak and rustle of boughs seemed muted, drowned beneath the seething hiss of falling rain. It was as if my pursuer had simply melted back into the forest's shadowed womb, reabsorbed into the primeval murk. As if I had dreamed the whole mad, growling chase in a delirium of exhaustion and dread. For a long, seasick moment, I doubted my own straining senses, wondering if the deprivations of the past months had finally unspooled my mind into gibbering madness. But no, even through the pounding veil of rain, I could still see the signs of struggle, of desperate flight, snapped saplings, scarred bark, a muddy furrow plowed by my clawing hands. Whatever rational explanation I might grasp for, the evidence of my own body was incontrovertible. I had not imagined those needle fangs, that carrion reek, the mind-bending wrongness of that squirming, grasping hunger. It had been here, inches from tearing out my throat, and it would be back, slowly, legs shaking like a newborn foal's. I hauled myself upright, cast about for some landmark, some anchor in the drowning anonymity of trees. But it was no use. In my panicked flight, I had veered far off course, plunging deeper into the throttling tangle of underbrush. The gray light filtering through the pine boughs gave no clue to direction, the faint, far-off grumble of thunder no marker of safe harbor. My compass, dragged wildly askew by animal terror, spun uselessly beneath the clasp of my pack. I was lost, loster than lost, swallowed up by the belly of an implacable, unfathomable dark. The same merciless wildness that had rent and devoured so many souls before me, that would go on devouring long after my bones were ground to meal. In that moment, as despair rose in my throat like sour bile, I understood with numb gut-punch clarity the true extent of my folly, my towering arrogance. Who was I, a mote, a dust speck, to think I could best a nightmare that had stalked these hills since the first Pleistocene dawn? What use were my laughable weapons, my tin pot traps and totems against a being that wore the forest like a second skin, that had beaten its red rhythm into the very bedrock? I was a child, an ant, railing against a force as vast and uncaring as continental drift, and yet, even as hopelessness dragged me under like an undertow, some stubborn spark still guttered in my chest, some flinty ember of sheer cussed spite. If I was to die out here, a speck devoured by the pitiless wild, it would not be weeping and writhing on my belly. It would be on my feet, with the snarl of defiance in my throat and a curse on my cracked lips for the thing that killed me. Hand trembling only slightly, I fumbled the rifle strap over my shoulder, took a deep steadying breath of the petriture-sweet air, then, jaw set and shoulders squared against the whetted, unseen eyes of the forest, I turned my boots towards the path of least resistance and began to walk. I made it maybe 5 miles, threading my way through the drowning murk, before the light truly failed and the bone-deep ache of exhaustion dragged me under. Too weary to go on, I sank to the spongy earth at the foot of a lightning-scarred fir, pulled my knees to my chest and prayed the paltry shield of my jacket would be enough to fend off the gnawing cold. Sleep, when it came, was shallow and fitful, a skittish dog shying from the snap of falling acorns. In my thin, feverish dreams, gnarled roots rose up to ensnare my limbs, pinning me writhing and helpless as monstrous forms slid from the baffled gloom. I woke gasping and shocky more than once to the drum of rain on my face, heart trip-hammering against my ribs until the waking world reasserted itself in ungentle increments. Dawn, when it finally crept in on stiff, arthritic fingers, brought little relief. An anemic, sickly light filtered through the boughs, turning the forest depths a sepulchral green. The rain had petered out to a dismal, seeping mizzle that wormed its clammy fingers down my collar, left me chilled and aching in every extremity. Of my pursuer there was no sign, no rank odor or clinging, oily dread. Only the creeping, insidious sense of being watched, assessed, as if the very trees were bending their vast, slow thoughts towards my dissolution. Mechanically, I choked down a handful of gorp from my pack. Barely tasting the gummed oats and raisins, the cloying sweetness of chocolate chips turned to wax on my tongue. Then, favoring my bruised ribs and bum ankle, I struggled back along my wavering course, retracing my steps by trail sign and stubborn instinct. It was punishing, spirit-leeching work, bushwhacking through the drowsing bracken, every muscle strung taut as bridge cable. Exhaustion dragged at my limbs, set black spots swarming across my vision. More than once I stumbled and nearly fell, saved from pitching headlong into the ravine only by a white-knuckled grip on an exposed root or salvaged walking stick. My world narrowed to the rough, rhythmic counterpoint of my breathing, the crunch and squelch of my boots in the mast. I was so focused on the scant yards ahead, the next snarled deadfall or jutting stone to navigate, that I nearly walked face first into the tree. It reared up out of the creeping mist like a crooked spine, its ball easily thrice the breadth of a draft horse, its hoary bark gone black with age. Half obscured by a pelt of moss and lichen, a crudely rendered glyph had been hacked into the trunk. 3 wavering lines, the middle one broken, enclosed by an uneven circle. It tugged at something in my hindbrain, some flickering, night-black inkling of ancestral dread. Then, heart-hammering, I raised my eyes to the glyph's twin carved maybe 20 yards ahead. Then its triple etched into a wind-twisted spruce, a trail of eldritch breadcrumbs, leading deeper into the forest's hulking, stone-gnawed heart. deeper into the hunting grounds of my nightmare-made flesh. I wish I could say that I hesitated, that self-preservation stayed my steps and sent me pelting back towards the dubious safety of the lowlands. But in truth, there was never any question. The same stubborn, half-cracked resolve that had brought me this far, the same flinty core of vengeance, left no room for flight. If the beast thought to waylay me with spoor and sly-laid scat, it would soon learn the folly of underestimating a son of the Dakota Nation. Jaw set and shoulders squared, I unslung my rifle, fixed a round in the chamber, the weapon's steely weight, the acrid bite of gun oil, centered and clarified, burning away the last foggy vestiges of fatigue. Then, a prayer to the grandfathers on my lips, I set off down the crooked, carven trail, into the belly of a waking, watchful dark. The path, if it could be called that, was narrow and choked with grasping bracken, the packed earth still soggy from the night's punishing rain, roots humped and tangled underfoot, threatening to send me sprawling with every lurching stride. Overhead, the canopy pressed close and umbral, alive with the skitter and shriek of unseen things. The air hung thick as spoiled milk, weighed down with a sense of brooding, simmering menace. My destination, I knew with a leaden certainty, was the heart of the beast's domain, the dank and moldering wellspring from which it drew its unnatural strength. Only there, in the rotted womb of its power, did I have any hope of facing the creature on even footing. It was a fool's hope, a mote's defiance, but it was all I had left. Time lost all meaning in that primordial wood, distance and direction swallowed up by the eternal, viridian gloom. I could only mark my progress by the burn in my lungs, the lancing fire in my joints as I scrambled and clawed through the choking undergrowth. The forest seemed to shift and writhe around me, trees melting into half-glimpsed horrors at the edges of my vision, only to snap back to gnarled wood when I whipped around. At last, just when I thought my hammering heart might burst in my chest, I stumbled into a clearing, an obscene rent hacked into the forest's flank. The trees fell away as if scythed, leaving a churned waste of mud and splintered stumps, and there, hulking at the clearing's center like an ancient burial mound, squatted the beast's lair. It was a crude primal thing, little more than a heap of boulders chinked with rotted logs and clods of mossy earth. But from its Stygian depths breathed a charnel reek, a choking miasma of old blood and moldering bones, the scent of generations of slaughter, soaked deep into the uncaring soil. For a long moment I simply stood rooted, hands white-knuckled on my rifle stock as I fought down the gorge rising in my throat. Every instinct screamed to run, to flee this blighted place and never look back. But I had come too far, sacrificed too much, to turn back now. Steeling myself with a shuddering breath, I approached the mound, picking my way over the broken earth with my weapon at the ready. The lair's crooked entrance gaped like a wound, a ragged slash of deeper darkness in the gathering gloom. Fetid air puffed from that abattoir maw, ruffling my hair and sending icy fingers trailing down my spine. At the threshold, I hesitated, offered up one final prayer to any god or ancestor who might be listening. Then, before the last of my courage could desert me, I stepped over the rotted lintel and let the darkness swallow me whole. Inside, the reek was a living thing, coiling in my lungs and squeezing like a fist. The blackness pressed in from all sides, disorienting and absolute, broken only by the feeble beam of my flashlight stabbing out ahead. Bones and bits of ragged fur crunched underfoot, the leavings of the creature's foul appetites. With each step I expected the beast to come lunging from the depths, a flurry of ripping fangs and eviscerating claws, but the attack never came. Instead, as I crept deeper into the lair's dank bowels, I began to make out a faint, sickly phosphorescence ahead, an eldritch gleam that turned my stomach to cold lead. Rounding a jutting spur of rock, I found myself in a vast, stinking cavern, its ceilings furred with glowing fungus. And there, in the chamber's center, crouched the object of my hunt, the stalker of my nightmares. Even dwarfed by the soaring vault of stone, the creature loomed, its squirming bulk scraping the cavern heights. Firelight from a guttering brazier played over its glistening hide, outlining the cable-thick ropes of ropey muscle, the serrated armory of claws and teeth and spines. But it was the eyes that snared me, froze the breath in my seizing lungs. Milky and lidless, they bulged from misshapen sockets, swiveling to fix me with a cold, alien hunger. In that pale, unblinking gaze, I saw no spark of reason, no shred of anything I could name as soul or sentience. Only a bottomless, unfathomable void, the cavernous absence at the heart of all living things. In that moment, I knew my quest for vengeance had been the purest folly, that I had deluded myself in thinking this thing could be slain by mortal means, that its existence could be scoured from the earth like mud from a boot heel. It was a force of nature, as pitiless and unyielding as the churn of glaciers, the grind of continental plates. To set myself against it was the maddest hubris, and yet, even as despair rose to choke me, I felt a strange, giddy sense of peace, of completion. I had done all I set out to do, had carried my duty to the bitter dregs. What happened now was in the hands of the spirits, the implacable turnings of an ancient, uncaring universe. My part in this story was done. Slowly moving as if through a dream, I raised my father's rifle to my shoulder one final time. The beast rumbled, its squirming bulk uncoiling as it rose to tower over me, blotting out the luminous sky. I could smell its charnel reek, feel the heat of its breath as it opened its tearing maw to roar its dominance. "This is for them," I whispered, the words scraped raw. "For all you took." And as the creature lunged, as its crushing jaws arced down to engulf me, I squeezed the trigger and let the cleansing fire carry me into the dark. Newspapers would report it as a tragic accident, a lone ranger lost to madness and misadventure in the unforgiving wild. They would speak in pious tones of a bright future cut short, a respected lineage shattered by obsession and grief. But the few tribal elders who still kept the old tales would nod in solemn recognition, eyes dark with ancient knowledge. They alone would understand the truth the young man had died for, the primordial horror he had lured back to its den with his own blood and bone. His had been the noblest of sacrifices, the purest of Pyrrhic victories, and though none now lived who spoke his name, who remembered his life or his reason, the land itself would hold his memory for generations. Though it lay dormant and glutted for the span of mortal lifetimes, a brooding, patient presence that seethed beneath the skin of the world, the forest did not forget, and it did not forgive. The wail of the wind through the towering pines filled my ears as I trudged along the narrow trail, my boots crunching through the crusted snow. Kondiarank, they called me, after the great Wendat chief. But out here I was no chief. Just a lone park ranger, tasked with protecting these ancient woods and the secrets they held. I'd taken this job to get away from it all. The stress, the people, the constant demands. Out here it was just me, the forest, and whatever lurked in the shadows. Sure, the pay was meager and the isolation could be suffocating, but there was a raw, untamed beauty to this place that called to something deep within my soul. As the sun dipped below the ridgeline, I quickened my pace, eager to reach the warmth and safety of my small cabin. But a strange sound made me pause, a guttural, almost human-like groan that seemed to echo through the trees. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. It couldn't be, could it? I shook my head, trying to dismiss the thought. Bigfoot was just a legend, a campfire story to frighten children. There was no way the creature actually existed, right? Still, I couldn't shake the eerie feeling that I was being watched as I hurried the last few yards to my cabin door. The next morning dawned cold and gray. As I sipped my coffee and checked the radio for any potential search and rescue missions, a strange report crackled through the static. A family of hikers had stumbled into a ranger station miles away, claiming to have been stalked and chased by a massive, hairy beast in the woods. My blood ran cold. I tried to push the report out of my mind as I set out on my daily patrol. But everywhere I looked, I saw signs that made my skin crawl. Massive humanoid footprints sunken deep into the muddy riverbank, broken branches and trampled underbrush, as if something huge had crashed through the forest. And always that uncanny feeling of being watched, of hostile eyes tracking my every move. As evening fell, I found myself jumping at every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves. I was an experienced ranger, not some green rookie. I'd faced bears, cougars, and treacherous terrain. But this was something different, something that made the primordial part of my brain scream danger. I tried to laugh it off, to tell myself that I was just spooked by that strange report. Bigfoot wasn't real. The hikers were mistaken, or outright lying. There had to be a logical explanation. As I climbed into my bunk that night, I kept repeating that to myself like a mantra. But deep down, I wasn't so sure anymore. The next few days passed in a blur of unease. The strange sightings and reports kept coming in. Park guests abandoning campsites in the middle of the night, swearing that something had been prowling just beyond the reach of the firelight. Eerie wails drifting on the night wind, sounding almost human and yet not. I interviewed hikers, checked trail cameras, and even collected scat samples to send to the lab. But I couldn't find any conclusive evidence of what was stalking the woods. At least, nothing I could include in an official report without sounding crazy. So I started my own private investigation, staying out later and later to track and observe. Deep down, I knew I should tell someone. My supervisor, the local wildlife biologist, anyone. But I was afraid of being labeled as unstable, or worse, a believer in children's campfire stories. And if I was honest, part of me wanted to be the one to bring the truth to light, to go down in history as the man who proved Bigfoot was real. As the days grew shorter and colder, I became more and more obsessed. I knew I was taking risks, neglecting my other duties in favor of my secret quest. But I couldn't stop, not until I unraveled the mystery. It was on a frigid October dusk that I finally got the evidence I'd been searching for. I was doing a final sweep of a remote trail when I heard the snap of a branch behind me. I whirled around and found myself face to face with a creature that should not exist. It towered over me, at least 8 feet tall, its massive body covered in shaggy black fur. But it was the eyes that struck me the most, intelligent, almost human, and filled with a terrifying intensity as they locked onto mine. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze. Then the creature opened its fanged mouth and let out a bone-chilling roar. Adrenaline flooding my veins, I turned and ran, crashing blindly through the undergrowth. I could hear the thing behind me, breathing hard as it gave chase. I'd never been so frightened in my life. Somehow I managed to lose myself in the darkening woods, taking shelter beneath the twisted roots of a massive oak. There I crouched for hours, trying not to breathe, straining to hear any sign of my pursuer over the frenzied pounding of my own heart. I stumbled back to my cabin in a daze, knowing that everything had changed. I now had confirmation of what I had both feared and secretly hoped. Bigfoot was real, and it was here, in my forest. The thought was both thrilling and utterly terrifying. In the days that followed my encounter, I became a man obsessed. I set up a complex network of cameras across the most remote parts of the forest, determined to capture more evidence of the creature. Every spare moment was spent reviewing grainy footage, analyzing strange footprints, and researching the lore of the Bigfoot. I pored over ancient native legends that told of the Janoskwa, the stone giant that roamed the forests, and pioneer settler accounts of the Sasquatch, the hairy wildman of the woods. The more I read, the more convinced I became that the creature I had seen was real, a remnant of a primordial world we had all but forgotten. But as my fixation grew, so did my isolation. I withdrew from my fellow rangers, ignored urgent radio calls, and let my other duties slide. Even when a group of hikers went missing in my sector, part of me didn't want to suspend my Bigfoot tracking to lead a search party. Deep down, I knew my obsession was consuming me, warping my priorities and my sense of duty. But I felt powerless to stop it. The mystery of the Bigfoot had sunk its claws into me, and I couldn't shake free, even if it cost me everything. My job, my friendships, maybe even my sanity. As the first snowflakes of winter began to swirl, I finally admitted to myself that I needed help. I couldn't keep going on like this, a lone ranger haunted by something I could barely prove was real. With shaking hands, I picked up the radio and put out a call to the head ranger station. But before I could confess what I had seen, a blood-curdling scream pierced the snowy silence. It sounded like one of the missing hikers, and it was coming from deep in the woods. Without a second thought, I grabbed my gear and plunged into the forest, following the echoing cries. As I ran, I tried to tell myself I was just doing my job, that this wasn't about the Bigfoot. But I couldn't ignore the prickling feeling on the back of my neck that told me the creature was out there watching me, and some dark part of me hoped I would find it. I burst into a small clearing and stumbled to a halt, my heart lurching into my throat. There, huddled in the blood-spattered snow, was the torn and broken body of the missing hiker, and crouching over it, its fur matted with gore, was the Bigfoot. The creature swung its massive head toward me, its eyes blazing with a feral light. In that moment, I knew with cold certainty that it saw me as a threat, a rival predator in its territory, and that if I didn't act fast, I would meet the same fate as the poor hiker. But as I fumbled for my bear spray, I hesitated. This creature, terrifying as it was a miraculous being, a piece of living myth. Could I really bring myself to harm it, to destroy something so rare and wondrous? That moment of hesitation almost cost me everything. The Bigfoot lunged, its fangs flashing toward my throat. I barely managed to twist away, feeling the hot brush of its breath on my skin. Instinct took over and I raised the bear spray, firing a stream of capsaicin straight into the creature's eyes. The Bigfoot reeled back with a deafening roar of pain and rage. For a second, I thought it might charge again. But then it turned and fled, crashing away through the trees like a living earthquake. I sank to my knees in the bloody snow, my whole body shaking with terror and exhaustion. In the aftermath, I told the other rangers I had been attacked by a rogue grizzly. I led them back to recover the hiker's body, but all signs of the Bigfoot were gone, obscured by the falling snow. Part of me was relieved I wouldn't have to explain, to prove what I had seen. But another part grieved that my time with the creature had ended in violence. As the search teams packed up and prepared to hike back, I took a last look at the forest, the ancient pines stretching into the gathering gloom. I knew the Bigfoot was still out there, nursing its wounds and its anger. I had become a part of its story now, and it a part of mine. Our fates entangled in a way I was only beginning to understand. I turned away and followed the other rangers into the falling night. My days of roaming these woods might be numbered now, but I knew I would never forget my time here, standing in the shadow of myth and legend. And sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, I would wonder if the Bigfoot was out there remembering me too. The first light of dawn crept through the small window of my cabin, casting long shadows across the worn wooden floor. I'd been stationed at the Denali Wilderness Outpost for nearly 3 months now, and the isolation had become both my sanctuary and my prison. My name is Akuli Tannen. In the local Athabascan language it roughly translates to Watcher of Distant Places, a name that seemed increasingly appropriate with each passing day in this vast Alaskan wilderness. The radio crackled with static, pulling me from my thoughts. I reached for it, adjusting the frequency until the voice of my supervisor, Ranger Jenkins, came through. Akuli, you copy? Got a situation about 40 miles northeast of your position. Hikers reported missing yesterday afternoon. Last GPS ping puts them near Blackstone Ridge. Weather's turning bad. Can you check it out? I grabbed my topographical map, locating the ridge. It was deep in the backcountry, an area known for its treacherous terrain and unpredictable weather patterns. Copy that. I'll head out immediately. Any details on the hikers? Group of 3, experienced according to their permit application. They were scheduled to check in last night but never did. Could be nothing, could be something. That's why I need you out there. On it, I responded, already gathering my gear. The truth was, I welcomed these search missions. They gave purpose to my days out here, far from the noise and complications of my previous life. 3 years ago, I'd been a corporate attorney in Seattle, drowning in paperwork and politics, until the day my brother died in a climbing accident in these very mountains. The authorities never found his body, just his backpack snagged on a cliff edge, its contents scattered by the wind. After that, something inside me changed. I quit the firm, completed an intensive wilderness rescue training program, and applied for this remote posting. Most people thought I was running away. Maybe I was. But I also knew I was running towards something. Answers, perhaps, or at least a sense of purpose in the same wilderness that had claimed my brother. I loaded my truck with emergency supplies, medical equipment, and enough provisions for 3 days. The weathered CB radio mounted to my dashboard sparked to life as I contacted dispatch to log my departure. As I navigated the rugged service road leading away from my cabin, a sense of unease settled over me. I'd learned to trust my instincts out here. They'd saved my life more than once. And something about this mission felt different. The morning sky hung heavy with dark clouds, and an unusual stillness permeated the forest around me. Even the wildlife seemed to have gone quiet. When the road ended, I continued on foot, my pack heavy against my shoulders. The terrain grew increasingly difficult as I approached Blackstone Ridge, a jagged formation of dark stone that jutted from the earth like ancient teeth. According to my GPS, the hiker's last known location was just beyond the northern face. The wind picked up as afternoon faded into evening, carrying with it the first flurries of snow and something else, a scent I couldn't quite place. Something primal and sharp, like wet fur and copper. I paused, scanning the tree line, but saw nothing unusual. As darkness approached, I needed to establish a base camp. About a mile from the hiker's last ping, I found a small clearing sheltered by a cluster of dense pines. I quickly set up my tent and started a small fire, more for light than warmth. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and if the hikers were still out here without shelter, hypothermia would be a serious concern. I used my satellite phone to check in with dispatch, reporting my position and plans to begin searching at first light unless the weather deteriorated further. After a quick meal of dehydrated stew, I settled in with my map and logbook, planning the next day's search grid. That's when I heard it, a sound that didn't belong in these woods. Not quite a howl, not quite a scream, but something in between. It echoed across the valley, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I reached for my rifle, my breath forming clouds in the cold air. Training taught us that most animal sounds in the wilderness had logical explanations. Foxes could sound like women screaming. Wind through rock formations created eerie moans. But in my 3 months patrolling these forests, I'd never heard anything like this. The sound came again, closer this time. I stood, scanning the darkness beyond my firelight. For a brief moment, I thought I caught a glimpse of movement at the edge of the clearing. Something tall and thin, moving with an unnatural gait between the trees. "Hello?" I called out, forcing authority into my voice. "Ranger Service. Identify yourself." Nothing. Just the crackle of my fire and the increasing whine of the wind through the pines. I kept watch for another hour, but whatever I'd seen or heard didn't return. Still, sleep came fitfully that night. Each time I drifted off, the same dream jolted me awake. A figure standing over me, its proportions all wrong, its face a blur of features that never quite settled into anything recognizable. By morning, fresh snow covered the ground, obscuring any tracks that might have been left behind. I packed up camp and started my search, trying to shake the feeling that something was watching me from just beyond the tree line. Something that understood exactly what I was doing, and was simply waiting for me to venture deeper into its territory. What I didn't know then, what I couldn't have known, was that this was just the beginning. The true horror waiting in these ancient woods would challenge not just my survival skills, but my very understanding of what exists in the corners of our world where human footprints rarely tread. The morning brought 6 inches of fresh snow and a bitter wind that cut through my layers like they were nothing. I started my search pattern at the hiker's last known GPS coordinates, working outward in expanding circles. Years of tracking had taught me to read the wilderness like a book, but the fresh snow made it challenging to find any signs of recent human passage. By midday, I'd covered nearly 2 miles in every direction without finding a single clue. I was preparing to move to a new search area when I spotted something unusual. A strip of bright orange fabric caught on a low-hanging branch. Emergency gear. I approached, examining it carefully. A torn piece of nylon, likely from a high-end hiking jacket. "Hello," I called out, my voice swallowed by the vastness around me. "National Park Service, is anyone out there?" The silence that followed was absolute, not even the whisper of wind through branches. Then, about 50 yards ahead, I spotted footprints emerging from beneath a rocky overhang where the snow hadn't completely covered the ground. I approached cautiously, camera in hand, to document what I found. The tracks were odd, human-sized, but with an unusual gait, as if the person had been injured or walking with an unnatural posture. They appeared, then disappeared, then reappeared again several yards away, as if whoever or whatever had made them was capable of impossible leaps. Following the sporadic trail led me to a small clearing where the tracks suddenly multiplied. Here, the snow told a disturbing story. Signs of a struggle, multiple sets of footprints overlapping in chaotic patterns, and dark stains melting through the pristine white. I knelt to examine one of the stains, already knowing what I'd find. Blood. The scene became clearer as I methodically photographed and documented everything. 3 distinct sets of human tracks entered the clearing from the south, likely our missing hikers. Then signs of a struggle. Then only the strange, uneven tracks leading away to the north, deeper into the uncharted wilderness. I collected a sample of the blood and marked the location on my GPS. Standard procedure would be to call for backup, but my satellite phone showed no signal here, nestled between towering ridges that blocked transmission. I'd have to continue alone or return to my truck, losing precious hours these hikers might not have. The decision weighed heavily on me as I considered the approaching dusk and the unnatural tracks leading into increasingly rugged terrain. Something was wrong here, something beyond a typical search and rescue scenario. I decided to follow the tracks for 1 more hour. If I found nothing conclusive, I'd return to my vehicle and call for a full search team with air support. The strange footprints led me northward, up increasingly steep terrain toward a part of the park rarely visited even by the most adventurous hikers. The land here felt different, older somehow, with gnarled trees that seemed to lean away from my approach. Then I saw it, a structure nestled between ancient spruce trees. Not a modern building, but something cobbled together from rough-hewn logs and stone, its roof partially collapsed under years of snow loads. An old trapper's hut, abandoned for decades according to park records. Yet smoke rose from a crude chimney. I approached with caution, rifle ready. The strange tracks led directly to the hut's weathered door. "Park service," I called out, positioning myself to the side of the entrance. "I'm here to help. Is anyone inside?" A low sound came from within. Not quite words, but something that suggested awareness of my presence. I waited, counting my heartbeats, then tried again. "I'm looking for 3 hikers reported missing yesterday. If you've seen them or need assistance, please respond." The door creaked open an inch, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. The smell that hit me was overwhelming, a mixture of rot, wet animal fur, and something metallic. I fought the urge to step back. "I'm coming in," I announced, using my foot to push the door wider while keeping my rifle raised. The interior was dim, lit only by dying embers in a crude stone fireplace. As my eyes adjusted, I made out a figure huddled in the corner, human in overall shape, but hunched in a way that sent warning signals through my brain. "Sir? Ma'am? Are you all right?" I asked, my flashlight beam searching for details. The figure turned slowly, and I caught a glimpse of a face. Haggard, dirt-streaked, but undeniably human. A man in his 30s, beard matted with what looked like blood and pine sap. "You shouldn't be here," he whispered, his voice cracking with disuse or fear. "It knows you're here now. Who knows I'm here? Are you one of the missing hikers? Where are the others?" He laughed then, a sound so devoid of humor it made my skin crawl. "Others? Gone. Taken. Changed." He gestured weakly toward the back of the hut. "It wears them now, wears them like coats." My flashlight beam revealed what I'd missed in my initial scan. Hiking equipment scattered across the dirt floor. 3 backpacks, their contents spilled out. A torn jacket matching the fabric I'd found earlier. A smashed satellite phone. "What happened here?" I demanded, trying to maintain my professional demeanor despite the growing horror. "Who did this?" "Not who," the man said, his eyes reflecting my flashlight with an animal-like glow. "What?" He began to tell me his story then. How he and his 2 friends had come to hike the challenging Blackstone route. How they'd been caught in a sudden snowstorm and sought shelter. How they'd heard sounds in the night that no human or known animal could make. "Jared went out first," he explained, rocking slightly. "Said he saw someone watching us from the trees. Thought it was another hiker in trouble. He was gone for 10 minutes when we heard the screaming." The man, who identified himself as Marcus, claimed his other friend, Lena, had grabbed their emergency flare gun and rushed out to help. Marcus had followed to the doorway, just in time to see something moving between the trees with impossible speed. "It looked like Jared at first," he whispered, called out with his voice. "But wrong, all wrong. The way it moved, like each joint bent backward. And its face." Marcus broke down then, his words becoming incoherent. I checked him for injuries. His only physical wounds appeared to be frostbite on his extremities and deep scratches on his arms that looked self-inflicted in panic. "We need to get you out of here," I said firmly, already planning the fastest route back to my vehicle. "Whatever happened, you need medical attention." "Can't leave," Marcus said, suddenly gripping my arm with surprising strength. "It's waiting. Watches during the day. Hunts at night. Wearing their skins now. Looking like them, but not them." A sudden wind rattled the hut's remaining window, making us both jump. Outside, the brief winter daylight was already fading. "We're leaving now," I insisted. "I'm armed and trained for wilderness survival. I'll get you to safety." Marcus looked at me with a mixture of pity and resignation. "You don't understand what's out there. The locals have stories. The Athabascans call it." A sound cut him off. Something between a whistle and a shriek. Coming from just outside the hut. Marcus went rigid, his eyes widening. "It's here," he breathed. "God help us. It's here." I moved to the window, peering cautiously through a crack in the weathered shutters. In the dimming light, I could make out a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. The proportions were wrong. Limbs too long, stance too unbalanced. As I watched, it tilted its head at an impossible angle, as if sensing my observation. Then it smiled, revealing teeth too numerous and sharp to be human. Night was falling, and we were 3 miles from my truck, with something inhuman blocking our path. Something that, according to Marcus, could mimic human appearance and voice, but not quite perfectly. Something that had already taken 2 experienced hikers. The rational part of my mind searched for explanations. A bear walking upright. A territorial human assailant. Hallucinations brought on by hypothermia or toxic exposure. But as the creature took a step toward the hut with that unnatural, jerking gait, I knew we were facing something that defied rational explanation. I checked my ammunition and secured the door with the crude wooden bar that served as its only lock. Marcus huddled near the fireplace, muttering what sounded like prayers. We'll wait it out, I decided, trying to project confidence I didn't feel. First light, we make a run for it. But as darkness engulfed the forest around us, a part of me wondered if either of us would live to see the dawn. Whatever waited outside seemed to sense my thoughts because it began to circle the hut, testing each wall, each potential entrance, with methodical patience, and then it began to call to us using voices that weren't its own. Help me. Please, someone help. The woman's voice came from just outside the hut's eastern wall. Young, terrified, and heart-wrenchingly human. I knew it had to be a mimicry of Lena, Marcus's missing friend, but the accuracy was uncanny. Don't listen, Marcus whispered, hands clamped over his ears. It learns voices from hearing them scream. I positioned myself between the door and Marcus, rifle ready. The hut had only one entrance and a small window too narrow for anything human-sized to enter. Still, I felt exposed, as if the walls themselves might melt away at any moment. Marcus? Marcus, is that you in there? I'm hurt. Please. The voice changed location, now coming from near the chimney. I imagined the creature pressing its mouth against the stones, sending its stolen voice down to us. It can't get in, I said, more to convince myself than Marcus. This structure has stood for decades. We just need to wait until daylight. Marcus looked up at me with hollow eyes. It got into the tent. It'll get in here. The radio at my hip crackled suddenly, making us both jump. Through bursts of static, I could make out Jenkins's voice from dispatch, barely audible. A coolie, status report. Respond. I grabbed the radio, hope surging. Jenkins, this is a coolie. Emergency situation at Trapper's Point. Need immediate extraction with armed backup. Possible hostile individual. 2 hikers missing, 1 survivor with me. The response was mostly static, with only fragments coming through. Breaking up. Repeat. Coordinates. I provided our location, unsure how much was being received. The transmission ended with a final burst of static, then silence. They know where we are, I told Marcus. Help will come by morning. Outside, the creature had gone quiet, which somehow felt more threatening than its vocal mimicry. The silence stretched on, broken only by the occasional creak of the hut's timbers settling and the dying crackle of our meager fire. I used the reprieve to check our resources. My pack contained emergency rations, first aid supplies, flares, and ammunition. The hut itself offered little besides rudimentary shelter, a few moth-eaten blankets, rusted trapping tools hanging from pegs, and dry firewood stacked in a corner. We should take shifts sleeping, I suggested to Marcus. 2 hours each. I'll take first watch. He nodded weakly but made no move to rest. Instead, he began speaking in a low, urgent tone. My grandfather was half Athabascan, he said, eyes fixed on the embers. He used to tell stories about creatures in these mountains. Things that lived here long before humans, things that resented our intrusion. What things? I asked, despite myself. Skinwalkers, not the Navajo kind. These were different, older. They don't just mimic humans, they hunt them, take their appearance, their memories, their voices. Perfect imitations except for... He trailed off, swallowing hard. Except for what? The way they move. All wrong. And they can never get the eyes right. Grandfather said if you look into their eyes, you'll see nothing human there. Just ancient hunger. A sudden thump on the roof sent dust and debris raining down on us. Something heavy was moving across the ancient timbers, testing their strength. It's trying to find a way in, I whispered, pointing my rifle at the ceiling. The creature seemed to be searching for weak points, its weight shifting from one section of the roof to another. Several times, I heard the crack of wood giving slightly under pressure, but the old structure held. After what seemed like hours, the movement stopped. The silence that followed was even more unnerving. Was it waiting for us to lower our guard? Had it found another approach? Marcus had finally fallen into an exhausted sleep, curled against the wall farthest from the door. I maintained my vigil, fighting to stay alert as the hours crept by. The cold was becoming a serious concern. Our small fire provided minimal heat, and the temperature continued to drop as night deepened. I checked my watch. 2:17 a.m. Still hours until dawn. A soft scratching sound drew my attention to the door. Not the frantic clawing of an animal trying to break in, but something more deliberate, almost like fingers tracing patterns on the wood. Then a new voice spoke from just inches away, separated from me only by the weathered planks of the door. Akule, my own name, spoken in my brother's voice. The voice of a man who had died in these mountains 3 years ago. Akule, It's me. I need your help. I've been lost for so long. My hands trembled on the rifle. Logically, I knew this had to be another trick. The creature mimicking a voice it had somehow pulled from my mind. But the accuracy was perfect. The slight rasp my brother had developed from years of smoking. The way he slightly emphasized the second syllable of my name. "You're not him," I said, my voice barely audible even to myself. "I never died, Akule. I've been trapped out here. Please just open the door. Let me see you one last time." I felt my body rise, drawn toward the door by a mix of grief and desperate hope I thought I'd buried years ago. Some rational part of my mind screamed warnings, but it seemed distant, drowned out by my brother's pleas. My hand was inches from the wooden bar securing the door when Marcus woke with a startled cry. "Don't!" he screamed. "That's how it got Lena. Use Jared's voice." His shout broke whatever influence had been pulling me forward. I stumbled back, horrified by how close I'd come to opening our only protection. The thing outside hissed, a sound no human throat could produce, and suddenly slammed against the door with tremendous force. The wooden bar groaned but held. "It can't mimic us perfectly without our skin," Marcus said, now fully awake and pressed against the back wall. "But it gets in your head somehow, makes you want to go to it." The assault on the door continued, each impact more violent than the last. Soon, the ancient wood began to splinter around the hinges. "We need a backup plan," I said, scanning the hut desperately for options. The only other way out was the chimney, but it was narrow and would require climbing directly over the fire. Even if we managed it, we'd be exposed on the roof with nowhere to go. Another impact, and one of the door hinges partially tore from the frame. "The trapping pit," Marcus suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the floor near the west wall. "When I was hiding here, I found it. Old trappers used to store furs in a cellar." He scrambled to a rough-woven rug and pulled it aside, revealing a trapdoor set into the dirt floor. Together we heaved it open, revealing a dark space below, not much more than a shallow pit dug into the frozen ground and lined with stones. "It's not deep enough to hide in," I noted desperately. "No, but look." Marcus pointed to what appeared to be a narrow tunnel extending from one side of the pit. "I think it leads to another exit. Trappers always built escape routes in case bears came for their stores." The door splintered further, a gap appearing between the wood and frame. Through it, I caught a glimpse of something pale pressed against the opening, not quite a face but a grotesque approximation of human features, like clay molded by inexperienced hands. "Go," I ordered Marcus, helping him lower himself into the pit. "Follow the tunnel. I'll be right behind you." I grabbed my pack and rifle, then paused to kick burning logs from the fireplace toward the door. It wouldn't stop whatever was out there for long, but might buy us precious seconds. The tunnel was barely wide enough for an adult to crawl through, its earthen walls reinforced with ancient timbers. Marcus disappeared into the darkness ahead of me. I followed, pulling the trapdoor closed above us just as the hut's door finally gave way with a thunderous crack. We crawled frantically through the narrow passage, the sound of destruction echoing behind us as the creature tore through the hut in search of its prey. The tunnel extended for perhaps 30 feet before opening into the crisp night air on the side of a steep embankment. Marcus emerged first, with me close behind. We found ourselves on a wooded slope about 50 yards from the hut, which was now partially visible through the trees. Something moved within it, a tall silhouette visible through the broken doorway. "Run," I whispered, pointing downhill. "Stay quiet. Head for the ridge to the east. It's our best chance to reach my truck." We moved as quickly as we dared through the snow-covered forest, using trees for cover. Behind us, an inhuman shriek split the night. Our escape had been discovered. The forest seemed to come alive with sound and movement. Shadows darted between trees at the edge of my vision. Voices called out, sometimes Marcus's friends, sometimes my brother, sometimes other voices I didn't recognize. Each seemed to come from a different direction, as if we were surrounded by a chorus of lost souls. "Don't listen," I reminded Marcus, who stumbled forward with his hands pressed against his ears. "Keep moving." The eastern sky was beginning to lighten, not yet dawn, but the first hint that night would eventually end. If we could evade capture until full daylight, we might have a better chance. A figure suddenly moved into our path, humanoid but wrong in every detail. In the dim pre-dawn light, I could make out distorted features that shifted and flowed like liquid, never settling into a recognizable face. Marcus screamed, the sound piercing the pre-dawn stillness. I raised my rifle and fired twice. The creature jerked backwards but didn't fall. Instead, it tilted its head at an impossible angle, regarding us with what might have been curiosity. Then it smiled, revealing too many teeth arranged in concentric rings. "Run!" I shouted, firing again as Marcus bolted to the right. The creature moved with blinding speed, not toward me but after Marcus. I pursued, crashing through underbrush, desperate to catch up. When I broke through into a small clearing, I found Marcus on his knees, the creature looming over him. It had one elongated hand pressed against the back of his head, while the other stretched toward his face, fingers unnaturally extended. I fired again, emptying my rifle into the creature's back. It arched, releasing Marcus, who fell forward into the snow. The thing turned toward me, its face rippling like disturbed water before settling into a horrific approximation of my own features, looking into my own eyes, but wrong, so fundamentally wrong. I felt a primal terror unlike anything I'd experienced before. This was what Marcus had warned about. The eyes that revealed the ancient, inhuman intelligence behind the stolen face. Before I could reload, the creature lunged toward me with that unnatural, jerking gait. I swung my rifle like a club, connecting with what should have been its head. The impact felt wrong, not the solid thud of striking flesh and bone, but something yielding and elastic. The blow bought me just enough time to reach for the flare gun in my belt. As the creature recovered and moved toward me again, I fired directly into what passed for its face. The magnesium flare ignited with blinding intensity, embedding itself in the creature's flesh. An unearthly scream tore through the clearing as the thing clawed at its burning face, which seemed to melt and reform simultaneously. I used the distraction to grab Marcus, who was conscious but dazed. Together we stumbled away from the thrashing creature, toward the ridge that would lead us back to safety. Behind us, the screaming stopped abruptly. I glanced back to see the creature standing perfectly still, its partially burned face twisted into an expression that might have been rage or pain. Then, with one final look in our direction, it turned and moved with terrible speed back into the depths of the forest. Dawn was breaking as we reached the ridge. In the growing light, I could see my truck parked where I'd left it, a mile down the slope. And beyond it, the welcome sight of approaching headlights, Park Service vehicles responding to my distress call. We had survived the night. But as I helped Marcus down the steep terrain toward rescue, I couldn't shake the feeling that our encounter had not ended, merely paused. The creature had retreated, but something told me it wasn't defeated. It had simply returned to its ancient hunting grounds, where it would wait for the next unwary humans to venture too deeply into its territory. And I knew, with bone-deep certainty, that I would return to these woods. Not just because it was my duty as a ranger, but because now I understood what might have happened to my brother 3 years ago. His body had never been found because perhaps in some terrible way he was still out there. His voice, his memories, his face worn by something ancient and hungry that called these mountains home. 6 weeks have passed since the incident at Trapper's Point. Official reports list Jared Holman and Lena Carver as missing, presumed dead from exposure. Marcus Chen was treated for hypothermia, frostbite, and trauma-induced psychosis before being transferred to a psychiatric facility in Anchorage. No one believes his story. No one believes mine either. I submitted my official report, carefully worded to emphasize the objective facts, signs of struggle, blood evidence, the destroyed hut. I omitted the impossible movements, the voice mimicry, the face that shifted like liquid. Such details would have ended my career and possibly landed me in the bed next to Marcus. Jenkins pulled me aside after I filed the paperwork. "Look, Akule, we all get rattled out there sometimes. The isolation, the conditions, it messes with your head. Take some leave. Clear your mind." I didn't argue. I accepted the mandatory 2 weeks off, spent them researching in libraries and talking to local Athabascan elders who were willing to share their stories. Most turned me away, but a few, seeing something in my eyes that told them I'd seen what they'd seen, spoke in hushed tones about ancient beings that walked the deepest wilderness. The old ones, one elder called them. They were here before us, will be here after us. They do not like that we have forgotten them, forgotten the old ways. "How do you fight them?" I asked. He regarded me with ancient eyes. "You don't. You respect their territory. You remember the old boundaries, but respecting boundaries wasn't enough anymore, not when these things, whatever they were taking people, taking their faces, their voices, their very identities." I returned to duty with a new purpose. On paper, I was the same dedicated park ranger, performing my search and rescue duties with professional diligence. But every free moment was spent investigating, mapping incidents over the decades where hikers had vanished without explanation in certain remote areas of the park. A pattern emerged. Clusters of disappearances around locations the Athabascans considered forbidden. Places where, according to their traditions, the membrane between our world and something else grew thin. Today marks my first official patrol back in the Blackstone Ridge area. Jenkins was reluctant to assign me there, but I insisted I needed to face my trauma to overcome it. The ridge looks different in spring. Snow has retreated to the highest elevations, replaced by carpets of alpine wildflowers and verdant undergrowth. Beautiful if you don't know what watches from the shadows. I've established a new base camp 3 miles from where the hut once stood. The structure burned to the ground the night of our escape, spontaneous combustion according to the investigation. No one questioned why the fire hadn't spread to the surrounding forest despite high winds. My tent is reinforced, surrounded by tripwires and motion sensors. Not that such measures would stop what I encountered, but they might provide warning. My pack contains not just standard ranger equipment but items gathered from my research. Cedar bundles prepared by an Athabascan medicine woman, iron spikes, and salt. Superstitious nonsense perhaps, but I take comfort in covering all possibilities. Night falls earlier than expected as clouds roll in from the north. I secure my perimeter and retreat inside my tent, recording the day's observations in my journal. Maps spread around me show the locations of every unexplained disappearance in the park's history, forming clusters around certain geographic features. The radio crackles, Jenkins checking in. I report all normal, no signs of the missing hikers or unusual activity. He reminds me that a storm is coming, advises me to return to the ranger station tomorrow. I agree, knowing I have no intention of leaving. Around midnight, the wind picks up, howling through the trees with almost vocal quality. I lie awake listening, trying to distinguish natural sounds from anything else. The boundary between weather and voices grows increasingly blurred. One of my tripwires triggers, setting off the small LED indicator near my hand. Something is moving around my campsite. I ready my rifle but remain in the tent, watching the walls illuminate with each lightning flash, creating a shadow theater of the surrounding forest. Between flashes I catch glimpses of something moving, not with the chaotic randomness of wind-blown branches but with purpose. I know you're out there, I say, not loudly, but knowing somehow that it can hear me. The movement stops. The next lightning flash reveals a silhouette pressed against my tent wall, a tall, thin shape, its proportions subtly wrong. My radio suddenly activates, static pouring from the speaker, within which I can almost discern words. I resist the urge to adjust the frequency, to try to make sense of what might be a trap. Lightning flashes again, and the silhouette is gone. In its place, footprints circle my tent, not the distinct impressions of human feet, but something that approximates them, as if whatever made them was working from an imperfect memory of human anatomy. I spend the night in a state of hypervigilance, weapon ready, eyes scanning the darkness between lightning flashes. The presence circles but never approaches closer than 10 feet from my tent, testing boundaries, learning patterns, watching. Dawn breaks with the storm's passage, revealing a transformed landscape. The pristine forest floor is now littered with broken branches and debris. Perfect camouflage for any signs my night visitor might have left behind. Still, I search methodically, documenting what I find. Near where the silhouette stood, the ground bears unusual impressions, not quite footprints, but disturbances in the soil that suggest tremendous weight distributed in a non-human pattern. I photograph them from multiple angles before they can be further degraded by the morning breeze. According to my scheduled patrol route, I should head back to the ranger station today. Instead, I pack up camp and move deeper into the territory I've mapped as having the highest concentration of disappearances. If my research is correct, I'm approaching one of the places the Athabascans marked as forbidden in their oldest stories. By mid-afternoon, I reach a secluded valley nestled between 2 forbidding rock faces. The vegetation here is unusual, older, more gnarled varieties of the same species that grow throughout the park. Moss covers everything in thick carpets, muffling my footsteps as I establish a new camp. The air feels different here, heavier, charged with something I can't name. Wildlife is notably absent. No bird calls, no evidence of the small mammals that should populate this ecosystem. Even insects seem scarce. I set up camp with methodical precision. My defense is more elaborate than before. Beyond tripwires, I place small bells on fishing line at varying heights, creating an alarm system that would detect movement at any level. Around the perimeter, I place the iron spikes and salt lines recommended by the elders, not because I fully believe, but because I can no longer afford to disbelieve. As dusk approaches, I position myself at the entrance of my tent, journal in hand, recording everything I observe. The sun sets behind the western ridge, plunging the valley into premature darkness. The temperature drops precipitously, far more than normal for this time of year. My breath forms clouds in the suddenly frigid air. I check my thermometer, 20 degrees Fahrenheit, and dropping rapidly. Impossible for a spring evening, even in Alaska. The bells begin to chime, not with the consistent rhythm of wind, but in sequence as if something is methodically testing each one. The sound comes from all directions at once, a physical impossibility that sends ice through my veins. "I know what you are," I call out, my voice steady despite my racing heart. "I know these are your hunting grounds." Silence falls, absolute and unnatural. Even the wind seems to pause. Then from the darkness beyond my camp a voice responds, not the mimicked voices of the missing hikers or my brother, but something older, its English halting and strangely accented as if learned from overheard conversations rather than direct interaction. "You know nothing, watcher of distant places." It knows my name, not my given name, but the meaning of Akule in the Athabascan language. A cold certainty settles over me. The creature hasn't just been watching me since that night at the hut. It's been watching me since I arrived in Alaska, perhaps even before. "I know enough," I respond, scanning the darkness for movement. "I know you've taken people, worn their skins, used their voices." A sound emerges from the darkness, not quite laughter, but an approximation of it, like something learning human expressions through imperfect observation. "We take what ventures into our territory, as is our right. As has always been our right. These mountains are protected wilderness now," I say, knowing even as the words leave my mouth how meaningless human designations must be to something ancient. People come here for recreation, for connection with nature. They come uninvited, unprepared, disrespectful. The voice moves as it speaks, circling my camp. They have forgotten the old ways, forgotten the offerings, forgotten that some places are not for human feet. A twig snaps to my left. I turn, rifle raised, catching a glimpse of movement. Tall, angular, moving with that unnatural gait I remember from the hut. "What about my brother?" I ask, a question that has burned in me for 3 years. "Was he one of your victims?" The sound that comes might be laughter again, or something else entirely. "Your brother? Yes, he climbs where he should not climb, goes where humans should not go. But he is interesting. He fights. Even now he fights." My blood runs cold. "Even now? You mean he's still part of us, part of this place, as you could be?" The creature steps partially into the circle of light cast by my lantern. I see it clearly for the first time. Tall, impossibly thin, its limbs jointed in ways that defy human anatomy. Its skin has the texture of wet clay, features constantly shifting and reforming. But its eyes remain fixed and ancient, holding knowledge and hunger in equal measure. "Why show yourself to me?" I ask, weapon trained on its center mass, though I have no idea if conventional weapons can harm it. "Why speak to me when you've only hunted others?" The creature tilts its head at an impossible angle. "You are different. You seek us. You learn our ways. Few do this anymore." "I seek justice for those you've taken." "Justice?" The word seems to amuse it. "We were here before your kind named that concept. We will be here after you forget it." It takes another step forward, crossing my carefully placed salt line without hesitation. "Whatever these beings are, the old protective measures seem useless. Your brother spoke of you. Before he became part of us, he believed you would come." Grief and hope war within me. The possibility that some essence of my brother might persist is both comfort and horror. "Can he be returned?" I ask, knowing the answer even as I voice the question. "Nothing is ever returned from our keeping. But you could join him, become part of what we are, see through our eyes, hunt with us through the millennia." It extends one long, fluid limb toward me, an invitation or a threat I cannot tell. I raise my rifle, not in threat but in boundary setting. "I didn't come to join you. I came to understand what happened, and to warn you." The creature pauses, its features shifting into what might be curiosity. "More humans will come," I continue. "More every year, with technology, with weapons, with curiosity that won't be deterred by disappearances. Your hunting will draw attention. Eventually they'll come in numbers you can't overcome, even with your abilities. We have outlasted many threats. Not like this. The modern world is connected in ways you don't understand. If people keep disappearing here, they'll bring the full force of human investigation. They'll find you, study you, perhaps destroy you." The creature is silent for a long moment. its form seeming to ripple in the lantern light. What do you propose, watcher of distant places? Boundaries, I say simply. Respected on both sides. There are remote areas of this park humans rarely visit. Make those your territory. Leave the marked trails and common areas untouched. And if humans stray into our hunting grounds, frighten them away. Make them feel unwelcome, but let them leave with their lives and forms intact. The fear will create stories that keep others away. The creature considers this, its body language, impossible to read. Finally, it speaks again. You would be our intermediary, the one who maintains these boundaries? Yes, I answer, understanding now why I was drawn to this job, to these mountains, not just to find answers about my brother, but to serve a purpose I couldn't have imagined. I'll mark your territories on ranger maps as dangerous, prone to avalanches or other natural hazards. I'll divert hikers to safer paths, and in return, no more disappearances, no more stolen faces or voices. And I hesitate, knowing I'm crossing into territory no rational person would enter. Information about my brother, what happened to him, where his remains might be found. The creature makes that not quite laughing sound again. Your brother no longer has remains as you understand them, but we will show you his final resting place. A gesture of good faith, it retreats then, backing into the darkness beyond my lantern light. Before disappearing completely, it speaks once more. Dawn, follow the ravens to the western ridge. Come alone, then it's gone, leaving me with questions about whether I've lost my mind or found my purpose. Perhaps both. I remain awake until first light, considering the implications of what's happened. I've entered into a negotiation with something science says cannot exist. I've potentially betrayed my oath as a ranger to protect park visitors, yet I've also potentially saved countless lives by establishing boundaries with an ancient predator. As promised, ravens appear with the dawn, 3 of them, circling overhead before flying purposefully toward the western ridge. I follow, pack light, weapon ready, uncertain whether I'm being led to answers or to my death. The ravens lead me to a narrow crevice in the rock face, barely visible unless you're looking directly at it. The birds perch above the opening, watching expectantly. I squeeze through into a cave system that shows no signs of previous human exploration. The air grows increasingly cold as I descend, my headlamp illuminating rock formations undisturbed for millennia. In the deepest chamber, I find what I've been seeking for 3 years. My brother's climbing gear lies arranged in a careful pile: harness, carabiners, helmet. Beside them his journal, preserved in the dry, cold air of the cave. But of his body there is no sign. I open the journal with trembling hands, finding his final entry, Day 17. I've ventured further into the restricted zone than planned. The formations here are unlike anything I've documented elsewhere in the range. There's something about this place, something old. I keep feeling like I'm being watched, but when I turn, there's nothing there. Just shadows that seem to move independently of their sources. Tonight I'll camp in the western cave system, then head back tomorrow. Strange how I feel both an urgent need to leave and a curious reluctance to go. Almost as if the mountains themselves want me to stay. If anything happens to me, Akule will come. He always does. I close the journal, tears freezing on my cheeks in the subterranean cold. This is as close to closure as I'll ever get. The ravens watch impassively as I emerge from the cave, my brother's journal and climbing ID secured in my pack, proof enough for the authorities to officially close his case, if not enough to provide the full truth of what happened. As I begin the journey back to my camp, I sense eyes following my progress, not hostile now, but watchful, assessing whether I will honor our arrangement. I understand now why I took this job, why I was drawn to these remote mountains after my brother's disappearance. Some part of me sensed there were boundaries that needed maintaining, territories that required respect, ancient agreements that had been forgotten. I am the watcher of distant places, the intermediary between worlds that should not meet, the keeper of boundaries between human spaces and something older. In the coming months, I revise hiking trail maps, citing environmental concerns to close routes that lead to the territories I now know belong to the ancient ones. I document unusual geological formations that should be avoided for safety reasons. I volunteer for the most remote patrols, establishing a presence that reminds both sides of our arrangement. Occasionally, I sense them watching from the tree line or catch glimpses of movement too fluid to be natural. Sometimes, on the coldest nights in the deepest wilderness, I hear voices that sound almost like my brother's, carried on winds that seem to originate from nowhere. The disappearances stop. Hikers return with stories of feeling unwelcome in certain areas, of sensing eyes upon them, of hearing voices that urged them to turn back. The legends grow, creating natural boundaries more effective than any fence or warning sign. I remain in my cabin on the edge of their territory, 1 foot in each world. I know that someday, perhaps years from now, I will venture one last time into those forbidden places and not return. My body will never be found. Rangers who come after me will add my name to the list of those claimed by the wilderness. But for now, I maintain the watch, fulfilling a purpose as ancient as the creatures themselves. In the struggle between modern human expansion and forces that predate our existence, I stand at the crossroads, ensuring neither side encroaches too far into the other's domain, for this is the truth I've learned in the remote wilds of Alaska. We have never been alone in this world, and some lands were never meant for human keeping. The crackle of the radio woke me from my fitful slumber. I fumbled in the darkness of my small ranger hut, a modest wooden structure that had become my home for the past 8 months. Outside, the Alaskan wilderness was shrouded in perpetual dusk, the winter months stealing all but a few precious hours of daylight. Aklak, come in. Over. The voice belonged to Mira, my supervisor at headquarters, 50 miles south. I grabbed the radio. This is Aklak. Go ahead. We've got a situation. Hikers reported strange noises near Blackstone Ridge. Probably nothing, but worth checking out at first light. Copy that. I'll head out at dawn. I set the radio down and stared at the ceiling beams. Aklak, the name chosen for me by Nukulik, an elder from the local UP community. It meant black bear in their language. When I arrived in Alaska 3 years ago, broken and seeking escape, Nukulik had seen something in me that I couldn't see in myself. The name wasn't mine by birth. Back then, I was someone else entirely. A Chicago financier with a corner office and a life that looked perfect on paper. Then came the accident, my wife and daughter gone in an instant on an icy highway. Their absence carved a void so deep that civilization became unbearable. I fled north, as far from memories as possible. The ranger position appeared like an answer to a prayer I hadn't known I was making. Isolation, purpose, a chance to save others when I couldn't save my own. My hut sat in a clearing surrounded by towering pines, their branches heavy with snow. The nearest town was a 4-hour snowmobile ride away. My closest neighbors were wolves, moose, and the occasional lost hiker, perfect for someone running from ghosts. The wind picked up outside, whistling through the cracks in the log walls. I added another log to the wood stove and pulled out my map, studying the terrain around Blackstone Ridge. The area was known for its treacherous ravines and unstable ground, a dangerous place in daylight, deadly at night. Sleep wouldn't return now. I reached for my journal, flipping to a fresh page. This had become my ritual, recording the strange occurrences that seemed to be increasing lately, tracks that ended abruptly in fresh snow. Game animals found mutilated in ways no predator I knew would leave them. The persistent feeling of being watched. Day 247, I wrote. More reports from Blackstone. The locals won't go near it. Nukulik warned me again yesterday about the thin places where the world of spirits bleeds into ours. I wasn't superstitious when I arrived in Alaska. Now, I wasn't so sure. The wilderness had a way of stripping away certainties, leaving you vulnerable to possibilities that would seem absurd in civilization. Dawn broke reluctantly, a faint lightening of the eastern sky. I dressed in layers, thermal underwear, wool shirt, insulated pants, and my heavy ranger coat. The temperature outside hovered around -20, deadly cold for the unprepared. The snowmobile started on the 3rd try. I secured my emergency pack, rifle, and radio before setting off toward Blackstone Ridge. The machine's headlight carved a narrow tunnel through the darkness as I followed a trail only I could see, memorized through countless patrols. 2 hours into the journey, I noticed the tracks. They crossed my path at a perpendicular angle, human-like footprints, but wrong somehow. Too large, with elongated toes that dug deep into the snow. They led west, toward Blackstone. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature settled in my chest. I'd seen similar tracks before, always in this region, always leading to places where hikers later went missing. I radioed headquarters. Mira, I'm about 5 miles from Blackstone. Found unusual tracks heading that way. Static answered me. Mira, do you copy? Nothing. Just the soft hiss of dead air. Not uncommon in these mountains, where signals bounced erratically off rock faces and were swallowed by valleys. I continued forward. The snowmobile's engine the only sound in the vast silence. The trees grew more dense, their shadows deeper. My headlight caught a flash of movement ahead. something large darting between the trunks. I slowed to a stop, cutting the engine. The silence that followed was absolute. No birds, no wind in the branches, nothing. Hello? My voice sounded small and meaningless against the enormity of the forest. From somewhere to my right came a sound I'll never forget. A low, rattling hum that seemed to vibrate from the earth itself. Then, closer, the snap of a branch. The stories Nukilik had told me rushed back. Tales of the Yupik and other tribes about creatures that walked between worlds. Beings that could wear the skins of animals and men. Hunters that were never hunted until someone ventured alone into places they shouldn't go. I restarted the snowmobile with shaking hands. As the engine roared to life, I looked up to see a figure standing 50 yards ahead on the trail. Tall, impossibly tall and thin. It might have been human once, but no longer. Its limbs were too long, its back hunched at an unnatural angle. Though its face was hidden in shadow, I felt its gaze upon me, calculating and ancient. I turned the snowmobile sharply, throwing snow as I veered off the trail and into the trees. Behind me, through the engine noise, I heard something moving in pursuit, not running but keeping pace with a loping gait that covered ground quickly. This can't be real, I told myself as branches whipped past. This can't be happening. But in the Alaska wilderness, reality isn't always what you expect. And sometimes, the legends are true. I made it back to my hut as the brief daylight began to fade. My hands wouldn't stop trembling as I secured the snowmobile and hurried inside, bolting the door behind me. The radio crackled to life almost immediately. Aklak, where have you been? You stopped responding mid-transmission. I grabbed the handset. Mira, something's out there. I don't know what I saw. Slow down. Are you injured? No, I'm fine. The lie came automatically. I wasn't fine. Nothing about this was fine. The transmission must have cut out. I'm back at the hut now. What about Blackstone? I glanced out the window at the darkening forest. I couldn't reach it. Trail conditions were worse than expected. There was a pause. That's not like you, Aklak. I'll try again tomorrow. Another lie. I wasn't sure I would ever go back to Blackstone Ridge. After signing off, I paced the small confines of my hut, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. A bear standing upright? No, the proportions were all wrong. A lost hiker? No human moved like that. I pulled out Nikilik's book, a gift he'd given me after my first year as a ranger. The Old Stories, he'd called it, a collection of native legends and beliefs passed down through generations. I'd read it out of respect for him, but had dismissed most of it as superstition. Now I turned to the section about the skinwalker with new eyes. Among many tribes I read, there are legends of powerful witches or shamans who can transform themselves into animals through dark magic. In the Northlands, these beings are particularly feared, as they are said to hunt lonely travelers and steal their essence. The description matched the tracks I'd been finding. Human-like but distorted, appearing and disappearing as if the creature could change form at will. A sharp knock at the door nearly stopped my heart. I froze, listening. It came again, 3 precise taps. Who's there? I called, reaching for my rifle. No answer. I approached the door cautiously, weapon ready. Identify yourself. Silence stretched for several seconds before a voice responded. A deep, gurgling sound that approximated human speech. Ranger, help. Lost. Every instinct screamed danger, but I was still a park ranger. Helping the lost was my job, my purpose. I peered through the small window beside the door. A figure stood on my porch, hunched against the cold. It wore what looked like standard hiking gear, parka, snow pants, boots. Its face was hidden by a scarf and the shadow of a hood. Where's your group? I asked through the door. Alone, came the reply. Please. I thought of the creature I'd seen earlier. This figure seemed human enough, but something felt wrong. The proportions beneath the bulky clothing seemed slightly off, the posture too rigid. There's a satellite phone on the north side of the hut, I said. Use it to call headquarters. They'll send help. The figure didn't move. Cold, dying. My training warred with my fear. If this was a legitimate hiker in distress, refusing aid could mean their death. But if it wasn't, step back from the door, I instructed. 10 feet back where I can see you clearly. The figure remained motionless for a long moment, then took one deliberate step backward. Not 10 feet, just one single step. I clutched my rifle tighter. Further back, help me. The voice had changed, becoming smoother, more persuasive. Don't you want to help me, Ranger? Isn't that why you came here? To save people? A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I hadn't told anyone outside headquarters why I'd become a ranger. My past wasn't common knowledge. Who are you? I demanded. The figure's head tilted at an odd angle. Someone who knows loss, like you. My finger tensed on the trigger. Leave, now. A sound emerged from the figure, not quite laughter, not quite growling. You chose this place because it's wounded, like you. But you didn't know what bleeds through the wounds. I fired a warning shot into the air through the partially opened window. The report was deafening in the small space. When my vision cleared, the porch was empty. I spent the night with my back to the wall, rifle across my lap, jumping at every creak and groan of the old hut. Twice I heard scratching at the walls, like claws or elongated fingers dragging across the logs. With the first gray light of dawn, I radioed headquarters. I need to come in, I told Mira. There's something wrong out here. What happened? How could I explain? I think someone's stalking the area, possibly dangerous. I need backup before investigating further. Nearest additional ranger is 3 days out with the weather system moving in, she replied. Can you make it to the outpost at Cold Creek? Jack's stationed there. Cold Creek was 20 miles northeast. A long journey, but manageable in daylight. I'll head there now. I packed essentials only. Rifle, ammunition, emergency supplies, radio, and Nuclex book. Whatever was out there, I wouldn't face it unprepared again. The snowmobile started reluctantly in the bitter morning cold. As I pulled away from the hut, I glanced back one last time. A chill ran down my neck when I saw what decorated the outer walls. Dozens of strange symbols carved into the wood overnight. Concentric circles and jagged lines that seemed to pulse with malevolent purpose. 5 miles into my journey to Cold Creek, the snowmobile's engine sputtered and died. No amount of troubleshooting would revive it. I was stranded in the wilderness with at least 15 miles to go on foot. A dangerous prospect even without being stalked. I established my position on the map and radioed Mira, keeping my voice calm despite the panic building inside me. Engine failure. I'm proceeding on foot to these coordinates. I read off my location. Expected arrival at Cold Creek by nightfall. Copy that. Stay on the marked trail and maintain hourly radio contact. I shouldered my pack and began walking, sinking knee-deep in fresh snow with each step. The forest pressed in around me, too quiet for comfort. No wildlife sounds, no rustle of branches. Halfway through the day, I realized I was being followed. Subtle signs at first, a distant shadow moving parallel to my path, the occasional snap of a twig when I paused to rest. Then more obvious, tracks appearing behind me where I'd just checked and seen nothing. The radio went dead after my third check-in. Just static, no matter how I adjusted it. As afternoon faded toward evening, I spotted a small cabin ahead, not on any of my maps. Smoke rose from its chimney, suggesting occupation. I approached cautiously, desperately hoping for legitimate human contact. An old man sat on the porch, whittling a piece of wood. He looked up as I approached, his weathered face impassive. "You're a long way from your post, Ranger Acklick," he said. I stopped short. "How do you know my name?" He gestured to my uniform. "It's right there on your jacket." "Of course." I exhaled slowly, trying to calm my frayed nerves. "I'm trying to reach Cold Creek Outpost," I explained. "My snowmobile broke down." The old man nodded. "Cold Creek's still a good 8 miles north. You won't make it before dark." He stood up, joints creaking. "You'd better come inside." Every warning bell rang in my mind, but the alternative was freezing in the wilderness after nightfall. I followed him into the cabin. The interior was spare but comfortable, a bed in one corner, a wood stove radiating heat, shelves lined with preserved foods and books. Normal, reassuringly human. "Name's Koseki," the old man said, pouring coffee from a battered pot. "Been out here 40 years. You're not on any ranger maps," I noted, accepting the steaming mug gratefully. Koseki shrugged. "Government doesn't know everything about these woods. Neither do rangers." He fixed me with a penetrating gaze. "But you're learning, aren't you?" I sipped the coffee, unsure how to respond. "It's following you," he said matter-of-factly. "Has been for weeks, I'd guess." My mug froze halfway to my lips. "What is?" "Locals have different names for it. The skinwalker, the wendigo, the one who hunts." Koseki returned to his chair. "It finds the wounded ones, the ones carrying pain, feeds on it before it feeds on them." My hand shook slightly, coffee sloshing. "You believe those stories? Belief has nothing to do with it. It's real whether you believe or not." He pointed to my pack. "You brought Nuclex book, Start Believing." "How did you?" "The old ways still work out here," Koseki interrupted. "Protection symbols, offerings, respect for boundaries. The newcomers forgot, or never learned." He leaned forward. Why did you come to Alaska, Ranger? The question caught me off guard. To help people, half-truth, he said dismissively. You came to hide. From loss, from guilt. Anger flashed through me. You don't know anything about me. I know you're bait for something ancient and hungry. Koseki's voice remained calm. It smelled your pain from miles away. Been circling closer ever since. Outside, the wind picked up, whistling around the cabin's eaves. Darkness had fallen completely. What does it want? I asked finally. To wear your skin, to know your pain from the inside. Koseki stood and moved to a trunk in the corner. To become you. He opened the trunk and removed something wrapped in leather. Unwrapping it revealed an ancient-looking knife with a bone handle carved with symbols similar to those I'd seen on my hut walls. You can't outrun it, he said, offering me the knife. You can only face it. I stared at the weapon. I have a rifle. Bullets won't stop it. This might. When I hesitated, he added, the blade is obsidian bound with human blood. An old medicine man made it for a purpose. As I reached for the knife, something heavy crashed against the cabin wall. The windows rattled. Again a tremendous impact, as if something large was hurling itself at the structure. Koseki seemed unsurprised. It knows you're here. It knows what I've given you. A third impact, and one of the windows cracked from frame to frame. Through it I glimpsed a tall, emaciated figure with 2 long limbs and a face that shifted between human and animal features. How do I kill it? I demanded, clutching the knife. You don't, Koseki replied calmly. You face your pain, that's what it feeds on. Take that away, and you take its power. The door began to splinter under a new assault. I have to get out of here, I said, gathering my pack. There's a tunnel, Koseki said, pulling back a rug to reveal a trapdoor. Leads to a cave system. Follow the marked path. It will take you to Cold Creek by morning. Come with me, I urged as I opened the trapdoor. Koseki shook his head. My journey is different from yours. He pressed something else into my hand, a small leather pouch. Protection. Now go. I descended into darkness as the cabin door finally gave way above me. The tunnel beneath Koseki's cabin was narrow and damp, forcing me to crouch as I moved forward. My headlamp illuminated rough-hewn walls marked with more of the strange symbols I was beginning to recognize as wards or protections. The air grew colder as I progressed, heavy with the scent of wet stone and something older, a primordial smell that reminded me of predators. I clutched the obsidian knife in one hand, my rifle slung across my back. Neither weapon provided much comfort against the sounds that echoed through the tunnel behind me, scraping noises, like claws on stone, and occasionally a low humming growl that made the hairs on my arms stand rigid. It was following me. The tunnel branched repeatedly, but true to Koseki's word, small phosphorescent markers indicated the correct path. Without them, I would have been hopelessly lost in the underground labyrinth. I wondered about Koseki, who he really was, and whether he had survived the creature's attack on his cabin. Something told me this wasn't the first time he'd faced the entity. After what felt like hours, the tunnel widened into a large cave. My light couldn't reach the ceiling, but it revealed something unexpected on the cave floor. A perfect circle of stones, each carved with symbols matching those in Nukalik's book. In the center of the circle lay a bundle of fur and feathers tied with sinew. An offering of some kind, clearly ceremonial. The scraping sounds behind me grew louder. I had to keep moving, but something about the stone circle compelled me to step inside. The moment I did, a sense of calm washed over me. Artificial but powerful, like being insulated from the terror that had driven me forward. The pouch Koseki had given me grew warm against my chest where I'd tucked it. I opened it to find a mixture of herbs, bone fragments, and what looked like dried blood. A protection charm, he'd called it. A memory surfaced of Nukalik explaining the concept of sacred space. Some places, he'd said, stand between worlds, doorways where the membrane is thin. In such places, rules can be broken or enforced. The stone circle was such a place, a boundary, a threshold. And I had choices to make. My radio crackled unexpectedly to life. Through static, I heard Mira's voice. Aklik, do you copy? We've lost contact for hours. I fumbled for the handset. Mira, I'm underground. There's something. The radio died again as a guttural howl echoed through the cave, closer now. My brief moment of safety was ending. I moved to the far side of the cave where the tunnel continued, but stopped at the sight that greeted me. Fresh claw marks scoring the stone walls, each gouge deeper than any animal should be capable of making. Something had come through here recently, perhaps more than one something. The thought that I might be trapped between multiple predators sent a spike of panic through me. I considered my options: press forward into unknown territory, or face what pursued me from behind. The choice was made for me when a figure emerged from the tunnel I'd just traversed. It moved with unnatural fluidity, its body seeming to flow rather than walk. In the beam of my headlamp, I could see it more clearly than before. A mockery of human form, skin stretched too tight over elongated limbs, its face a blend of human and animal features that shifted and blurred as if unable to settle on a single appearance. Most disturbing were its eyes, intelligent, ancient, filled with a hunger that went beyond the physical. Ranger, it said in that same gurgling approximation of human speech I'd heard at my door. Why run from me? I only want to know your pain. I backed away, knife extended before me. Stay back. The creature tilted its head at an impossible angle. I've tasted your grief from afar. So sweet, so pure. It took another flowing step forward. The wife, the child, the icy road. Your fault, wasn't it? Rage and terror mingled in my chest. You know nothing about me. I know everything about you, Aklak. It spoke my adopted name with contempt. Or should I call you by your true name? It spoke then. My original name. The one I'd abandoned after the accident. The sound of it from this creature's mouth was an obscenity. How could you possibly? I've been watching you for months. Learning you. Following your patrols. Another step closer. I've been in your hut while you slept, breathing your breath, tasting your dreams. The thought of this thing standing over me while I slept unaware sent a wave of nausea through me. I raised my rifle and fired 3 rounds directly into its chest. The bullets struck with wet thuds, but the creature didn't fall. It looked down at the wounds with mild curiosity as black ichor oozed from the holes, then back at me with something like amusement in its constantly shifting features. Physical weapons, it said. So limited. I remembered Koseki's words. Bullets won't stop it. He'd been right. The creature lunged suddenly, covering the distance between us faster than my eyes could track. I slashed with the obsidian knife, connecting with what might have been an arm. The blade cut deep, and the creature recoiled with a shriek that shook dust from the cave ceiling. Black ichor dripped from the wound, sizzling where it hit the stone floor. The knife had hurt it. Emboldened, I pressed forward, slashing again. The creature dodged this time, circling me with that same unnatural fluidity. We were engaged in a macabre dance now, predator and prey, though the roles seemed momentarily reversed. You cannot kill me, it hissed. I am older than your species. Then why are you bleeding? I challenged, feinting with the knife. It snarled, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. Your pain called to me, so delicious, a feast. Its form seemed to ripple and stretch. Give yourself to me, and I will end your suffering. By killing me? By becoming you? By carrying your burden? Its voice changed, becoming softer, more seductive. Isn't that what you want? Release from your guilt for a moment. Just a moment. The offer tempted me. The weight of grief I'd carried for years, the endless replay of that night on the icy road, the constant question of whether I could have prevented their deaths, to be free of that burden seemed almost worth any price. The creature sensed my hesitation and pressed its advantage. I can give you peace. Let me in. Its form blurred again, and suddenly it wore a face I recognized. My wife's face, perfect in every detail except for the eyes, which remained those of the predator. Let me in, it said with her voice, reaching for me with elongated fingers. Rage burned through my momentary weakness. You're not her, I snarled, slashing with the knife. The blade connected with its outstretched arm, slicing deep. The creature recoiled, its stolen face melting back into the shifting horror of its true appearance. I pressed my advantage, driving it back toward the stone circle. Some instinct told me that the circle represented safety, or perhaps a trap for the creature rather than for me. As we neared the ring of carved stones, the creature became more frantic, its attacks more desperate. It lunged at me again, claws extended toward my throat. I ducked and rolled, coming up inside the stone circle. The effect was immediate. The creature howled in frustration, pacing just outside the boundary like a caged animal. You cannot hide in sacred ground forever, it snarled. I don't need forever, I replied, though I had no plan beyond this temporary sanctuary. The creature began circling the stones, testing the barrier from different angles. I realized with growing dread that the protection was weakening. Each time it pressed against the invisible boundary, it seemed to give a little more. In desperation, I opened Nukalik's book, frantically searching for anything that might help. The pages fell open to a section about confronting skinwalkers. The power of the skinwalker comes from fear and pain. It feeds on negative emotion, growing stronger with each feeding. To defeat such a being, one must confront the source of one's own pain and release it. Only then will the creature lose its hold. Confronting my pain, it was what Kaseki had told me as well. But how? Years of therapy hadn't eased my guilt over the accident. How could I possibly release it now, under these circumstances? The creature continued its circling, occasionally reaching out to test the barrier. Each time its clawed hand penetrated a bit further before being repelled. I clutched the obsidian knife, knowing it would not be enough if the protection failed completely. The knife had hurt the creature, yes, but not stopped it. Something more was needed. Almost without conscious thought, I found myself reaching for the offering in the center of the circle, the bundle of fur and feathers. As my fingers touched it, images flooded my mind. A younger Koseki standing in this very cave. The creature, somewhat different in appearance but recognizably the same entity. A ritual of binding and containment. Understanding dawned. Koseki hadn't just known about the creature, he had faced it before, perhaps even trapped it temporarily. The tunnel system wasn't just an escape route. It was a path to this confrontation, one Koseki had prepared for. The bundle in my hands began to unravel of its own accord, revealing its contents. A small carving of black stone, shaped like a human figure but with exaggerated limbs. A representation of the Skinwalker. The creature noticed what I held and let out a screech of rage. "Return that," it demanded. "It is mine." I looked from the carving to the creature, understanding growing. "This is yours? Part of you? A binding?" it hissed. "A theft. Return it or suffer." The carving pulsed with negative energy in my palm, cold and malevolent. A piece of the creature's essence, somehow captured and contained. I had a weapon now, or at least leverage. "Stay back," I commanded, holding the carving over the obsidian knife. "Or I destroy this." The creature froze, its constantly shifting features settling momentarily into an expression of genuine fear. "You do not know what you hold," it said, voice lower now. "The consequences." "I know it's important to you," I interrupted. "Important enough that you want it back." A new thought occurred to me. Perhaps this was what Koseki and Nukulik meant by facing my pain. Not some internal psychological breakthrough, but a literal confrontation with the entity that had been feeding on my grief. The creature seemed to gather itself, its form rippling with barely contained rage. "What do you want?" "Safe passage," I said. "For me and anyone else in these woods. No more stalking, no more attacks." "I must feed," it replied simply. "Not on people. Not anymore." It laughed, a horrible sound like breaking glass. "You think you can dictate terms to me? I who have existed for millennia." "I think I hold a piece of you," I replied, pressing the knife against the carving. A droplet of black ichor oozed from the stone figure, and the creature flinched as if in pain. We were at an impasse. I couldn't leave the stone circle without being attacked, but neither could the creature retrieve its bound essence without my cooperation. Outside in the wilderness above, dawn would be approaching. I had to reach Cold Creek before another night fell. "Here's what will happen," I said, trying to project confidence I didn't feel. "You will retreat down that tunnel." I pointed to the passage I hadn't yet explored. "Once you're gone, I'll leave this carving here in the circle. You can retrieve it after I've reached safety. And if I refuse?" I pressed the knife harder against the carving. More black ichor seeped out, and the creature doubled over as if struck. "You won't," I said. It regarded me with ancient, hateful eyes. "One day your protections will fail, your allies will die, your weapons will break, and I will be waiting." "Maybe, but not today." We stared at each other across the boundary of the stone circle, predator and prey locked in a standoff. Finally, the creature began backing toward the tunnel entrance, never taking its eyes off the carving in my hand. "Remember, Ranger?" it called as it reached the darkness. "I know your true name. I know your pain. We are bound now, you and I." Then it was gone, melting into the shadows of the tunnel with unnatural speed. I waited several minutes, alert for any sign of trickery. When none came, I carefully placed the carving back in the center of the stone circle, wrapping it in the furs and feathers exactly as I had found it. The tunnel leading away from the cave was marked with the same phosphorescent symbols as before. I followed them upward, emerging finally into the gray dawn light of an Alaskan winter morning. Cold Creek Outpost stood just a mile away, smoke rising from its chimney against the lightening sky. I had made it, but as I walked toward safety, I couldn't shake the creature's final words. "We are bound now, you and I." I touched the obsidian knife tucked into my belt and felt the weight of Nukulik's book in my pack. The wilderness had revealed its true nature to me, and there was no going back to blissful ignorance. My radio crackled to life. Aklak. Come in, Aklak. I raised it to my lips. This is Aklak. I'm approaching Cold Creek now. Thank God. Mira's voice was heavy with relief. What happened out there? I stared back at the forest I had just emerged from, knowing that somewhere in its depths ancient eyes were watching. I'll explain when I get there, I said. But first I need to speak with Nukulik. There's a lot I need to learn. 3 weeks after my encounter in the cave, I sat across from Nukulik in his small home on the edge of the reservation. Steam rose from cups of strong tea between us as he examined the obsidian knife Koseki had given me. This is very old, he said finally, running a weathered finger along the symbols carved into the bone handle. Such knives were made for hunters who tracked more than animals. It hurt the creature, I told him. When bullets couldn't. Nukulik nodded. Obsidian carries power. The blood binding gives it focus. He returned the knife to me. Koseki gave you a rare gift. Do you know him? The old man's eyes crinkled slightly. We have met. He walks his own path. He sipped his tea. The important question is whether you found what you sought in the tunnels. I described the cave, the stone circle, and the carved figure I had found there. Nukulik listened without interruption, his expression revealing nothing. A binding object, he said when I finished. Part of the skinwalker's essence, trapped in physical form. Very dangerous, very powerful. The creature seemed afraid I would destroy it, with good reason. Such bindings work both ways. They limit the creature's power, but also tie it to our world. Destroying the carving might free it completely or banish it entirely. He shrugged. Or something in between. The old magics are unpredictable. I stared into my tea, watching the leaves swirl. Since returning to civilization, I'd been debating my next move. The skinwalker's parting words haunted me. We are bound now, you and I. I left the carving in the circle, I admitted. The creature probably retrieved it by now. Nukulik's eyes sharpened. Then it has regained that portion of its power. It will be stronger than before. I had no choice. It was my only leverage to escape. There are always choices, Aklak. He used my adopted name naturally, a reminder of the identity I had embraced in Alaska. Some merely have consequences we do not wish to face. The bluntness of his statement stung, but I couldn't deny its truth. I had chosen the path of immediate safety, potentially at the cost of future security. What happens now? I asked. Now you decide whether to run again or to stand and fight. Nukulik's voice was gentle but firm. The skinwalker has marked you. It will not forget. I'm not running, I said with more conviction than I felt. But I don't know how to fight something like this. Nukulik rose and moved to an old wooden chest in the corner of the room. From it, he removed a bundle wrapped in red cloth. The first step is knowledge, he said, placing the bundle on the table between us. The second is preparation. He unwrapped the cloth to reveal an assortment of items. Small pouches of herbs similar to what Koseki had given me. A necklace of bear claws and obsidian shards. And a leather-bound journal much older than the book he had previously shared with me. These belonged to my grandfather, who was a medicine man. He encountered your skinwalker or one very similar in the 1940s. Nukulik opened the journal, revealing pages of handwritten notes and diagrams. He tracked it for years, learning its patterns, its weaknesses. I leaned forward, hope kindling. Did he defeat it? Nukulik's expression grew somber. He wounded it severely and bound part of its essence, perhaps the very carving you found. But the final confrontation cost him his life. The hope dimmed. So even your grandfather, with all his knowledge, couldn't destroy it completely. Such creatures are not easily destroyed. They are as much spirit as flesh, born in the spaces between worlds. Nukulik pushed the journal toward me. But they can be fought. They can be contained. With the right preparation, I spent the next several days studying the journal, absorbing its wisdom and warnings. The skinwalker, I learned, was an ancient entity that had haunted the northern forests for centuries, perhaps millennia. It fed primarily on fear and pain, drawing sustenance from human suffering before eventually consuming its victims physically as well. Reports of missing hikers and mutilated bodies matched its hunting patterns across generations. The journal documented dozens of disappearances attributed to the creature, along with the few rare survivors who had glimpsed it and lived to tell the tale. Most disturbing were the accounts of its ability to absorb memories and knowledge from its victims, allowing it to mimic them with uncanny accuracy, explaining how it had known my original name and the details of my past. Between research sessions, I helped Nukulik prepare protective charms and study maps of the region, identifying locations where the membrane between worlds was thinnest. places the skinwalker might use as gateways or lairs. Blackstone Ridge featured prominently among these thin places. The hiker's reports that had first drawn me into the encounter suddenly made terrible sense. On the 7th day, as we worked, my radio crackled with an urgent message from headquarters. Aklak, come in. Emergency situation developing at Taiga Station. I grabbed the handset. This is Aklak, go ahead. We've lost contact with Ranger Akna at Taiga. Last transmission reported strange noises and possible intruder. You're the closest backup. I exchanged glances with Nukilik. Taiga Station was 15 miles from where I'd left the Skinwalker, easily within its hunting range. Copy that, I replied. I'm on my way. After signing off, I gathered my gear, including the obsidian knife and the protective charms Nukilik had prepared. It's hunting again, Nukilik observed quietly. Or it's hunting me specifically. I checked my rifle, though I knew it would be of limited use. Using Akna as bait, that is also possible. The Skinwalker is intelligent and patient. Nukilik handed me a small clay pot sealed with wax. Burn this inside Taiga Station. The smoke will make it difficult for the creature to maintain its mimicry if it has already taken a human form. I tucked the pot into my pack. Thank you for everything. Nukilik gripped my shoulder with surprising strength for his age. Remember what you learned in the cave, Aklak. The creature feeds on fear and pain. Face your own and you diminish its power over you. The journey to Taiga Station took 3 hours by snowmobile. I arrived as the brief winter daylight was already fading, casting long shadows across the snow-covered clearing where the station stood. Unlike my humble hut, Taiga was a proper outpost, a 2-story structure built to house up to 4 rangers during emergency operations. Currently, Akna was its sole occupant, a seasoned ranger with 15 years of wilderness experience. The station appeared intact from the outside, with lights visible through the windows and smoke rising from the chimney. No obvious signs of disturbance. I approached cautiously, rifle ready, scanning for tracks or other evidence of the Skinwalker's presence. The snow around the station showed only human boot prints, Akna's presumably, and the marks of local wildlife. I radioed headquarters. I've reached Taiga, no external signs of disturbance. Proceeding inside. Copy that. Be careful. The main door was unlocked. I knocked twice, then entered, calling out, Akna? It's Aklak from North Point. Headquarters sent me to check on you. The interior was warm and well lit. A fire crackled in the wood stove, and I could smell coffee brewing in the kitchen area. Everything appeared normal. Too normal. Akna. I called again, moving further inside. In here. A woman's voice responded from the communications room. Just finishing a transmission. I approached the doorway cautiously, one hand on my rifle, the other touching the obsidian knife at my belt. Akna sat at the radio desk, her back to me. She was a stocky, capable woman in her 40s, with short gray-streaked hair visible beneath her ranger hat. Headquarters said you reported an intruder, I said, remaining in the doorway. She turned, and I saw her face clearly, weathered by years in the wilderness, with laugh lines around her eyes and a small scar on her left cheek from a climbing accident years ago. Perfectly normal. Perfectly Akna, whom I'd met several times before at ranger gatherings. False alarm, she said, smiling apologetically. Thought I heard something outside last night, but it was probably just a moose. Lost contact because of equipment issues, not danger. She gestured at the disassembled radio components on her desk. Just fixing it now. Every detail was right. Her voice, her mannerisms, the way she tilted her head slightly when explaining something. And yet, you should have waited for the technician, I said, watching her carefully. Protocol says we don't attempt repairs on critical communications equipment. Akna laughed. Since when have you been such a stickler for protocol, Aklak? Besides, I was in communications before becoming a ranger. I know what I'm doing. Again, a perfectly reasonable explanation. But something felt wrong. A subtle wrongness I couldn't quite identify. I remembered Nukilik's gift and made a decision. I brought coffee, I said, reaching into my pack. Instead of coffee, I withdrew the clay pot. Let me put some on while you finish up. Thanks, she said, turning back to the radio components. Make yourself at home. I moved to the main room where the wood stove burned. Opening the clay pot released a pungent herbal smell, juniper, sage, and something metallic. I placed it directly on the stove as instructed. Almost immediately, gray-blue smoke began pouring from the pot, filling the room with a dense fog that made my eyes water but otherwise seemed harmless. From the communications room came a sudden crash, followed by a sound I recognized from the cave. That low, rattling hum that vibrated through the bones. What have you done? Akna's voice had changed, becoming deeper, resonating with multiple tones simultaneously. She appeared in the doorway, and I saw the effect of Nukalik's charm. Akna's features were blurring, shifting between her familiar face and something else. The elongated, inhuman visage of the skinwalker trying to maintain its disguise. "Where is the real Akna?" I demanded, drawing the obsidian knife. The creature that wore Akna's form snarled, revealing teeth that were now too sharp, too numerous for a human mouth. "You know the answer to that, Ranger." My stomach clenched with grief and rage. I had been too late to save her. "Did you kill her to get to me?" I asked, circling to maintain distance between us. The skinwalker laughed, that awful glass-breaking sound emerging from Akna's distorting mouth. "Her pain was nothing compared to yours, barely an appetizer." It lunged suddenly, moving with that same unnatural speed I remembered from the cave. I slashed with the obsidian knife, catching it across what had been Akna's arm. Black ichor spurted from the wound, and the creature recoiled, hissing. The smoke from Nukalik's pot continued to thicken, making it difficult for both of us to see clearly. The skinwalker's form was destabilizing further, Akna's features melting away to reveal the true horror beneath that same shifting amalgamation of human and animal characteristics I had faced before. "You cannot save anyone," it taunted, circling me. "Not your wife, not your child, not your fellow ranger. You bring death wherever you go." Its words struck at my deepest insecurities, my most profound guilt. For a moment, doubt paralyzed me. Was it right? Had my presence in Alaska only brought suffering to others? The creature sensed my hesitation and pressed its advantage, both physically and psychologically. "Give in," it urged, voice honeyed despite its monstrous appearance. "Join with me, end your pain, end your failure." In that moment of weakness, I remembered Nukalik's words. "Face your own pain, and you diminish its power over you." The accident that killed my family hadn't been my fault. A patch of black ice, an oncoming truck that lost control, circumstances beyond anyone's prediction or prevention. I had carried the guilt for years, feeding it with self-recrimination and isolation, feeding it to this creature who grew stronger with each morsel of my pain. "No," I said aloud, straightening my stance. "I'm done blaming myself. I'm done feeding you." The skinwalker paused, its constantly shifting features registering something like surprise. I pressed my advantage. "You've been following me for months, feeding on my grief. But it's over now." "Pretty words," it snarled, though I noticed it had backed away slightly. "The guilt remains. I can smell it." "Yes, it does," I admitted. "But I'm not defined by it anymore." I reached into my pocket and withdrew the protective charm Nukalik had given me, a small leather pouch containing herbs, bone fragments, and other materials whose purposes I now understood. Protective magic. The skinwalker's eyes fixed on the pouch, trinkets and superstition. "Then why are you afraid?" I challenged, advancing now. The roles had reversed. Predator becoming prey, it snarled and feinted toward me, but without the same confidence as before. The obsidian knife in my hand glinted in the firelight, black and deadly. "You killed a good ranger," I said, continuing to advance. "You've killed many innocents over the centuries. It ends tonight." The creature backed toward the door. "You cannot destroy me. I am eternal." "Maybe not completely," I acknowledged. "But I can hurt you, I can bind you, I can hunt you as you've hunted others." For the first time I saw genuine fear in its ancient eyes. It had expected to find the same broken man it had terrorized for months. Instead it faced someone who had begun to heal, someone armed with knowledge and purpose, someone who had faced his pain and emerged stronger. The skinwalker made a sudden dash for the door. I threw Nukalik's charm at its retreating form. The pouch burst open on impact, releasing a cloud of power that clung to the creature like static electricity. It screamed, a sound of genuine agony that shook the windows of the station. Its form seemed to collapse inward, becoming less substantial with each passing second. "This isn't finished," it hissed as it phased through the closed door like smoke. "We are bound, you and I, forever." Then it was gone, leaving only a lingering echo of its scream and the acrid smell of its black ichor on the floor. I radioed headquarters immediately, reporting Akna's death in the presence of a dangerous predator in the area. I didn't mention the supernatural nature of the threat. They wouldn't have believed me anyway. A search team arrived the next morning. They found Akna's body in a storage shed behind the station, partially consumed. The official report would later blame a rogue bear or wolverine. Despite the inconsistencies in the evidence, I knew better. And I knew the skinwalker was still out there, wounded but alive. After the search team departed with Akna's remains, I sat alone in Taiga Station, contemplating my next steps. The Skinwalker had been right about one thing. We were bound now, hunter and hunted, though the roles had begun to shift. My radio crackled with an incoming transmission. I expected headquarters with follow-up questions about the incident report. Instead, a familiar voice spoke. The binding was incomplete. Koseki? I replied, startled. The creature retreats to heal, but it will return stronger, more cautious. The old man's voice was clear despite the distance. You wounded it significantly. Well done. How are you contacting me? This is a ranger frequency. He ignored the question. It fears you now, Aklek. Fear is power. Use it. I need to end this permanently, I said, before it kills again. Yes. But not alone. There was a pause. Nukulik has my location. Come when you're ready to finish what you started. The transmission ended abruptly. I tried to respond, to ask more questions, but received only static in return. I stared out the window at the vast Alaskan wilderness stretching to the horizon. Somewhere out there, the Skinwalker was nursing its wounds, planning its next move. And somewhere Koseki waited with answers, or at least a path forward. The decision wasn't difficult. I had come to Alaska seeking escape, but had found purpose instead, not just as a ranger who helped lost hikers, but as something more, a guardian against threats most people would never understand or believe. I packed my gear, including the obsidian knife and what remained of Nukulik's protective charms. The hunt would be dangerous, the outcome uncertain. But for the first time since losing my family, I felt clear-headed and resolved. The Skinwalker had fed on my pain for months, growing stronger with each feeding. Now that same pain had been transformed into determination, a weapon against the very creature that had exploited it. We were bound, the Skinwalker and I, predator and prey, hunter and hunted, and I was done being hunted. As I stepped out into the winter morning, I felt the watchful presence of the wilderness around me. Ancient, powerful, indifferent to human concerns, but also alive with entities and energies I was only beginning to understand. The path ahead would be difficult, but I wasn't running anymore. I was standing my ground. The wind howled through the ancient pines as I stared out the frost-rimmed window of my cabin. 3 months into my new position as a park ranger in the Denali wilderness, and winter was already sinking its teeth into the Alaskan landscape. My name is Makia, meaning eagle hunter in Hopi tradition, a name passed down from my grandfather, though I've never lived up to its prowess. The irony wasn't lost on me as I huddled beside the wood stove, watching darkness descend over the endless forest. I'd taken this job for the solitude. After 8 years working search and rescue in Colorado, I needed space from humanity's constant chatter. A rescue mission gone wrong had left 2 hikers dead. Their faces still visited my dreams. When the position in Alaska opened, I applied immediately. The job description was straightforward: maintain trails, monitor wildlife, and occasionally help tourists who ventured too far from the visitor center. The nearest town was a 4-hour drive, and my only regular contact was a radio check-in every evening with headquarters. My cabin stood alone on the edge of a small clearing, surrounded by dense forest that stretched for hundreds of miles in every direction. The National Park Service had renovated the century-old trapper's hut, adding solar panels and a satellite phone for emergencies, but it retained its rustic character. Log walls darkened with age, uneven wooden floors that creaked with every step, and windows that rattled when the wind blew from the north. That evening, I finished my radio check-in with headquarters and prepared for my nightly patrol. These walks weren't required protocol, but they helped quiet my mind. I dressed in layers: thermal underwear, flannel shirt, down jacket, and waterproof outer shell. The temperature had dropped to 15 below, and the forecast promised worse in the coming days. The forest changed at night. What seemed peaceful during daylight transformed into something watchful after dark. My headlamp carved a narrow tunnel through the blackness, beyond which anything might lurk. I followed my usual route, checking the perimeter markers and listening to the wilderness. About a mile from my cabin, I noticed something unusual. Tracks in the fresh snow that didn't match any animal I recognized. They resembled wolf prints but were larger, with an unnatural spacing between steps. I knelt to examine them more closely, running my gloved finger along the edge of a print. The hair on my neck stood up. Whatever made these tracks walked on 4 legs, then seemingly 2, before returning to all 4s. The old stories my grandfather told me rushed back, tales of creatures that could wear animal skins to disguise themselves among humans. Skinwalkers, the elders called them, dangerous spirits that preyed on the isolated and vulnerable. I wasn't superstitious, but those tracks made me uneasy. I followed the trail for another 100 yards before it suddenly vanished at the base of a towering spruce. Looking up into the branches, I saw nothing but darkness and swirling snow. I swept my light in a wide arc, searching the surroundings, but the forest revealed nothing. Just silence and wind. I hurried back to my cabin, double-checking the locks on the door and windows. That night, I dreamed of running through endless trees while something fast and hungry pursued me. I woke gasping, the bedroom freezing despite the wood stove. The temperature display read -35. Outside, the wind had stopped completely, an unnatural stillness that seemed to hold its breath. The radio crackled with morning check-in, and headquarters informed me of a missing hiker. A man named Rowan had separated from his group yesterday afternoon and failed to return to the visitor center. With the dangerous cold, finding him quickly was crucial. I gathered my search gear and emergency medical kit, knowing that in these temperatures, someone unprepared could survive only hours. As I stepped outside, I noticed more tracks surrounding my cabin. The same unidentifiable prints I'd seen the previous night. They circled the structure completely, with particular concentration beneath my bedroom window. Whatever had made them had stood there, watching me while I slept. I forced myself to focus on the missing hiker rather than the unsettling tracks. People died in this wilderness all the time from perfectly natural causes. Hypothermia, falls, wildlife encounters. Those were the real dangers, not stories told around campfires. Yet as I set out toward the visitor center, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched by something hidden among the endless pines, something that understood patience and hunger in equal measure. The search for Rowan began at dawn. Park headquarters assembled a team of 5 rangers, including myself, each assigned to different sections of the trail where he was last seen. Mine was the northern quadrant, the most remote area, where the maintained paths gave way to true wilderness. Radio check every 30 minutes, instructed Chief Ranger Adoet, a veteran of the Alaskan parks with 20 years of experience. Her weathered face showed concern. "We've got about 6 hours of daylight, temperatures dropping again tonight. If we don't find him by sunset," she didn't need to finish. We all understood the implications. I trudged through knee-deep snow, calling Rowan's name and scanning for any signs of human passage. 3 hours into the search, I found a broken branch with a fresh break. Someone had passed this way recently. Following this subtle trail, I discovered footprints leading off the main path toward a frozen creek. "Base, this is Ranger Makaya," I reported through my radio. "Found tracks heading northeast toward Wolverine Creek, about 4 miles from Junction 17. Following now." "Copy that, Makaya. Be careful. Weather Service just issued a storm warning. We might need to pull everyone back by mid-afternoon." The tracks led me deeper into the forest, away from any marked trails. Occasionally, I found other signs: a candy wrapper half buried in snow, a broken shoelace caught on a branch. Rowan had definitely come this way, but his path made no sense, zigzagging and doubling back as if he'd been disoriented or pursued. Around noon, I reached a small clearing and stopped cold. The snow was disturbed in a wide circle, with Rowan's footprints entering from one side but not continuing on the other. In the center lay a single glove, torn and stained dark. I approached cautiously, my breath forming clouds in the frigid air. The glove was ripped apart, not by wear or accident. Something with considerable strength had shredded it. Nearby, I noticed those same strange tracks I'd seen around my cabin. Not quite wolf, not quite human. My radio crackled. "All units, return to base immediately. Storm front moving in faster than predicted. Visibility will be 0 within the hour." I hesitated, looking at the disturbed snow. Rowan had been here, but where had he gone? The strange tracks circled the clearing before heading deeper into the forest, in the opposite direction from safety. "Makaya, do you copy? Return to base now." I keyed my radio. "Copy that. But I've found clear signs of our missing hiker. Request permission to continue for another hour." Static filled the channel for a moment.
"Negative, Makaya. Storm's moving too fast. We'll resume at first light if conditions permit."
Logic told me to turn back. Experience told me Rowan wouldn't survive another night in these temperatures. Something else, intuition perhaps, whispered that whatever made those tracks was leading him deliberately away from safety. "Copy that," I responded reluctantly. Heading back now, I marked the location on my GPS and turned toward base camp. The wind picked up, driving ice crystals against my face. The forest darkened as heavy clouds rolled in ahead of the storm. Within 20 minutes, visibility dropped to less than 50 feet. Halfway back, I heard something moving parallel to my path. Branches snapping under heavy weight, snow crunching rhythmically. I stopped and listened. The sounds stopped too. "Hello?" I called, my voice swallowed by the thickening snowfall. "Rowan, is that you?" No response, but when I resumed walking, the sounds returned. Keeping pace with me, always just out of sight. I quickened my steps, and my shadow companion matched my speed. The radio came to life again, but only static emerged. The storm was interfering with transmissions. I was on my own until I reached base camp. The sounds grew closer. Through gaps in the trees, I caught glimpses of movement, something large and dark moving with unnatural fluidity through the underbrush. It seemed to be hurting me, steering me subtly off my return path. I checked my GPS and realized I'd drifted nearly half a mile from my intended route. I corrected course, heading due south toward base camp. The shadow creature made a sound then, not quite a growl, not quite human, a guttural clicking that raised the hairs on my arms. It circled ahead, cutting off my route. Darkness was falling fast, the storm and approaching night combining to create premature twilight. I switched on my headlamp, though its beam seemed feeble against the encroaching blackness. Through swirling snow, I caught my first clear glimpse of my stalker. It moved on all fours like a wolf, but stood nearly 4 feet at the shoulder, too large for any canine native to Alaska. Its fur was patchy, revealing gray-black skin beneath. When it turned its head toward me, its eyes reflected my light not with the yellow-green glow of a wolf, but with an unsettling reddish hue. I drew my service pistol, though I knew it would provide little protection if the creature charged. Instead, it paced back and forth across my path, head low, watching, testing. My grandfather's voice echoed in my memory. "Never run from a skinwalker. They chase what flees. Stand your ground and show no fear, even if fear is all you feel." I faced the creature directly, gun raised. "Back off," I commanded, trying to keep my voice steady. The thing tilted its head, an eerily human gesture. For a moment, I thought I saw something like recognition in its eyes. Then it melted into the forest, vanishing so completely I questioned whether I'd seen it at all. I didn't holster my weapon until I reached the edge of base camp 20 minutes later. As I approached the collection of buildings, I saw rangers gathered around something in the clearing. Drawing closer, I realized they surrounded a figure on a stretcher. "We found him stumbling along the east perimeter," Adoet explained as I joined them. "Severe hypothermia, frostbite on both hands and feet." Rowan lay shivering violently beneath thermal blankets, his face gray from cold and exhaustion. "The Wolfman," he muttered through chattering teeth. It wore my friend's face. The medics exchanged glances, clearly attributing his words to hypothermia-induced confusion. But cold dread settled in my stomach as I recalled what I'd seen in the forest. "Did anyone else encounter unusual tracks out there today?" I asked the assembled rangers. "Like wolf prints, but larger." They shook their heads, looking at me curiously. "Just asking," I said, trying to sound casual. "Thought I saw something strange." That night in my cabin, the storm raged outside, wind howling through the trees like a living thing in pain. I sat by the window, watching the darkness, pistol loaded beside me. In the brief moments when the wind paused for breath, I heard scratching at my door, gentle at first, then more insistent, like something testing how much force would be needed to get inside. 3 days passed after we found Rowan. The storm finally broke, leaving behind 4 feet of fresh snow and temperatures cold enough to freeze exposed skin in minutes. Rowan had been airlifted to Anchorage, where doctors were fighting to save his frost-damaged hands and feet. His rambling about a wolfman wearing his friend's face was dismissed as the hallucination of a man nearly dead from exposure. I knew better. Each night since the storm, something had circled my cabin, leaving those same distinctive tracks in the fresh snow. Each morning I'd find evidence of its visit, claw marks on my door, tufts of coarse hair caught on the rough-hewn logs, or once, most disturbingly, a perfectly preserved rabbit laid on my doorstep, its neck broken but the body otherwise untouched. A gift, or a warning. I reported the tracks to Chief Adoet, who sent the wildlife biologist to investigate. "Probably just a large wolf," she concluded after a cursory examination. "Nothing to worry about unless it shows aggression." But I'd seen wolves throughout my career. This was something else. On the 4th night, I decided to confront whatever was stalking me. I prepared my cabin as if for sleep, lights out, fire banked low in the wood stove, but instead of going to bed, I positioned myself by the window with night vision binoculars. Hours passed in silence. The temperature dropped to 40 below, causing the logs of my cabin to crack and shift as they contracted. Near midnight it appeared. It emerged from the tree line not as a wolf but as a man, tall and gaunt, moving with unnatural fluidity across the snow. Even through the green haze of the night vision, I could see something was wrong with its proportions. Arms too long, head sitting awkwardly on shoulders, as if its body were an ill-fitting suit. It approached my cabin directly, moving to the window where I hid watching. Through the glass, barely 3 feet separated us. Its face came into focus, and I had to clamp my hand over my mouth to stifle a cry. It wore a human face, but like a mask that didn't quite fit. The features were stretched tight over a skull that wasn't human, giving the appearance of something wearing a poorly made costume. I recognized that face with dawning horror. It belonged to Jason, a seasonal ranger who disappeared during a routine patrol last autumn. His body had never been found. The creature pressed its stolen face against my window, breath fogging the glass. Its eyes weren't Jason's familiar blue but bottomless black pits that reflected nothing. It knew I was watching. It smiled using Jason's mouth, revealing teeth too numerous and sharp to be human. I stumbled backward, knocking over my chair. The creature's head snapped toward the sound, its movement unnaturally quick. It raised a hand and tapped on the glass. 1, 2, 3. A mockery of human courtesy. My training took over. I grabbed my rifle from beside the door and chambered a round. The sound was unmistakable in the quiet cabin. The thing outside tilted its head, considering. Then it spoke, using Jason's voice but with all wrong cadences. "Make-a," it said, mangling my name. "Let me in. Cold outside." Its words triggered a primal terror unlike anything I'd experienced. This wasn't just a predator. It was intelligence twisted into something thoroughly wrong. "Go away," I shouted through the glass. "Whatever you are, leave this place." It pressed its palms against the window. Its fingers were too long, joints bending in impossible directions. "Need warmth," it said. "Need new skin. Yours is strong." I fired a warning shot through the roof of my cabin. The report was deafening in the enclosed space. The creature jerked back from the window but didn't flee. Instead, it began circling the cabin, testing doors and windows, searching for weakness. I tracked its movement, heart pounding. When it reached the back door, I heard scratching, then a splintering sound. It was forcing its way in. I positioned myself with a clear line of fire and waited, finger on the trigger. The door burst inward, and cold air rushed into the cabin. The creature filled the doorway, larger than any man, its borrowed face stretched in a rictus grin. I fired twice, center mass. The impact drove it backward into the snow. For a moment, it lay motionless, and I thought I'd killed it. Then it rose, showing no blood where the bullets had struck. It looked down at the holes in its chest with curiosity rather than pain. "Old skin," it said, plucking at the torn flesh. "Need new?" It lunged forward with impossible speed. I fired again, catching it in the shoulder, spinning it halfway around. It recovered instantly and was on me before I could chamber another round. The rifle was torn from my hands and sent clattering across the floor. Its weight drove me down, pinning me to the wooden boards. Up close, the wrongness of it was overwhelming. The smell like wet fur and rotting meat. The borrowed face sliding subtly over the skull beneath, as if poorly attached. Its hands closed around my throat, fingers unnaturally strong. "Give skin?" it hissed, face inches from mine. "Won't hurt much." Darkness crept into the edges of my vision as it squeezed. With fading strength, I reached for anything to use as a weapon. My fingers closed around the iron poker beside the wood stove. I swung with all my remaining strength, driving the pointed end deep into the creature's eye. It shrieked, a sound no human or animal throat could produce, and reared back, clawing at the poker protruding from its face. Black ichor pulsed around the wound, steaming in the cold air. It thrashed wildly, knocking over furniture, ripping gouges in the wooden walls with claws that had replaced its human-seeming hands. I scrambled away, grabbing my fallen rifle. The creature staggered toward the open door, movements jerky and uncoordinated. Before it reached the threshold, I fired again, hitting it squarely in the back of the head. It pitched forward into the snow outside. I approached cautiously, rifle raised. The thing lay face down in a spreading pool of black fluid that hissed and bubbled where it touched the snow. Using the rifle barrel, I nudged it onto its back. Jason's face was sliding off like a wax mask left too near heat, revealing glimpses of something beneath that my mind refused to fully process. Something with too many teeth and eyes in the wrong places. The exposed flesh seemed to be dissolving, breaking down into that same black ichor that steamed in the frigid air. By morning, nothing remained but a dark stain in the snow and the lingering smell of corruption. I reported the incident as a wolf attack, claiming the animal had been rabid and its body had been carried off by scavengers. No one questioned my story. In these remote regions, the wilderness claimed many secrets. I requested transfer from Denali the following week. Chief Adoet seemed unsurprised, attributing my decision to the traumatic wolf attack. I didn't correct her assumption. Before leaving, I hiked out to the clearing where I'd found signs of Rowan's encounter. The area was undisturbed except for a crude structure assembled from branches against a large spruce. Inside, I discovered shreds of clothing belonging to missing hikers dating back several seasons. Jason's Park Service jacket among them. I burned the entire site, watching until nothing remained but ashes. Some things shouldn't be left for others to find. I've been stationed at Olympic National Park for 3 years now. The temperate rainforest bears little resemblance to the harsh Alaskan wilderness I left behind. Here, the threats are mostly ordinary: hypothermia, injuries, the occasional aggressive wildlife, nothing that keeps me awake at night. At least that's what I tell myself. The official report on the Denali incidents concluded that a particularly aggressive wolf had been responsible for the attacks. Rowan recovered physically, though he never returned to hiking. Jason's disappearance remains unsolved, categorized as presumed wilderness casualty, a euphemism for those the wilderness claims without witnesses. I never shared what I really saw that night. Who would believe me? Even now, sitting in my new cabin surrounded by the gentle sounds of the Pacific Northwest forest, I sometimes doubt my own memories. Perhaps it was just a wolf, deformed or rabid. Perhaps the isolation and extreme conditions affected my perception. Then the letter arrived. No return address, postmarked from a small Alaskan town near Denali. Inside, a single sheet of paper with a short message written in blocky, childlike script. Miss you, Makea. Skin healed. Coming to visit. Below the words, a crude drawing of a cabin in the woods, with a stick figure watching from the trees. I burned the letter immediately, but its message had already seared itself into my mind. They say knowledge is power, but some knowledge is a burden that can never be set down. I know now that the old stories weren't just meant to frighten children around campfires. They were warnings passed down through generations, survival guides for a world where not all predators can be seen or understood. I've reinforced my cabin windows with iron bars and installed motion sensor lights around the perimeter. My colleagues think I'm paranoid. Perhaps I am. But I've seen how thin the barrier is between our world and something older and hungrier that watches from the shadows. Last week, a hiker reported seeing a strange man on an unmarked trail, tall and gaunt, moving with unnatural grace through the underbrush. When asked to describe the man's face, the hiker hesitated. "That's the weird thing," he said. "It didn't look attached right. Like someone wearing a mask that's too small." The rangers organized a search party but found nothing. I called in sick that day. Some things you can't outrun, only prepare for. The iron poker now hangs beside my bed, and my rifle stays loaded. Sometimes at night, when the wind moves through the ancient trees surrounding my cabin, I imagine I hear my name being called in that wrong, halting voice. Makea. And in the morning, though I tell myself it's just deer or elk passing through, I check for tracks around my cabin. Tracks that begin as animal prints before lengthening, widening, becoming almost but not quite human. The elders say skinwalkers can be killed, but only with specific rituals and knowledge I don't possess. They say once a skinwalker knows your name, it never stops hunting you. They say it can wait for years, patient as the mountains, before reclaiming what it considers its prey. I don't know if any of that is true. I only know what I saw in Alaska, something ancient and hungry wearing a human face like an ill-fitting disguise. And I know that darkness falls earlier each day as winter approaches, bringing long nights perfect for hunting. Last night, I woke to scratching at my window. Gentle, almost tentative. A branch in the wind, I told myself, though no wind stirred the trees. When I finally gathered the courage to look, nothing was there. But in the soft earth beneath my window, a single print remained. Not quite wolf, not quite human. It found me. As I write these words, night is falling again. The motion lights have tripped 3 times already, but each time I look out, nothing moves in the illuminated clearing. The radio crackles with routine communications from other rangers, their voices a reminder of a world where the greatest dangers can be seen and understood. I've loaded my rifle and placed extra ammunition within reach. The iron poker glows dully in the firelight, its tip sharpened to a wicked point. I won't be taken by surprise this time. If you're reading this, it means one of two things. Either I've survived another encounter and chosen to share my story as warning, or you found these pages in an empty cabin, the only explanation for my disappearance. Either way, remember this: the wilderness holds secrets older than human memory. Some things exist in the spaces between what we know and what we fear to know. They watch from shadows and wear familiar faces to lure us into trust. And when darkness falls in remote places, they remember their hunger. Listen for unusual sounds in the night. Watch for tracks that change from animal to something else. And if you ever see a face that doesn't sit quite right on its wearer, a face that stretches when it smiles to reveal too many teeth, don't run. It only makes the chase more exciting for them. The scratching has returned. More insistent now. Something wants to come inside. Something that knows my name. Makea. Let me in. Cold outside. I've doused the lights. In darkness I wait. The old stories say they can't take your skin while your heart still beats with courage. I don't know if that's true, but it's the hope I cling to as the scratching becomes pounding, as wood begins to splinter. It won't take me easily this time. Night has fallen completely now. Whatever happens next will happen in darkness, and in darkness we are all prey. I arrived at Blackwater Ridge Ranger Station in late September, just as the Alaskan autumn began its swift transition to winter. The locals called me a Kuli, meaning one who walks far in the Dena'ina language. It wasn't my birth name, but after spending years learning from the elders while growing up near the border of Denali National Park, it felt more authentic than the name on my driver's license. The station sat nestled between towering pines at the edge of 6 million acres of protected wilderness. My new home was a weathered cabin constructed in the 1940s, its wooden frame having withstood decades of brutal winters. Inside, a pot-bellied stove occupied one corner, promising warmth during the coming freeze. A narrow cot, a desk with a radio, and a small kitchenette completed the sparse furnishings. "It's not much, but it keeps the cold out," said Jackson, the grizzled ranger who'd driven me from Anchorage. He'd spent 30 years patrolling these forests before a knee injury forced him into administrative work. Radio check-ins twice daily, morning and night. Miss 2 consecutive calls and we send someone. That's protocol. Understood, I replied, setting my duffel on the wooden floor. The boards creaked beneath my weight. Most important rule out here: trust your instincts. Something feels wrong, it probably is. Jackson's weathered face grew serious. "You're our only ranger for 50 miles in any direction during winter months." After he left, silence enveloped the cabin like a heavy blanket. I unpacked my few belongings, arranged my survival gear, and studied the maps of my patrol area. The vast wilderness stretched in all directions, dense forests, mountain passes, and frozen lakes that would soon become impassable. I took this job after my discharge from the Army. 3 tours in Afghanistan left me with memories I couldn't outrun in the city. Out here, the wilderness offered something I desperately needed: space to breathe, to heal. The isolation that deterred most applicants was precisely what attracted me. That first night, I sat on my cabin's porch watching darkness consume the forest. The temperature dropped sharply as the sun disappeared. Stars emerged in impossible numbers, their cold light illuminating the landscape in ghostly blue. Wind whispered through the pines, creating sounds almost like distant voices. A lone wolf howled somewhere in the darkness, its call echoing across the valley. Another answered from closer, too close. I scanned the tree line with my flashlight, its beam swallowed by the darkness, nothing visible, but the weight of unseen eyes pressed against me. The radio crackled. "Blackwater Ridge, this is dispatch. Radio check, over." I hurried inside. "Dispatch, Blackwater Ridge, reading you clear, over. Welcome to the wilderness, Akule. Sleep tight, dispatch out." As I prepared for bed, something scratched against my cabin's north wall. Gentle at first, then more insistent. Probably a branch, I told myself, ignoring how the wall faced a clearing with no trees close enough to touch the structure. The scratching stopped abruptly, replaced by silence so complete it hummed in my ears. Then came 3 distinct knocks on my door. I froze, hand instinctively reaching for the hunting knife at my belt. It was nearly midnight. No one should be out here. "Hello?" I called, approaching the door cautiously. No answer, just the howling wind. I opened the door a crack, rifle ready. Empty darkness greeted me. The clearing before my cabin lay undisturbed. No footprints in the thin dusting of early snow. No disturbance of any kind. A branch snapped in the forest beyond. then another, tracking a path parallel to the clearing's edge. Something moved just beyond my vision, a shadow darker than the surrounding night. I closed and locked the door, telling myself it was wildlife, a moose or bear preparing for winter. But deep down I knew better. Wild animals make distinctive sounds. They move with purpose or caution. Whatever circled my cabin moved with deliberate intent. That night I dreamed of Afghanistan. But instead of insurgents hiding in mountain passes, something ancient and hungry stalked me through endless pine forests. I woke repeatedly, certain I'd heard my name whispered just outside my window. By morning I convinced myself it had been nothing but new posting jitters. The bright sunlight banished the previous night's unease. I radioed in, reported all clear, and began my first patrol. I couldn't have known then that the darkness watching from the trees had been waiting generations for someone like me. Someone who could hear its call, someone who would eventually follow. My first week passed uneventfully. I patrolled designated routes, checked hunting permits for the few sportsmen braving the early winter, and guided a lost hiker back to the nearest access road. Normal ranger duties that helped establish a comforting routine. The strangeness returned on my 8th night. A blizzard howled outside, wind driving snow against my cabin in furious waves. I sat before the pot-bellied stove, reading by lantern light after completing my evening radio check. The temperature had plummeted to 20 below, making patrol impossible until morning. At precisely 11:17 p.m., the radio came to life with a burst of static. I jumped, nearly knocking over my coffee. Instead of dispatch's clear voice, unintelligible whispers emerged from the speaker, multiple voices speaking simultaneously in what sounded like a language I'd never heard. The transmission lasted 17 seconds before cutting to silence. I keyed the mic. Dispatch, Blackwater Ridge. Received unclear transmission. Please repeat. Over. No response. Just dead air. I tried again, then checked the equipment. Everything appeared functional. According to protocol, I noted the incident in my log and decided to report it during morning check-in. That's when the scratching resumed. No longer confined to one wall, but surrounding the entire cabin. It moved in patterns too deliberate to be branches. The sound circled my shelter, pausing occasionally before continuing with renewed intensity. I grabbed my rifle and flashlight, swinging the beam across each window in turn. Nothing visible through the swirling snow. The scratching continued, now punctuated by those same 3 measured knocks, this time on each wall in succession. North wall, 3 knocks. East wall, 3 knocks. South wall, 3 knocks. West wall, 3 knocks. The pattern repeated 3 times before stopping abruptly. Then came the footprints. I noticed them the next morning while clearing snow from my porch. A single set of barefoot human prints circled my cabin exactly 7 times. Each print was perfectly formed despite the blizzard that should have obliterated any tracks within minutes. More disturbing was their nature. Human-shaped, but wrong. The toes were too long, the arch too pronounced, and they led from the forest's edge directly to my door before continuing their circular pattern. I followed them back to the tree line where they simply stopped, as though whatever made them had appeared from thin air. I photographed the prints before reporting them to dispatch. Probably just a confused hiker, said the dispatcher, though uncertainty tinged his voice. We've had reports of a survivalist living off-grid in your sector. Locals call him the Hermit. Been there for decades. Harmless but eccentric. At 20 below? Barefoot in a blizzard? I questioned. People do strange things in the wilderness, he replied dismissively. Keep your doors locked and report any direct contact. That afternoon, I discovered an old journal hidden behind a loose board near my cot. Its pages contained entries from 7 previous rangers stationed at Blackwater Ridge. The earliest dated back to 1967, the most recent just 3 years ago. Each described similar experiences: unexplained scratching, knocking patterns, strange radio transmissions. The entries grew increasingly disturbed before ending abruptly. The final ranger, someone named Rivera, wrote frantically about the walker between worlds and the thin places where they cross over. His final entry read only, "It knows my name now. It wears familiar faces. Trust nothing after dark." I tucked the journal into my pocket, a cold weight settling in my stomach. That evening, while patrolling the eastern boundary, I found something that confirmed my growing fears weren't mere imagination. A crude structure stood in a small clearing, constructed from twisted branches and animal bones lashed together with what looked disturbingly like human hair. Inside the tripod-shaped formation hung small bundles of feathers, teeth, and carved wooden symbols. Native friends from my youth had warned about such things. Skinwalker signs. Markers of territory. warnings to stay away, or invitations to those it wished to claim. I should have burned it. Instead, I photographed it and continued my patrol, unable to shake the sensation of being watched. As sunset approached, I hurried back toward my cabin. The forest had grown unnaturally quiet. No birds, no rustling animals, not even wind through the branches, just oppressive silence broken only by my own breathing and footsteps crunching through snow. The stillness broke when I heard my own voice call my name from deeper in the forest. "Akule," it said, the tone and inflection a perfect mimicry of how I introduce myself. I froze, rifle raised toward the sound. "Akule," it repeated, closer this time. "I'm hurt, need help." I backed away slowly. "Dispatch, Blackwater Ridge," I whispered into my radio. "Possible emergency situation, unknown individual in Sector 7. Only static answered. The voice in the forest chuckled, my laugh but distorted somehow, stretched too long and ending in something like a growl. I ran. Behind me, branches snapped as something gave chase. I reached my cabin just as darkness swallowed the forest. Locking the door, I grabbed my satellite phone, the emergency backup seldom used except for true crises. No signal. I tried the radio again with the same result, nothing but static and whispers. Something moved past my window. A figure walking upright but with an unnatural gait, as though its joints bent in too many places. I caught only a glimpse before it disappeared around the cabin's corner. 3 knocks sounded on my door. Then my own voice spoke from just outside. "Let me in, Akule. It's not safe out here." I remained silent, rifle aimed at the door. "I know you're listening," the voice continued, still mine but subtly changing, stretching into something ancient and hungry. "We've been watching you since you arrived. You hear us better than the others. What do you want?" I finally asked. Laughter answered. Multiple voices now, all speaking simultaneously in that strange language I'd heard on the radio. Then silence for several minutes. I nearly convinced myself whatever it was had gone when scratching began on the roof. Slow, deliberate movements tracking from one end to the other. Dust fell from the ceiling as the thing's weight shifted above me. It continued all night, moving from roof to walls to underneath the cabin itself. By morning, I was exhausted, nerves frayed from constant vigilance. The radio remained dead. The creature, mercifully, had fallen silent as daylight returned. I decided to seek out the hermit. If anyone knew what haunted these woods, it would be someone who'd survived here for decades. I gathered supplies for several days, left a note detailing my plans in case someone came looking, and headed deeper into the wilderness. According to local rumors, the hermit lived near the base of Coldwater Mountain, about 15 miles northeast of my station. The journey took most of the day. As the sun began its early winter descent, I spotted smoke rising from a cleverly concealed valley. Following game trails down a steep incline, I discovered a small cabin nestled against the mountainside, partially built into the rock itself. Unlike the crude structure I'd found in the forest, this dwelling showed careful craftsmanship. Protective symbols adorned the door and windows. Some I recognized from my native friends, others unfamiliar but clearly meant as wards. I approached cautiously, calling out before reaching the clearing. "Hello, I'm Ranger Akule from Blackwater Ridge." The door opened slowly. An elderly man emerged, his weathered face suggesting mixed heritage, native Alaskan and European perhaps. Despite his age, he stood straight, eyes sharp and assessing. "You shouldn't have come," he said simply. "But since you're here, better inside before sunset." The cabin's interior surprised me. Clean, organized, and filled with books. A ham radio setup occupied one corner, far more sophisticated than my standard issue equipment. "You've drawn its attention," he said without preamble, gesturing for me to sit at a small table. "Few do. Most rangers pass through these woods unseeing and unnoticed." "What is it?" I asked. "The people call it different names. Skinwalker, Wendigo, Kulupalik, old as this land." He poured tea from a pot warming on his wood stove. "It hunts differently than natural predators. Chooses its prey carefully, studies them, learns to mimic their voice, their loved ones. Why me? Some people hear the old world better. The spaces between things." He tapped his temple. "You've seen combat, walked close to death. The veil's thinner for you now." He explained how the entity had been trapped in this region centuries ago by a medicine man whose name had been deliberately forgotten. Powerful rituals bound it to these woods, preventing it from leaving but not from feeding occasionally. "It grows hungry during winter months," the hermit continued, "when humans are scarce. It's patient though, will spend weeks stalking suitable prey." "How have you survived here?" I asked. He showed me the protective symbols carved into every surface of his home. Respect and vigilance. I never travel after dark, never respond to voices in the woods, and I leave offerings at the old stones monthly. Before I could question him further, his radio crackled to life. Through the static, I heard my own voice calling for help, claiming to be trapped, injured, desperate. The hermit switched it off. It knows you're here, tracking you. His expression darkened. You need to leave at first light. Return to your cabin and request immediate transfer. Some battles can't be won. That night, I slept fitfully on the hermit's floor near the wood stove. Outside, the wind carried sounds like distant flutes playing discordant notes. Occasionally branches would snap nearby, something pacing the clearing's perimeter. The hermit sat awake all night, shotgun across his lap, reciting quiet prayers in multiple languages. Morning brought no relief. We emerged to find barefoot tracks identical to those I'd seen at my cabin, circling the hermit's dwelling exactly 7 times before stopping directly before his door. It's never come this close before, he whispered, face paling beneath his tan. Not in 30 years. I realized then that the entity hadn't been tracking me. It had been following me, using me to locate the hermit. Perhaps his wards were weakening. Perhaps it had grown stronger. Either way, I'd led death straight to his sanctuary. I need to draw it away, I said, gathering my gear. The hermit gripped my arm. If you go out there alone, you'll die. I'll lead it back toward the ranger station. There's a hunting party expected tomorrow. People, weapons. He shook his head but pressed something into my hand. A small leather pouch containing herbs and what looked like bone fragments. Keep this close. It won't stop the walker, but it might slow it down. As I left, he called after me. Don't look back if it calls your name. Don't trust familiar faces. And whatever happens, don't enter the stone circle near Black Lake. I nodded, shouldered my pack and began the long journey back, acutely aware of eyes watching from the trees, and the snap of branches that began following after I'd traveled less than a mile. Snow began falling as I made my way back toward Blackwater Ridge. The flakes came down thick and fast, reducing visibility to mere yards ahead. Under different circumstances, I would have made camp until conditions improved. Not an option now. Something shadowed me through the trees. Sometimes falling behind, other times circling ahead. I caught glimpses through the whiteout, a figure moving on all fours with unnatural speed, then suddenly upright, watching. Always watching. By mid-afternoon, the storm intensified. The temperature plummeted, and the wind howled through the pines with almost human voices. I checked my compass obsessively, knowing that becoming disoriented meant death, either from exposure or the entity stalking me. 4 miles from the ranger station, I found footprints in the snow ahead of me. My own boots, perfectly replicated but walking in the opposite direction. They hadn't been there moments before. I froze, scanning the surrounding forest. Nothing visible through the swirling white. A branch snapped directly behind me. I turned slowly, rifle raised. A figure stood 20 yards away, humanoid but wrong in ways my mind struggled to process. Its proportions shifted as I watched, limbs elongating then contracting. Its face remained in shadow beneath a hood, but I glimpsed eyes reflecting the fading light like an animal's. Akule, it said in the hermit's voice. You left something important behind. I backed away, keeping my weapon trained on it. The figure cocked its head at an impossible angle. Don't you recognize me? It asked, voice changing to match someone I'd served with in Afghanistan. A friend who hadn't made it home. The creature took a step forward, its movements jerky like badly edited film. Snow swirled around it unnaturally, as though the storm itself responded to its presence. I fired a warning shot above its head. The crack echoed through the forest. The entity stopped, then smiled, its mouth opening wider than physically possible, revealing too many teeth. It raised a hand in mock surrender, fingers too long and jointed in too many places. You can't shoot what isn't there, it said in my voice again. I fired directly at it. The bullet passed through with no effect, striking a tree beyond. The creature's form rippled like heat waves above asphalt, then solidified again. It laughed, the sound of multiple voices layered atop one another. Then it was gone, simply not there between one blink and the next. I ran, not my proudest moment, but instinct took over. I crashed through underbrush, abandoning the trail in favor of speed. Behind me something followed, moving faster than any human could, crashing through the forest with deliberate noise, toying with me. The storm worsened, until I could barely see 5 feet ahead. I collided with a tree, sprawling into a snowbank. Disoriented, I struggled to my feet, realizing with horror that I'd dropped my rifle in the fall. As I frantically searched the snow, a familiar voice called from the whiteout. "Ranger! Over here!" A figure approached through the storm. A woman in standard-issue Ranger gear. "Thank God I found you," she said. "Dispatch lost contact, sent me to check." Relief flooded through me until I remembered. I was the only Ranger assigned to this sector. "Who are you?" I demanded, backing away. "Ranger McCoy," she said, smiling too widely. From the eastern station, I knew every Ranger posted within 50 miles. There was no McCoy. "Dispatch sent me to guide you back," the figure continued, still smiling that fixed, unnatural smile. Her eyes never blinked despite the driving snow. "You're heading the wrong direction. The station's this way." She pointed deeper into the wilderness, away from where my cabin actually lay. "I know where my station is," I replied, slowly reaching for the hunting knife at my belt. Her expression changed, smile faltering. "You're confused from the cold. Early hypothermia. Let me help you." She extended a hand. Beneath her glove, I glimpsed fingers too long for her sleeve. I turned and ran again, changing direction toward what I prayed was the actual route to my cabin. Behind me, the false ranger's voice distorted into that multi-tone growl before it gave chase. The pursuit continued for what felt like hours. The creature would appear ahead of me wearing different faces, the hermit, fellow rangers, even my own mother once, each time trying to lure me in a different direction. Each time I refused, it grew more aggressive, its disguises less convincing. Just as daylight faded completely, I stumbled upon familiar territory, the emergency shelter 3 miles from my station. I crashed through the door, secured it behind me, and immediately set about lighting the stove. The small metal box had saved countless lives over the decades. Stocked with provisions, medical supplies, and another radio, it offered my best chance at contacting help. I tried the radio immediately. To my shock, it worked. "Dispatch, emergency at Shelter 3, this is Ranger Akuli. I need immediate extraction. Over." The response came through clearly. "Ranger Akuli, confirm your situation. Over." I explained as calmly as possible, calling it an aggressive wildlife encounter, rather than trying to describe what actually pursued me. "Understood. Weather prohibits helicopter evacuation. Ground team will depart at first light. Estimated arrival noon tomorrow. Can you maintain position?" "Over." "Affirmative," I replied, though uncertainty gnawed at me. The shelter's walls seemed suddenly thin, its metal door inadequate. "Maintain radio contact hourly. Dispatch out." For several minutes after the transmission ended, silence reigned. Even the storm seemed to have quieted. I tended the stove, checked supplies, and bandaged minor injuries sustained during my flight through the forest. Then it began. Gentle at first, fingernails tracing patterns on the metal walls. Then knocking, following that same pattern of 3. The sound circled the shelter, testing each wall methodically. "Akule," came the hermit's voice from outside. "Let me in. It killed the others. I'm the only one left." I remained silent. "I know you're in there." The voice shifted, becoming something inhuman. "We've played this game with others before you. The ranger from 88, the biologist in 95, the photographer last year. They all thought Shelter would save them." The knocking intensified, becoming pounding that shook the walls. Metal groaned as something immensely strong pressed against the door. The temperature inside the shelter plummeted despite the stove's heat. My breath clouded before me. Through the shelter's single window, I caught glimpses of movement, something circling just beyond the glass, its form constantly shifting. Sometimes it appeared human, other times it crawled on all fours, back bent at impossible angles. Hours passed this way. I maintained radio contact with dispatch, though I suspected the creature could hear every word. The entity continued its psychological warfare, alternating between threatening growls and pleas for help in voices of people I knew. Near dawn, a new sound emerged. Scraping on the roof. Claws or fingers working methodically at the seams where metal joined metal. Something seeking weakness. The shelter had withstood decades of Alaskan winters, but it wasn't designed to repel something intelligent. Something patient, something that understood how structures failed. As first light brightened the eastern sky, the assault suddenly ceased. Complete silence fell. I waited, counting minutes, then cautiously approached the window. Fresh snow covered the clearing, unmarked by tracks of any kind. The storm had passed, leaving behind a deceptively peaceful landscape glittering in the dawn light. The radio crackled. "Blackwater Ridge Shelter 3, this is Rescue Team ETA 4 hours, confirm status, over." Shelter 3 confirms. Situation stable but urgent. Proceed with caution. Over. I wanted to warn them more explicitly, but feared what revealing too much might trigger. The hermit had survived decades by showing respect, by understanding rules I was only beginning to grasp. As I awaited rescue, I realized a terrible truth. I might leave these woods, but part of me would always remain. The entity had marked me somehow, learned my patterns, my fears, my voice, and I had heard its call, the whispers between worlds that most never perceive. Outside, the pristine snow remained undisturbed as morning advanced, but somewhere in the surrounding forest I knew it waited. Patient, hungry, ancient beyond reckoning, it would find another voice to mimic, another form to wear, another ranger to hunt when the next one arrived to replace me. And perhaps years from now, that ranger would find this account hidden behind a loose board in the cabin at Blackwater Ridge. Another warning from another who walked too far into the spaces between worlds and heard the whispers that should remain unheard.